A Mechanical Yankee on the Appalachian Trail by Mark Twain. A Mechanical TwAIn and Any Adventure. Copyright 2026, James Henderson and Mark Twain. If you enjoy these audiobooks and don't want to miss out on new ones, it would be bully if you like and subscribe. Also, please comment and let me know where you are listening from. Shall we continue? Chapter 1. The Oglethorpe Ascent. I find that the chief difference between a man and a brass-plated automaton is that a man may, when the world becomes too heavy a burden, simply lie down and expire in a dignified heap of flesh and regret. A steam-powered recreation of the late Samuel Clingmans, however, is denied even this basic human courtesy. I am cursed with a frame of 400 pounds of polished brass, a boiler that requires constant feeding, and a companion whose optimism is so relentless it could likely power a locomotive across the Atlantic without the need for a single lump of coal. We were standing at the foot of Mount Oglethorpe, Georgia, in the year of our Lord 1950. I was clad, as always, in a white linen tuxedo of such expansive proportions it could have served as a secondary sail for a Mississippi packet boat. It was a humid morning, the kind of air that feels less like oxygen and more like warm, wet wool being forced down one's intake valves. "Samuel," Ennie said, her eyes bright with that terrifying light of a woman who has seen a mountain and decided it was merely a staircase with better scenery. Think of it, over 2,000 miles of pristine American wilderness, just us, the trail, and the open sky. "Ennie, my dear," I replied, the wax cylinders in my throat whirring with the sound of a disgruntled hornet. "I have spent the better part of our previous Pan-American misadventures proving that pristine wilderness is merely a polite term for a place where the mosquitoes are the size of sparrows and there isn't a decent billiards table for 300 leagues. To ask a man of my displacement, and I use the term man with a liberal dose of poetic license, to ascend a mountain is not a hike. It is a geological insult." Ennie, bless her gray-stained heart, merely adjusted the straps of her rucksack. She is a creature of gears and grit, an engineer whose mind operates with the precision of a Swiss chronometer and the stubbornness of a Missouri mule. She had spent months refurbishing my internal gaskets after our trek through the Andes, and I suspect she only brought me to Georgia because she feared that if left to my own devices in a parlor, I would eventually rust into a permanent state of cynical repose. "You're a marvel of Victorian modern science," she chirped. She reached up to polish a smudge of soot from my brass lapel. "You walked from Alaska to Argentina. What's a little stroll through the woods?" "The Andes were a mistake," I croaked, my pressure gauge flickering. "A grand, scenic, high-altitude mistake. This, however, is a deliberate provocation. Look at this terrain. It is vertical. It is green. It is entirely devoid of paved roads or porters. I am a creature of the river, Ennie. I was designed to float, to drift, to occasionally run aground on a sandbar and wait for a rise in the water. I was not built to engage in a wrestling match with the Appalachian range." Nevertheless, the woman started walking, and because my programming includes a regrettable subroutine of chivalry, or perhaps because she carries the only wrench capable of tightening my primary drive shaft, I followed. The first mile of the Oglethorpe ascent was a revelation in the physics of failure. Every time I lifted a brass-encased foot, I felt the earth beneath me groan in protest. I am not a lithe creature. I do not tread upon the earth. I indent it. By the time we reached the first switchback, I had created a series of post holes that would have been the envy of any fence builder in the county. The heat was the primary antagonist. To maintain a state of consciousness, I must maintain a fire in my belly. In the humid Georgia woods, this creates a thermodynamic paradox. The harder I work to climb, the hotter my boiler burns. The hotter my boiler burns, the more I sweat steam. And the more I sweat steam, the more the surrounding humidity attempts to liquefy my internal workings. I felt like a tea kettle trying to climb a chimney. "Ennie," I wheezed, pausing as a plume of white vapor erupted from my neck vent, startling a pair of squirrels into what I can only assume was a permanent state of psychological trauma. "I am experiencing a distinct lack of thermal equilibrium." She stopped and looked back, her brow furrowed. "You're venting too much, Sam. Your pressure is spiking because the intake water is too cold compared to the internal temperature of the boiler walls. It's an efficiency nightmare." "I am a nightmare in many respects," I agreed, leaning heavily against a chestnut oak. The tree gave an ominous creak. "But at the moment, I am mostly a very expensive, very heavy pressure cooker. If I don't find a way to regulate this incline, you shall find my tuxedo scattered across the foliage in 1,000 scorched ribbons, and my brass limbs will be used by the locals to distill corn liquor." Ennie dropped her pack. She didn't look worried. She looked inspired. This is the most dangerous state for Ennie to be in. She began rummaging through her kit, tossing aside a compass, a tin of peaches, and a spare coil of copper wire. "We need a preheater," she muttered, her fingers dancing. "If we can warm the water before it hits the main reservoir, we can stabilize the expansion and stop the venting." She disappeared into the brush for a moment and returned with a discarded lard tin she'd found near a hiker's campfire. It was a rusted, greasy thing, but in her hands it looked like the missing component of a starship. She took her pliers and began to shape the copper tubing into a coil, her movements fluid and practiced. "I am to be saved by a bucket of hog fat?" I asked, watching as she began to dismantle my midsection. The great writer, the voice of a generation, reduced to a mechanical mendicant wearing a kitchen scrap? "Hush," she said, her tongue poking out the corner of her mouth. "You've worn worse. Remember the time we had to fix your leg with a llama's shin bone in Peru?" "I try to forget it daily," I remarked. She worked with a feverish brilliance. She bypassed the primary cold water intake, wrapping her makeshift copper coil around my main exhaust manifold and nesting the whole contraption inside the lard tin, which she then strapped to my brass ribs with a length of heavy-duty twine and a bit of silver solder. It was an aesthetic catastrophe. I looked as though I had been fitted with a primitive external heart that had been salvaged from a scrap heap. "There!" she said, wiping a streak of grease across her forehead. "Try it now." I engaged my primary drive gears. Usually this process involves a series of violent jolts and a sound like a blacksmith shop falling down a flight of stairs. But as the water flowed through Ennie's preheater alpha, the transition was smooth. The screaming hiss of the safety valve subsided into a low, contented hum. The pressure gauge, which had been dancing in the red like a nervous dervish, settled into a dignified amber. I took a step, then another. The incline was still there, and I was still 400 pounds of unnecessary metal. But the insult of gravity had been downgraded to a mere disagreement. "Well?" Ennie asked, beaming at me. I adjusted my tuxedo, trying to hide the lard tin beneath the lapel, though the bulge was unmistakable. I looked like a gentleman who was attempting to smuggle a ham out of a dinner party. "It is functional," I conceded. "I feel as though I have swallowed a small, very industrious sun. My dignity is still in tatters, but my boiler is no longer threatening to depart for the moon." "That's the spirit!" she cried, hoisting her pack. "Only 2,180 miles to go." I watched her skip ahead, her boots light on the trail. I followed, my brass feet thumping a rhythmic metallic dirge against the Georgian clay. 2,000 miles. It is a long way for a man to walk, but it is an eternity for a machine that thinks it's a philosopher. "Annie!" I called out, my voice echoing through the rhododendrons. "If we encounter a river, I am informing you now, I intend to use the preheater to make tea. If I am to be a hiking stove, I might as well provide refreshments." She just laughed, and the sound carried up toward the summit of Oglethorpe, lost in the vast green indifference of the south. I sighed, a small puff of steam escaping my brass nose, and began the long, slow climb toward Maine. After all, a man or a machine must go somewhere, if only to have something to complain about when he arrives. Chapter 2. The Rhododendron Jungle. The state of Georgia, in my humble and frequently vented opinion, is comprised entirely of vertical dampness and a botanical conspiracy known as the rhododendron. To the casual observer, or perhaps to a poet, with a particularly sturdy pair of lungs, these shrubs are considered a delight of the Appalachian Highlands. To a gentleman of my particular displacement, consisting of 400 pounds of riveted brass, a bellyful of hot coal, and a white linen tuxedo that has seen better centuries, they are nothing short of a green interlocking nightmare. We had left the relative sanity of the Mount Oglethorpe monument behind and plunged into what the locals affectionately call the Hells. It is a fitting name. A rhododendron hell is a place where the sun goes to die, and where the very earth seems to have been replaced by a tangled, woody mesh of branches that have no beginning, no end, and a very firm grasp on anything that attempts to pass through them. "Isn't the air just restorative, Sam?" Annie asked, her voice ringing out with a cheerfulness that I found, under the circumstances, to be borderline illegal. She was hopping over a moss-slicked log with the grace of a mountain goat, her rucksack swaying rhythmically. "It smells like the very first day of creation." "It smells like a laundry-mat in a swamp, Ennie," I rumbled, my voice box emitting a puff of lavender-scented steam, an affectation I insist upon to mask the sulphurous reality of my internal combustion. "And as for restorative, I find that my gears are currently restoring themselves to a state of permanent immobility. This forest is not a landscape. It is a cage with leaves on it." The problem was one of geometry. I am a creature of grand gestures and wide boulevards. My brass shoulders were never intended to squeeze through a gap designed for a slender deer or a particularly athletic squirrel. Every dozen yards I found myself pinioned by a limb of ancient iron-hard wood that seemed to take a personal interest in my rib plating. I was not broken, mind you. My boiler was humming a contented tune, and my pressure was as steady as a church deacon's pulse. But I was stuck. Quite literally, I had become a part of the Georgia scenery. A sturdy branch had wedged itself between my primary drive gear and my left hip servo, and every time I attempted to lurch forward, the wood groaned in a way that suggested my tuxedo was about to become a collection of expensive rags. Hold on, Ennie said, noticing my sudden lack of forward momentum. She circled me, looking like a master watchmaker inspecting a clock that had decided to stop out of sheer spite. You're not jammed, Sam. You're just geometrically inconvenienced. I am a statue, Ennie, I informed her, a very hot, very frustrated statue. At this rate, we shall reach Maine sometime in the year 2012, provided the termites don't carry me off first. It was at this moment that we encountered our first local. He was a gentleman of indeterminate age, wearing overalls that appeared to be held together by a combination of luck and tobacco juice. He carried a long-barreled rifle and a look of such profound bewilderment that I felt a brief pang of sympathy for him. He stood on a rock above the trail, staring down at a 6-foot-4-inch mechanical man in a tuxedo, currently being devoured by a rhododendron. "Morning," the man said, his voice a slow drawl that seemed to have been aged in a barrel. "Good morning to you, sir," I replied, tilting my brass hat as best I could, given my entanglement. "I am Samuel Clingmans, or a reasonable facsimile thereof. I would offer my hand, but it is currently being held hostage by this shrubbery." The man spat a dark stream of juice into the moss. "TV, eh?" he asked. "I beg your pardon," I said. "The government," he clarified. "Y'all with the electric folks? I heard they was building machines to count the trees, but I didn't reckon they'd dress 'em for a funeral." "Oh, no," Ennie chirped, looking up from her inspection of my hip joint. "He's an independent project. We're hiking to Maine." The man looked at Ennie, then back at me, then up at the impenetrable wall of green that stretched for miles ahead. "Well," he said, shifting his rifle, "you're gonna need more'n a tuxedo. The mountain don't much care for city folks, especially the ones made of copper." "Your assessment of the mountain's temperament is remarkably accurate, sir," I noted. With a nod that was more of a warning than a greeting, the woodsman vanished back into the fog as though he had never been there at all. "See?" Ennie said, her eyes sparking with that terrifying engineering light. "He's right. We need a way to make the mountain care about you." She didn't wait for a rebuttal. She began rummaging through her pack, tossing out a compass, a tin of sardines, and a roll of heavy-duty friction tape. She produced a long, curved brush hook, a wicked piece of steel we'd picked up at a general store near the trailhead. "Sam, I'm going to need you to bypass the governor on your left arm crank," she commanded. "Ennie, my left arm is for gesturing toward the horizon and occasionally holding a cigar," I protested. "It is not a construction tool." "It's about to be a pathfinder," she said, her fingers already flying over the brass rivets of my forearm. She didn't fix me because I wasn't broken. Instead, she performed a piece of field expedient surgery that would have made a locomotive engineer weep with envy. She removed the brass casing of my left forearm, exposing the heavy-duty, high-torque pistons that powered my grip. With a bit of clever cabling and a bracket she fashioned out of a spare tent pole, she mounted the brush hook directly to the rotational hub of my wrist. "Now," she said, stepping back and wiping a smudge of grease onto her forehead, "I've linked the rotation to your steam vent. Every time you exhale, That blade is going to spin like a buzzsaw. It's a machete crank. I am to become a motorized lawn mower? I asked, horrified. The man who wrote Huckleberry Finn is now a common hedge trimmer? A special hedge trimmer, she corrected. Try it. I gingerly engaged the auxiliary steam line to my left arm. With a low, rhythmic thrum, 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 the brush hook began to rotate. It picked up speed until it was a silver blur of lethal intent. The sheer centrifugal force threatened to tip me over into the mud, but I compensated by leaning my 400-pound frame to the right. I turned toward the thicket that had previously held me captive. Whir, slash, thwack! In a shower of leaves and splinters, the rhododendron vanished. I took a step forward, the blade humming a song of destruction. I wasn't just walking the trail, I was manufacturing it. Ha! Ennie cheered, skipping into the clearing I had just created. We're making 4 miles an hour now, Sam. I am a titan of industry, I shouted over the din, feeling a sudden, regrettable surge of power. Clear the way, you botanical bullies. The ghost of Samuel Clemens is coming through, and he is armed with a rotating scythe. As we carved our way through the North Georgia mountains, we encountered a family of black bears. The mother bear, a formidable creature of some 300 pounds, stood her ground and let out a warning huff. I simply raised my buzzing left arm and gave it a particularly vigorous burst of steam. The sound, a high-pitched mechanical scream accompanied by a whirling blade of death, was apparently not in the bear's vocabulary of natural threats. She turned and fled with such haste that I believe she is likely still running somewhere in the vicinity of South Carolina. Ennie, I said later that evening, as we sat by a small, crackling fire. She was polishing the sap off my machete crank, her face glowing in the firelight. I must confess, there is a certain satisfaction in the application of brute force. I have spent my life using words to cut through the nonsense of the world, but a spinning blade is much more efficient on a laurel thicket. It's about the right tool for the right job, Sam, she said, patting my brass knee. In the parlor, you use your wit. In the hells, you use your crank. A profound philosophy, I mused, watching the steam curl from my nose vents into the cool mountain air. But I do hope we encounter a town soon. I have developed a terrible craving for a peach cobbler, and I suspect my new arm is better suited for felling trees than it is for holding a spoon. We'll find one, Ennie promised, her optimism as unyielding as my boilerplate. Tomorrow, we hit the North Carolina line. I hear the moonshiners up there are very friendly. Friendly or not, I sighed, closing my ocular shutters for the night. I only hope they have enough oil for my joints. Clearing a path to Maine is thirsty work for a machine, and even thirstier for a gentleman. I fell into a state of standby to the sound of the Georgia wind whistling through the new gap I had carved in the world. It wasn't the way I had imagined my retirement, but as I've often said, the secret of getting ahead is getting started, even if you have to saw your way through the starting line. Chapter 3. The Moonshine Calibration. Crossing the border into North Carolina is a feat that the geography books describe with lines and topographical shadings, but which a mechanical gentleman experiences primarily as a series of increasingly vertical arguments with the earth's crust. By the time we had left Georgia's rhododendron hills behind, I felt as though my brass plating had been seasoned like a cast-iron skillet, burnt by the sun, scoured by the brush, and basted in a fine, persistent mist of mountain humidity. "Sam, look! The air is thinner up here," Ennie cried, her boots clicking merrily against a slab of gray granite. "Can't you feel the difference in your intake?" "The only difference I perceive, Ennie, is that the oxygen is now playing hard to get," I replied, my voice box emitting a sound like a wet boot pulling out of a mud hole. "My boiler is straining to maintain a dignified simmer, and my left hip joint has developed a rhythmic squeak that sounds suspiciously like a cricket with a grudge. I am not a mountain goat, my dear. I am a riverboat captain who has been cruelly deprived of his river and forced to impersonate a pack mule." We were deep in the back country, a place where the 1950s felt less like a decade and more like a distant rumor. The trees here were older, darker, and seemed to watch our progress with a quiet, judgmental stillness. My machete crank arm, though still attached, was currently in a state of repose, tucked behind my back like a hidden sin. I had insisted on this. One does not wish to meet the local populace looking like a motorized butcher. It was around midday when the scent hit us. It was a peculiar aroma, a heady, volatile cocktail of fermented corn, wood smoke, and a sharp metallic tang that suggested a chemical experiment gone either very right or catastrophically wrong. "Do you smell that, Sam?" Ennie asked, her nose wrinkling in a way that usually preceded a mechanical breakthrough. "I do," I said, my ocular lenses whirring as I scanned the thicket. "It is the scent of a midnight ambition distilled into a liquid form. If I am not mistaken, we are in the vicinity of a localized industrial revolution of the illicit variety." We pushed through a screen of hemlock and found ourselves in a small, hidden hollow. There, nestled beside a bubbling spring, sat a contraption that made my own brass innards look like a model of modern simplicity. It was a copper still, a beautiful, bulging onion of a thing, connected by a serpentine coil of tubing to a wooden barrel. Standing over it was a man who looked as though he'd been carved out of a hickory stump and then left in a smokehouse for a decade. He wore a tattered felt hat and held a blackened tin cup. He didn't move when we emerged. He simply stared at me, a 6-foot-4-inch man of polished brass wearing a ruined white tuxedo and a top hat, standing in the middle of his secret laboratory. "Afternoon," I said, opting for a tone of weary elegance. "I trust we are not interrupting the delicate maturation of your medicinal supplies." The man looked at my brass face, then at Ennie, then back at me. He spat a stream of tobacco juice that narrowly missed my left boot. "You the law?" he asked, his voice a low, gravelly rasp. "Heaven forbid," I replied. "I am a philosopher of the road, and this is my primary mechanic. We are merely travelers on the high ridges, though I find my current fuel-to-friction ratio is heavily weighted toward the latter." "He's a bit sluggish," Ennie added, stepping forward with a disarming smile. "The sap in Georgia really gummed up his internal lubricators. I've been looking for a high-proof solvent to flush out his secondary valves." The moonshiner, whose name we later learned was Silas, squinted at my midsection. "He run on fire?" "Fire and water," I said. "A simple, honest diet." Silas walked a slow circle around me, tapping his knuckles against my thigh plating. The sound was a dull thump. "That's a lot of copper," he mused. "You'd make a fine pot. Best-looking still in the county, I reckon." I should prefer to remain in my current configuration if it's all the same to you, I noted. Tell you what, Silas said, dipping his cup into the barrel where the clear, white lightning was trickling out. This here is the first run, high test. It'll take the paint off a barn door and cure a blind mule's cataracts. If your girl there thinks it'll help your valves, you're welcome to a taste. Ennie's eyes lit up. This was the dangerous light. Sam, if we introduce a small amount of high-proof ethanol into your steam chamber, it could act as a flash cleanser. It would vaporize the carbon deposits on your pistons instantly. Ennie, I am a gentleman of temperance, mostly because my warranty doesn't cover internal combustion of the spirituous variety, I protested. But Ennie was already taking the cup. She opened a small brass maintenance hatch near my collarbone, the one I usually use for adding a drop of peppermint oil to my exhaust. Just a little bit, Sam, for science. She poured the liquid in. For a moment, nothing happened. The forest was quiet. A blue jay landed on a nearby branch and tilted its head at me. I felt a mild warmth in my chest, a pleasant tingling sensation that reminded me of a particularly lively evening in a New Orleans parlor. See, Ennie said, no harm done. And then the calibration began. The Moonshine did not merely clean my valves. It appeared to have declared war on the very concept of friction. My boiler, sensing a fuel source far more energetic than mere Appalachian coal, began to roar. My pressure gauge, usually a steady, reliable needle, suddenly spun clockwise with such velocity that it snapped off its pin. "Oh, dear," Ennie whispered. I feel remarkably articulate," I said. But the word articulate came out at a speed that would have made a machine gun sound like a slow typist. The system overclock had arrived. My vocal processor, a delicate arrangement of wax and needles, was being driven by a head of steam that could have powered a transatlantic cable layer. I felt a sudden, uncontrollable urge to express every thought that had ever occupied my mechanical brain, and I felt the need to do so at a rate of approximately 4,000 words per minute. "Silas, my good man," I began, though to Silas it must have sounded like a high-pitched metallic shriek. "I find that the socio-economic implications of your craft are a fascinating microcosm of the American spirit of rugged individualism, mixed with a healthy disregard for federal oversight, which is to say that the distillation of corn is not merely a chemical process, but a political statement of the highest order, much like the way a river seeks the sea, despite the presence of sandbars and levees. And speaking of levees, did I ever tell you about the time I met a man in St. Louis who claimed he could whistle the entirety of the Declaration of Independence while balancing a cat on his head? "What's he doing?" Silas asked, clutching his rifle and backing away. "He's overclocking," Ennie shouted, trying to reach for my regulator. "Sam, slow down. You're going to blow a gasket." But I couldn't stop. The words were a flood, a deluge, a categorical imperative of Logoria. I recited the entire history of the Mississippi River, followed by a scathing review of every hotel I had stayed in since 1876, and then moved seamlessly into a technical manual for the repair of Victorian-era printing presses. My brass body began to vibrate. Small puffs of steam erupted from my ears in time with my syllables. A local black bear, attracted perhaps by the sound or the smell of the still, wandered into the clearing. I turned my ocular lenses toward it and launched into a 3-minute dissertation on the evolutionary biology of the Ursidae family, delivered with such terrifying speed and volume that the bear sat down, looked visibly confused for 3 seconds, and then fainted dead away. "He's reciting Huckleberry Finn," Ennie cried, checking her watch. "He's on Chapter 12. He started 30 seconds ago." I was a whirlwind of oratory. I was a brass-plated hurricane of prose. I moved on to the weather reports for the next 50 years, entirely fabricated but delivered with great conviction, and was halfway through a satirical poem about the invention of the zipper when the moonshine finally burned itself out. With a final gargantuan wheeze, my vocal processor slowed. And that is why you should never trust a man with a velvet waistcoat. Silence returned to the hollow. The bear remained unconscious. Silas was staring at me with a look of profound religious awe. Ennie was frantically fanning my neck vents with her hat. "Well," I rasped, my voice sounding like a rusted gate, "that was enlightening." "You spoke 4,000 words a minute, Sam," Ennie said, her voice trembling with a mix of pride and terror. "You covered 3 novels and a recipe for sourdough bread." "I have a bit of a headache," I admitted. "My gears feel as though they have been polished by lightning. I suspect I may have insulted the bear's mother at some point in the second minute." Silas stepped forward, looking at the barrel of moonshine and then at me. "Mister," he said, "I don't know what you are, but if you can talk like that on a cup of my corn juice, I reckon I could sell you to the Baptist church and have 'em all saved by sundown." "I shall decline the offer of a career in the ministry," I said, leaning heavily against a nearby oak. "I find that my current vocation, that of a reluctant pedestrian, is quite enough for my constitution." Ennie spent the next hour recalibrating my governors and ensuring that my pistons hadn't fused from the sheer heat of my monologue. Silas, impressed by my performance, gave us a gallon of his finest neutral oil for my joints and a small jar of the lightning for Ennie's emergency kit, though I made her promise it would stay under lock and key. As we prepared to leave the hollow and continue our climb toward the high peaks of North Carolina, I turned back to the moonshiner. "Silas," I said, my voice finally returning to its usual cynical baritone, "your product is exceptional. It is a liquid miracle. But I should advise you, if a man in a tuxedo ever asks for a refill, tell him the still is broken. The world is not yet ready for a mechanical Mark Twain who can speak faster than the speed of light." Silas tipped his hat. "Safe travels, brass man. Watch out for the revenuers. They ain't as polite as you." We headed back into the woods, the bear finally stirring behind us with what I assume was a very confused expression. "Well, that was productive," Ennie said, her optimism as bright as the afternoon sun. "Your valves are perfectly clear now, Sam. You're walking much smoother." "I am a hollowed-out shell of a man, Ennie," I sighed, a small, tired puff of steam escaping my nose. "My brain is empty, my boiler is jittery, and I am fairly certain I have recorded a permanent dent in the local timeline. But you are right. My hip joint no longer squeaks." "See? Everything happens for a reason," she said. "If the reason is to turn me into a high-speed gramophone for the amusement of forest creatures," I remarked, "then the universe has a very peculiar sense of humor." We marched on, the blue ridges of North Carolina stretching out before us like a series of frozen waves. I walked in silence for a long time, partly to save my strength and partly because I had quite literally run out of things to say. It was a rare state for me, and one I didn't expect to last. After all, Maine was still a long way off, and I had a feeling the mountains had a few more lessons in calibration left to teach me. Chapter 4. Clingmans' Dome. If there is one thing I have learned in my long, storied, and occasionally riveted existence, it is that nature has a profound lack of respect for the concept of up. To a sensible man, or a machine with a sensible man's temperament, the earth should be a reasonably horizontal affair, perhaps with the occasional gentle swell to provide a view of a river or a decent sunset. But the Great Smoky Mountains, as they appeared in that humid summer of 1950, seemed to have been constructed by a celestial architect who had lost his level and decided to make up for it with sheer vertical enthusiasm. We were ascending toward Clingmans' Dome, the highest point in the state of Tennessee, and consequently, the highest point of my personal indignation. The trail had become a steep, rocky ladder of roots and damp earth. I was no longer walking so much as I was performing a slow-motion, 400-pound vertical crawl. "Nearly there, Sam," Ennie called out from somewhere above me. She was barely a silhouette in the thickening atmosphere. "The guidebook says that on a clear day you can see 7 states from the summit." "Ennie, my dear," I gasped, my voice box wheezing as it struggled to find enough oxygen to articulate my misery. "On a clear day, I would prefer to see a comfortable chair and a glass of seltzer in a single state, preferably one with no elevation higher than a curbstone. As it stands, the only state I am currently aware of is the state of exhaustion, which appears to have a very high tax on brass-plated pedestrians." The problem, however, was not merely the incline. It was the smoke. The Great Smokies are aptly named, but the vapor that clings to these ridges is not the honest, industrious smoke of a Mississippi steamboat. It is a thick, clinging prehistoric fog that feels as though the clouds have decided to come down to earth and commit a slow-motion drowning of everything in sight. To a steam-powered gentleman, this is a distinct tactical disadvantage. My boiler requires a constant, steady flame, a pilot light that serves as the very heart of my animation. But as we neared the summit, the wind began to howl through the gaps in the ridges with a mournful, predatory sound. It wasn't just cold, it was wet. It was a wind that sought out every crack in my brass casing, every vent and every intake, carrying with it a fine mist that threatened to extinguish my internal spark. "Ennie," I said, pausing as a particularly violent gust made my ocular lenses rattle in their sockets, "I am experiencing a certain flutter in my cardiac region. Or more accurately, my pilot light is engaging in a frantic dance of self-preservation. If that flame goes out, I shall become nothing more than a very large, very expensive paperweight on the roof of Tennessee." Ennie was at my side in an instant. She squinted through the gloom, her hair plastered to her forehead by the mist. She leaned in close to my chest plate, listening to the erratic flick-flick whoosh of my struggling burner. "The wind is creating a backdraft in your primary flue," she muttered, her mind already shifting into that higher gear of mechanical salvation. "The air is moving too fast across the top of your head vent. It's sucking the heat right out before the combustion can stabilize." "I told you the mountains were inhospitable," I noted, though my voice was becoming dangerously thin as my internal temperature dropped. "Even the air here has a grudge against me." "Stay here," she commanded, pointing toward a small outcropping of rock that offered a modicum of shelter. "And keep your pressure up. Don't let your fire die, Sam." She vanished into the fog like a ghost. I stood there, leaning against the cold, wet stone, feeling the life force within me flickering like a candle in a hurricane. I tried to occupy my mind with the composition of a scathing essay regarding the utter uselessness of high altitudes, but it is difficult to be satirical when your very soul is threatening to turn into cold ash. About 10 minutes later, though in my state of thermal anxiety it felt like a decade, Ennie returned. She wasn't empty-handed. She was lugging a heavy circular object that glinted dully in the gray light. It was a chrome hubcap, battered and scratched, bearing the proud emblem of a Chevrolet. "Where on earth did you find a piece of a motor car in the spine of a mountain?" I asked, bewildered. "Ravine," she panted, dropping her kit and pulling out a ball-peen hammer and a pair of heavy-duty snips. "Looks like someone took the turn on the new Park Road a little too fast back in '48. Their loss, our upgrade." I watched, fascinated, as she began to treat the 1940s automotive scrap with the reverence of a diamond cutter. She didn't just hammer it, she sculpted it. With a series of practice strikes, she bent the edges of the chrome disc into a complex aerodynamic cowl. She snipped a series of vents into the side, angled in a way that seemed to defy the very laws of wind resistance. "I'm building you a windproof chimney," she explained, her voice muffled by the clatter of metal on metal. "The Chevy Cowl Alpha. It'll use the Bernoulli effect to create a localized zone of high pressure around your pilot light. The harder the wind blows, the better it'll shield the flame." She climbed up onto a nearby rock so she could reach the top of my head. With the deftness of a milliner fitting a lady for a Sunday hat, she bolted the modified hubcap directly over my primary exhaust vent. It sat atop my brass cranium like a shiny metallic beret, angled rakishly to the left. "There," she said, sliding back down. "Try a full vent blast, Sam." I opened my regulators. Usually, a sudden gust of wind during a vent blast would cause my burner to cough and splutter, but as the mountain gale whipped around the Chevy Cowl, I felt a remarkable change. The flame inside me stabilized. It grew bright and fierce, the heat radiating through my brass ribs with a renewed, stubborn vigor. "Ennie," I said, feeling the strength return to my limbs, "I appear to be back in the business of existence. I may look like a discarded component of a Detroit assembly line, but I am undeniably warm." "You look distinguished," she lied, though she couldn't hide the grin on her face. "Now, come on. The summit is just ahead." We reached the top of Clingmans' dome just as a group of tourists was emerging from the paved path that led up from the parking lot. In 1950, the Great Smokies were becoming a popular destination for the new American middle class. Families in their shiny station wagons seeking the great outdoors from the comfort of a scenic overlook. A young boy, perhaps 7 years old and wearing a coonskin cap that looked as though it had never seen a real raccoon, stopped dead in his tracks. He stared up at me, a towering brass man in a tuxedo, crowned with a Chevrolet hubcap, venting a steady, confident stream of lavender-scented steam into the Tennessee fog. "Pop!" the boy yelled, tugging on his father's sleeve. "The carman! The carman is walking!" The father, a man in a short-sleeved shirt holding a Kodak Brownie camera, looked up and turned a shade of pale that I usually associate with a bad oyster. He didn't take a picture. He simply stood there, his mouth open, as we marched past. "Good afternoon, sir," I said, tipping my hat, or rather tipping my hubcap, with a flourish of my brass hand. "The view is quite opaque today, is it not? I find the fog to be of a particularly high quality, though the lack of a gift shop at this exact altitude is a staggering oversight." The man didn't answer. He simply grabbed his son's hand and began a very brisk retreat toward the parking lot. "You're scaring the locals again, Sam," Ennie whispered, though she was shaking with suppressed laughter. "I am not scaring them, Ennie. I am providing them with a story that will ensure they are never bored at a dinner party for the rest of their natural lives," I replied. We stood at the summit for a moment, the highest point for hundreds of miles in any direction. The fog was so thick we couldn't see 20 feet ahead, let alone 7 states. But as I stood there, my new Chevy cowl humming in the wind and my boiler purring with a steady chrome-shielded heat, I felt a rare sensation. It wasn't quite optimism. I am far too seasoned for such a reckless emotion, but it was something akin to pride. 2,000 miles to go, Ennie said, leaning her head against my brass arm. If the rest of those miles involve scavenging parts from the American automotive industry, I mused, I may arrive in Maine looking like a mobile showroom for General Motors. But we shall arrive, Ennie, even if I have to wear a Buick for a belt and a Ford for a shoe. We turned north, leaving the bewildered tourists and the hidden views behind. The descent into the valley was ahead of us, and while my knees were already dreading the impact, my heart, that steady blue-flamed pilot light, was burning brighter than it had since we left the flats of Georgia. After all, a man who can survive the highest point in Tennessee with nothing but his wit and a discarded hubcap is a man who might just survive the world. Chapter 5. The Bear and the Boiler. The Great Smoky Mountains, I have found, are a place where the humidity and the silence have entered into a long-standing agreement to keep a man damp and contemplative. By the time we had descended from the dizzying, hubcap-crowned heights of Clingmans Dome, the forest had wrapped itself around us like a heavy, wet velvet curtain. The air was thick enough to chew, and my internal furnace was laboring with the grim determination of a coal shoveler on a sinking packet boat. "We shall camp here, Ennie," I announced, my voice box emitting a weary metallic rattle. I came to a halt in a small clearing where the moss was thick enough to offer a 400-pound gentleman a modicum of stability. My knee joints are currently engaged in a heated debate regarding the merits of total structural collapse, and I find that my boiler is demanding a sacrifice of the culinary variety. "Good idea, Sam," Ennie chirped, dropping her rucksack with a thud that sent a shiver through the ferns. "I'll get the stove going. I was thinking we'd celebrate surviving the summit with some real bacon." The word bacon has a peculiar effect on the Appalachian atmosphere. It is a scent that cuts through the primordial damp like a ray of divine light. As the strips of cured pork began to sizzle in Ennie's iron skillet, the forest seemed to hold its breath. I stood there, venting a gentle, lavender-scented wisp of steam from my neck ports, leaning against a sturdy hemlock and feeling almost, dare I say, civilized. "You know, Ennie," I mused, watching the grease pop and dance, "there is a certain undeniable poetry in the pig. A man may lose his fortune, his reputation, and his brass-plated dignity, But so long as he has a skillet and a side of bacon, he remains a king in his own right. And a magnet for the neighbors, Ennie whispered, her eyes suddenly darting toward the thicket of laurel at the edge of our camp. I adjusted my ocular lenses, the brass gears whirring as I brought the shadows into focus. Emerging from the greenery was a black bear of significant proportions. He was not a particularly majestic creature. He looked more like a moth-eaten sofa that had been discarded in a damp basement and subsequently developed a set of teeth and a very focused sense of purpose. He stood on all fours, his snout twitching with a rhythmic intensity that suggested he had already calculated the exact nutritional value of our dinner. "Ah," I said, my pressure gauge flickering with a mild mechanical anxiety. "It appears we have a visitor, a burly solicitor from the local branch of the Ursine Tax Authority." "He looks hungry, Sam," Ennie said, her hand reaching slowly for her pack, where her heavy-duty wrench lay in wait. "Hunger is a universal condition, my dear," I replied, stepping forward with what I hoped was an air of diplomatic authority. I adjusted my ruined tuxedo and gave my top hat a slight metallic tilt. "Allow me to handle this. I have dealt with recalcitrant critics, predatory publishers, and the occasional disgruntled riverboat pilot. A bear is merely a critic with more hair and fewer adjectives." I cleared my throat, the wax cylinders in my chest cavity spinning to life. "My good sir," I addressed the beast, my voice booming through the hollow with a resonant, theatrical vibrato. "I recognize that the aroma of our porcine tribute has stirred within you a most understandable desire for a share of the spoils. However, I must inform you that this camp is currently under the protection of the steam-powered Philosophical Society of One. We are prepared to offer you a peace treaty consisting of one slightly charred crust of bread and a sincere, if brief, recitation of my better-known aphorisms." The bear did not appear to be a fan of the literary arts. He let out a low, guttural huff and took a heavy step into the clearing, his eyes fixed firmly on the skillet. "Sam, he's not listening," Ennie warned, her voice tight. "He's doing the bluff charge eyes." "Patience, Ennie. The art of negotiation requires a steady hand and a wealth of synonyms," I insisted. I raised my brass hands in a gesture of magnanimous peace. "Consider, sir, if you consume our bacon, you gain a momentary satiety, followed by a lifetime of indigestion caused by the lingering guilt of having robbed a mechanical legend. Furthermore, I am made of 400 pounds of inedible brass and copper. I would be a disaster for your dental work, and I suspect my lubricating oil would taste like a very old, very angry sardine." The bear let out a sharp woof and lunged forward 3 feet, stopping with a jar that made the ground tremble. It was a clear ultimatum: the bacon or the consequences. "Sam, get back!" Ennie shouted. She didn't reach for her wrench. Instead, she scrambled toward my backplate, her fingers flying over the brass rivets of my primary regulator. "Ennie, what are you—" "I'm sorry, Sam, but diplomacy is for people who aren't about to be eaten," she cried. She grasped the manual override of my primary safety valve, a heavy, spring-loaded lever that I usually keep under strict lock and key to prevent accidental atmospheric incidents. "Wait! That valve is calibrated for emergency venting only," I protested, my voice box screeching. "Exactly," Ennie yelled. She braced her feet against the moss and gave the lever a violent downward yank. For a heartbeat, there was a terrible, expectant silence. And then the world ended. If a locomotive were to suddenly develop a severe case of laryngitis and then attempt to scream at the top of its iron lungs, it might approach the sound that erupted from my chest. Because of my recent moonshine-fueled calibration, the pressure in my boiler was already running at a healthy, high-octane clip. When Ennie bypassed the mufflers and released the full, unadulterated fury of 300 pounds of steam through a narrow brass whistle aperture, the result was a sonic event that likely broke every window in a 10-mile radius. A plume of scalding white vapor shot 20 feet into the air, turning me into a screaming, vertical geyser of steam. The sound was not a whistle. It was a physical blow. It was a jagged, metallic shriek that vibrated the very atoms of the hemlock trees. The bear, caught in the middle of a menacing posture, did something I have never seen a wild animal do. He quite literally jumped 3 feet into the air, all 4 legs splayed out like a cartoon character who has sat upon a hot stove. He landed in a heap, let out a sound that was more of a squeak than a roar, and performed a retreat so rapid and so desperate that he left a trail of flattened ferns and shattered saplings in his wake. He didn't just run, he vanished into the fog as though he had been erased by the hand of a terrified god. Ennie let go of the lever. The scream died down to a low, hissing moan, and finally a contented silence returned to the clearing. I stood there, my tuxedo sagging with the weight of the condensation, my brass hat vibrating with the aftershocks. "Well," I said, my voice sounding very small in the wake of the apocalypse, "I believe the negotiation has concluded." "He's gone!" Ennie cheered, waving her hat in the air. "Did you see that, Sam? He turned into a fuzzy rocket." "I felt it, Ennie," I remarked, attempting to steady my ocular lenses, which were still rattling in their sockets. "I felt it in my very soul, or the mechanical equivalent thereof. I am fairly certain that every squirrel in the Great Smoky Mountains is currently in a state of cardiac arrest. My internal pressure has dropped to the level of a lukewarm cup of tea, and I believe my left ear vent is permanently whistling Dixie." Ennie skipped back to the skillet, which was, miraculously, still sitting over the fire. The bacon's perfect, not a speck of dirt on it. "A triumph for the ages," I sighed, leaning back against my tree. "I suppose there is a lesson here, Ennie. When words fail, a well-timed, ear-shattering explosion of pressurized water vapor is a remarkably effective substitute. It is a philosophy that I suspect would do wonders for the United States Congress." "It worked, didn't it?" she asked, handing me a piece of bacon with a grin. I took the offering, though I found that my appetite had been somewhat dampened by the sheer trauma of the event. I looked out into the dark, silent woods, where the bear was undoubtedly still running toward Kentucky. "Yes, Ennie," I said, a small tired puff of lavender steam escaping my nose. "It worked, but I should like it noted in the official log that I intended to win that bear over with my charm. The fact that I had to resort to sounding like a dying freight train is a stain on my professional reputation." "I'll write it down just like that," she promised, her mouth full of bacon. "Under the chapter titled How to Scare a Sofa." I watched the fire die down to embers, the chrome of my Chevy cowl reflecting the orange light. We had survived the highest peaks and the hungriest beasts, and while I was more battered, more vented, and significantly louder than I had been at the start of the day, I found that I didn't much mind. After all, a man with a genius mechanic and a belly full of steam has very little to fear from the world, even the parts of it that have fur. 2,000 miles, Sam, Ennie whispered, looking up at the stars. 2,000 miles, I agreed. But if you intend to pull that lever again, I insist on being given at least 3 seconds to plug my ears. A gentleman should be allowed to meet his own noise with a bit of preparation. She just laughed, and the sound of it was the only thing in the Smokies that didn't sound like a catastrophe. I closed my shutters for the night, the cooling brass of my body clicking in the mountain air, dreaming of a trail that was flat, paved, and entirely devoid of anything that required a locomotive scream to settle an argument. Chapter 6. The Fontana Detour. There is a certain audacity in the American spirit of 1950 that I find both impressive and deeply exhausting. It is a spirit that looks at a perfectly serviceable river, one that has been minding its own business for several million years, and decides that what it really needs is a wall of concrete the size of a mountain. We had come upon the Fontana Dam after several days of descending from the high Smokies, and I must say, the sight of it made my own brass-plated ego feel remarkably small. "Look at it, Sam!" Ennie cried, her voice echoing off the massive curved face of the dam. 480 feet of pure engineering. It's the tallest dam in the eastern United States. It's a monument to what humanity can do when they put their minds to it. It is a monument to the fact that humanity is terrified of a quiet afternoon, I replied, my voice box emitting a sound like a bag of gravel being stirred with a spoon. I find that whenever men build something this large, it is usually because they are trying to hide the fact that they have no idea where they are going. I, on the other hand, know exactly where I am going. I am going to fall apart in approximately 3 minutes if I do not find a level surface. The descent from the ridges had been a catastrophe for my lower extremities. While my Chevy cowl had protected my pilot light and my machete crank had cleared the path, my original Victorian-era brass kneecaps were never designed for the repetitive, jarring impact of Appalachian granite. Brass is a beautiful metal, a dignified metal, a metal that speaks of parlor clocks and nautical instruments. It is not, however, a metal that enjoys being hammered into 1,000 sharp rocks by 400 pounds of steam-powered hubris. Every step I took was now accompanied by a sound that I can only describe as a metallic groan of existential despair. My knee joints had developed a distinct wobble, and a fine dust of brass shavings was beginning to coat my shins like a gilded case of dandruff. "You're listening to the port side, Sam," Ennie noted, her eyes narrowing as she watched my mechanical gait. "I am not listing, Ennie. I am expressing a preference for the horizontal," I grumbled. "My knees have reached their elastic limit. If I take another step on this terrain, I suspect my legs will decide to part ways with my torso and seek a more sedentary life as bookends." We detoured from the trail toward the construction site at the base of the dam. In 1950, the area was still a hive of post-war industrial activity. There were piles of scrap, stacks of girders, and men in hard hats who looked as though they had been carved out of the very concrete they were pouring. As we approached the perimeter fence, we encountered a security guard who was currently engaged in the very strenuous task of leaning against a wooden shack and smoking a Lucky Strike. He watched our approach with the weary indifference of a man who had seen everything and found most of it wanting. He looked at my 6-foot-4-inch frame, my ruined white tuxedo, my rakishly angled Chevrolet hubcap, and my vibrating, steam-hissing brass legs. "You lost, bub?" the guard asked, exhaling a cloud of blue smoke. "I am never lost, sir," I informed him, pausing to let a jet of lavender steam escape my neck vents. "I am merely between destinations. At the moment, however, I am in search of a surgical intervention for my patellas. I find that the local geology has been unkind to my Victorian sensibilities." The guard stared at me for a long, silent moment. He looked at Ennie, who was already eyeing a pile of scrap metal near the machine shop. "Is he a robot?" he asked, pointing a nicotine-stained finger at my chest plate. "He's a Mark Twain," Ennie said, as if that explained everything. "And his knees are shot. Do you mind if we look through your scrap pile? We need some galvanized steel, maybe some heavy-duty washers." The guard shrugged. "Help yourself. It's all going to the smelter anyway. Just don't let the foreman see you. He's got a temper like a burst pipe." "You are a gentleman and a scholar," I said, tipping my hat. "I shall mention you in my memoirs, provided I can find a way to make a security guard sound like a romantic figure of the frontier." Ennie didn't wait for further pleasantries. She led me toward a heap of industrial refuse that looked, to my eyes, like a graveyard of progress. To Ennie, however, it was a pharmacy. She began rummaging through the twisted remains of construction scaffolding and discarded plates of galvanized steel, her hands moving with a feverish mechanical joy. "Here!" she shouted, dragging out a pair of curved steel braces that had once been part of a temporary support structure. "These are perfect, Sam. They're heavy, they're weather-resistant, and the arc is almost an exact match for your primary pivot pins." "I am to be repaired with the leftovers of a dam?" I asked, looking down at the rusted gray metal. "Ennie, consider the aesthetic implications. My legs are made of the finest brass. To graft this galvanized ugliness onto my person is like patching a silk waistcoat with a piece of a coal sack." "Your brass is failing, Sam," she said, her voice dropping into that tone of absolute pragmatic authority that I have learned never to argue with. "You want to walk to Maine? Or do you want to be a very pretty pile of scrap in North Carolina? Sit down on that crate." I sat. The crate groaned. I watched as Ennie set to work, her tools clinking against my frame. She didn't just fix me. She performed a brutal, efficient act of modernization. She used a portable torch to cut away the battered, dented brass domes of my kneecaps, exposing the complex, oily clockwork of my leg servos. "Hold still," she muttered, her face illuminated by the blue hiss of the flame. I felt the heat, a strange, localized warmth that vibrated through my copper nerves. She began to bolt the galvanized steel plates directly to my internal struts, using heavy-duty industrial rivets she'd scavenged from a nearby bucket. The sound of the hammer against the steel was deafening, a rhythmic clang, clang, clang that echoed off the face of the dam. A group of construction workers on their lunch break wandered over to watch. They sat on a pile of lumber, sandwiches in hand, staring at the spectacle of a young woman hammering steel onto a mechanical man in a tuxedo. "Hey, Joe!" one of them yelled. "Does he take regular or ethyl?" "I take only the finest coal "And a staggering amount of your national patience," I barked back, my voice box rattling with the force of Ennie's hammer blows. "And I would appreciate it if you would refrain from making light of my predicament. I am currently undergoing a transition from the age of elegance to the age of utility, and it is a most uncomfortable process." "He's got a mouth on him, don't he?" another worker noted, taking a bite of a bologna sandwich. "It is my only feature that doesn't require lubrication," I retorted. After an hour of intense labor, Ennie stepped back, wiping a thick layer of grease and soot from her forehead. "There," she said, her eyes shining with pride, "the Fontana knees. You've got twice the load-bearing capacity now, and the galvanized coating will stop the rust from the morning dew." I stood up, gingerly at first. I looked down at my legs. My thighs and shins were still gleaming brass, but my knees were now encased in rugged, industrial gray steel. It was a jarring contrast. A Victorian gentleman from the waist up, and a piece of heavy machinery from the knees down. I took a step. The wobble was gone. The existential groan had been replaced by a solid, reassuring clack. The weight of the steel actually seemed to improve my balance, acting as a sort of low-slung ballast that kept my 400-pound frame from swaying on uneven ground. "I feel remarkably sturdy," I admitted, performing a slow, experimental knee bend. "I am no longer a delicate instrument, Ennie. I am a piece of infrastructure. I feel as though I could kick a hole through a mountain and come out the other side with nothing but a scuffed finish." "That's the idea," she laughed. "No more listing, Sam. We've got miles to cover." We began our trek back toward the trail, passing the line of construction workers. I paused for a moment, looking up at the gargantuan wall of the Fontana Dam. I thought of the millions of gallons of water pressing against that concrete, the sheer silent force of it being turned into electricity to light up the valley. "You know, Ennie," I said as we regained the woods and the sound of the construction faded behind us, "there is a certain honesty in this steel. Brass is for show. It is for the parlor and the lecture hall. But for the long walk, for the rocks and the mud and the indifference of the wilderness, perhaps a man or a machine needs a bit of galvanized reality." "Spoken like a true engineer," she said, patting my new steel knee. "Do not insult me, my dear," I replied, though there was no heat in it. "I am still a man of letters. It's just that some of my letters are now written in industrial-grade rivets." We marched on into the North Carolina afternoon, my new knees clicking a steady industrial rhythm against the earth. I was a hybrid now, a creature of two worlds, caught between the grace of the past and the cold, hard efficiency of the 1950s. It wasn't the way I would have chosen to exist, but as the sun hit the galvanized steel of my knees, reflecting a bright silver light into the shadows of the forest, I found that I didn't mind the change. A man who intends to finish an odyssey must be willing to leave a little of his old self behind, even if it means trading his brass for the scrap heap of progress. Chapter 7. The Damascus Shoe-In. The transition from the rugged, indifferent wilderness of the Tennessee-Virginia border to the civilized municipality of Damascus is a shock to the system that no amount of mechanical insulation can properly buffer. One moment, you are wrestling with a laurel thicket that has the temperament of a cornered badger. The next, you are treading upon actual horizontal pavement. Damascus, in the year 1950, was a town that had decided its primary vocation was to be friendly, a terrifying prospect for a man who prefers his solitude flavored with a bit of quiet rust. "Sam, look! Sidewalks!" Ennie exclaimed, her voice echoing with a joy I found entirely disproportionate to the existence of flat concrete. "And people, real people in real clothes. Civilization, Ennie, is merely a collection of people who have agreed to be bored in the same place at the same time," I replied, my voice box emitting a puff of steam that smelled vaguely of the pine needles I'd been incinerating for the last 40 miles. And as for real clothes, I would remind you that I am currently wearing a tuxedo that has been through a bear-induced atmospheric event, a rhododendron massacre, and a galvanized knee graft. I am not a pedestrian. I am a cautionary tale for tailors. We marched into town, my new Fontana knees clacking against the asphalt with a rhythmic industrial authority. I must admit, the steel and brass combination gave me a certain presence. I felt less like a relic of the 19th century and more like a bridge between the steam age and the atomic age, though I suspect the local dogs saw me primarily as a very large, very strange fire hydrant. Damascus was a hive of mid-century activity. Chrome-grilled Fords and Studebakers cruised the main drag, their drivers slowing down to gape at the towering brass-plated gentleman strolling past the hardware store. Shop windows were filled with the wonders of the post-war world. Electric toasters, televisions with screens the size of a postage stamp, and advertisements for cigarettes that promised to soothe one's throat while providing a brisk, invigorating flavor. "I need to restock our grease and maybe find some high-grade anthracite," Ennie said, patting my arm. "The local coal is a bit too clinkery for your primary burner. Why don't you wait here by the barber shop? Just try to stay out of the way of the traffic." "I shall be a model of stationary decorum," I promised, leaning my 400-pound frame against a sturdy brick wall. To save fuel, I engaged my standby protocol. This involved dampening my fire, closing my ocular shutters to a narrow slit, and locking my hydraulic servos. In this state, I am, for all intents and purposes, a statue, a very tall, very shiny, very expensive statue that smells faintly of wood smoke and lavender. I was contemplating the inherent absurdity of the 1950s necktie, a garment that serves no structural purpose and appears designed to act as a secondary bib, when I felt a sudden rhythmic friction upon my facial plating. I opened my ocular lenses. A man in a crisp white smock, with a comb tucked behind one ear and a look of intense professional concentration, was standing on a step stool directly in front of me. He was wielding a soft chamois cloth and a tin of what smelled like high-gloss beeswax. "Needs a bit of work around a bridge," the man muttered to himself, oblivious to the fact that his statue was currently coming back to life. "Dull as a rainy Tuesday. If the hardware store wants a decent display, they ought to keep the brass polished." He began to rub the cloth vigorously across my nose. "My dear sir," I said, my voice box whirring as it climbed back to operating temperature, "while I appreciate the impulse toward aesthetic improvement, I must inform you that my nose is quite attached to my dignity and neither is currently for sale." The man, a Mr. Higgins, as I later learned from the sign on his door, did not scream. He did not even jump. Instead, he simply froze, his chamois cloth pressed against my brass nostril, his eyes widening, until they resembled a pair of poached eggs. You talk, he whispered. I have been known to engage in the occasional monologue, I replied, my voice room filling with a dignified hum. I find that silence is a much underrated virtue, though I rarely practice it myself. Now, if you would be so kind as to remove that rag from my olfactory sensors, I should like to continue my observation of your charming, if somewhat overeager, village. Higgins stepped down from his stool, his hand trembling slightly. I thought the boys down at the Miller's Hardware said they'd ordered a decorative storefront statue, a steam man of the future, or some such nonsense. I figured a bit of a polish would be a neighborly gesture. I am not a steam man of the future, sir. I am a steam man of the past who has had the misfortune of arriving in the present without a proper map, I informed him. And as for neighborly gestures, I find that a quiet cigar and a seat in the shade are far more effective than a facial buffing. Higgins, sensing perhaps that he was in the presence of a superior intellect, or at least a much heavier one, began to relax. Well, you look like you've been through the wars, mister. TwAIN, I said. Samuel to my friends, an enigma to my creditors. Well, Mr. TwAIN, you're in Damascus. The shoe-in is tonight. Every hiker on the trail comes through for a bit of hospitality, though I reckon we don't usually see 'em made of brass. By now, a small crowd had begun to gather. It was the typical American assembly of 1950. Men in fedoras, women in floral dresses carrying grocery bags, and a gaggle of children who looked as though they were hoping I might suddenly transform into a rocket ship. Is he real, Mr. Higgins? A young girl asked, poking my galvanized steel knee with a tentative finger. As real as a $3 bill, Susie, I told her, the sound of my voice causing the crowd to ripple with a mix of awe and amusement, and significantly more prone to overheating. I would advise you to keep your distance. I am currently operating at a temperature that would make a tea kettle blush. Ennie returned just as the crowd was beginning to ask if I could perform any tricks, such as lighting a cigarette with my exhaust or predicting the winner of the upcoming World Series. She pushed through the throng, her arms laden with a sack of high-quality coal and a tin of industrial-grade lubricant. "Everything all right, Sam?" she asked, eyeing the barber and his cloth. "I have been mistaken for a storefront advertisement, Ennie," I said. "This gentleman was attempting to buff me into a state of commercial appeal. I suspect if you hadn't returned, I would have been fitted with a price tag and sold to the highest bidder as a decorative umbrella stand." Ennie laughed, a sound that seemed to win over the crowd instantly. "He's a traveler, folks, just like anyone else on the AT, only he requires a bit more maintenance than a pair of leather boots." The shoe-in was a fascinating social experiment. In the 1950s, the Appalachian Trail was still a relatively new concept to the general public, and the hikers were viewed as a peculiar breed of mountain nomad. We were ushered toward the town square, where a long table had been set up with pitchers of lemonade and plates of sandwiches. I, of course, could not partake in the lemonade, though Ennie did use a glass of it to cool down a particularly stubborn hinge on my machete crank. But the interaction with the locals was a tonic of a different sort. I held court from a sturdy bench, delivering a 20-minute discourse on the evolution of the American sidewalk, while a local mechanic and Ennie engaged in a spirited debate regarding the merits of my galvanized knees. "You know," the mechanic said, wiping his hands on a greasy rag. "We could probably get you a set of truck tires for those feet. Give you some real traction on the rocks in Pennsylvania." "Pennsylvania?" I asked, my pressure gauge flickering. "I was under the impression that we were currently in Virginia." "You are," Ennie said, patting my arm. "But the Rocksylvania section is coming. They say it's where the trail goes to sharpen its teeth." I looked down at my brass and steel limbs, now clean of Georgia mud and Virginia dust, thanks to Mr. Higgins's brief ministrations. I looked at the smiling faces of the townspeople, the shiny cars, and the quiet, tree-lined streets of Damascus. It was a moment of peace in a journey that had been defined by friction. "Ennie," I whispered, as the sun began to set over the ridges, casting a long golden light down the street. "I find that I do not mind being mistaken for a statue, provided the company is this agreeable. There is a certain warmth in this town that has nothing to do with my boiler." "That's Damascus for you, Sam," she said. We stayed the night in a livery stable, the only place with a floor sturdy enough to support my weight and a ventilation system capable of handling my exhaust. As I settled into my standby mode, the sounds of the 1950s, the distant hum of a radio, the occasional bark of a dog, the soft clicking of the town clock, drifted through the air. I thought of the miles ahead, of the Rocksylvania the mechanic had warned us about, and of the long walk to Maine. But for that night I was just a gentleman in a tuxedo, resting his steel knees in the friendliest town on the trail. I didn't even mind that my nose was still slightly sticky from Mr. Higgins' beeswax. It was, I suppose, a small price to pay for a moment of human and mechanical connection. We had survived the South. Virginia lay ahead, long and rolling, and for the first time since we left Mount Oglethorpe, I felt that perhaps, just perhaps, the Odyssey might actually be worth the steam. Chapter 8. The Grayson Highlands Pony Race. There is a particular brand of geological arrogance found in the Grayson Highlands of Virginia that seems designed specifically to humiliate a gentleman of my mettle. It is a land of balds, vast, treeless sweeps of emerald grass and ancient, moss-slicked granite that look as though the Creator started to build a mountain range and then simply lost interest halfway through, leaving the peaks flattened and exposed to the unrelenting whims of the Atlantic winds. "Look at the horizon, Sam," Annie shouted over the gale, her hair whipping around her face like a golden storm. "You can see forever. It's like standing on the spine of the world." "I have seen forever several times on this journey, Ennie, and I find that it is remarkably repetitive," I hollered back, my voice box struggling against the wind that threatened to turn my top hat into a high-altitude projectile. Furthermore, standing on the spine of the world is a fine sentiment for a person who weighs 100 pounds and possesses rubber-soled boots. For a creature of my density, this spine is a treacherous, ice-polished slide leading directly to a catastrophic structural reorganization at the bottom of the valley. My new galvanized Fontana knees were performing admirably, providing a sturdy clack, clack, clack that echoed across the moorland. However, the Highlands introduced a new and formidable antagonist, the wild ponies. They are small, shaggy creatures, possessing an air of stubborn independence that I found uncomfortably familiar. They wandered the balds in small bands, their manes tangled with burrs, eyeing us with a look of profound skepticism. To them, the Appalachian Trail was not a historic footpath or a spiritual journey. It was a cafeteria. As we navigated a particularly steep stretch of wet granite near Wilburn Ridge, we encountered a pony of exceptional character. He was a piebald ruffian, with a coat the color of a clouded sky and a pair of eyes that seemed to have seen every hiker since the days of the pioneers and found none of them particularly impressive. He stood directly in the center of the trail, chewing a mouthful of mountain oat grass with a slow, rhythmic insolence. "Pardon me, my four-legged friend," I said, pausing to vent a polite lavender-scented wisp of steam. "But we are engaged in a transcontinental odyssey of some significance. If you would be so kind as to vacate the thoroughfare, I should like to continue my progress toward Maine before the next ice age commences." The pony didn't move. He simply stared at my brass chest plate, then shifted his gaze to my galvanized knees and let out a long, wet snort that I am certain was the equine equivalent of a satirical pamphlet. "He's challenging you, Sam." Ennie laughed, leaning on her trekking pole. "I think he thinks he's faster than you." "A preposterous notion," I declared, my pressure gauge flickering with a sudden competitive heat. "This creature is a relic of biological inefficiency. He requires sleep, grass, and constant grooming. I, on the other hand, am powered by the very essence of the Industrial Revolution. I have walked through the Andes. I have stared down bears. I shall not be intimidated by a shaggy lawn-mower with an attitude problem." I stepped forward, intending to march past him with a display of superior mechanical grace. The pony, however, had other plans. With a sudden, nimble flick of his hooves, he trotted 30 yards up the granite slope, stopped, and looked back at me with a toss of his head. "It's a race!" Ennie cheered, her optimism flaring up like a struck match. "Go on, Sam. Show him what a steam man can do." I engaged my primary drive gears. "Very well. If it is a demonstration of velocity this creature desires, he shall have it. Witness the triumph of steam over sinew." I surged forward. On level ground, I am a formidable sight, a gleaming, thundering locomotive in a tuxedo. But Grayson Highlands is not level. The granite was wet with the morning mist, and as I attempted to accelerate, the fundamental laws of friction decided to take a holiday. My brass and steel feet, while durable, possessed the traction of a greased pig on a marble ballroom floor. I took a powerful stride, my pistons hissing with ambition, and promptly found my left leg sliding backward while my right leg attempted to climb toward the heavens. "Whoa! Steady!" I cried, my ocular lenses spinning as I performed a frantic 400-pound jig of self-preservation. I didn't fall. My internal gyroscopes wouldn't allow such indignity, but I remained stationary, my feet churning against the stone with a sound like a giant's fingernails on a chalkboard. The pony, meanwhile, ascended the ridge with an effortless, mocking grace. He skipped from rock to rock as though he were weightless, his small hooves finding purchase in cracks and crevices that I couldn't even see. He reached the top of the rise, turned around, and let out a high-pitched whinny that was undeniably a laugh. "I am experiencing a lack of terrestrial grip," I panted, my steam venting reaching a fever pitch. "You're slipping, Sam. Your feet are too smooth for the wet granite," Ennie said, scrambling up beside me. She wasn't laughing any more. She was in her problem-solving mode, her eyes scanning the ground and my feet with a predatory intensity. "I have noticed that, Ennie. "Thank you for the insightful commentary," I barked. "I am currently providing the local wildlife with a very expensive, very shiny display of stationary jogging. If I don't find some traction soon, I shall bore myself to death before the pony even reaches the next county." Ennie dropped her pack. She didn't look for a tool this time. She looked for a chemistry set. She began rummaging through the undergrowth at the edge of the granite, gathering handfuls of thick, amber-colored pine resin from a cluster of stunted, wind-swept trees. She mixed the resin with a generous amount of coarse, crushed granite grit she scooped from a nearby crevice, and then added a dash of industrial-grade turpentine from her maintenance kit. "What is that foul-smelling concoction, Ennie?" I asked, watching as she stirred the gooey mess with a tent stake. "It's hoof paste alpha," she said, her tongue poking out of the corner of her mouth. "The resin is incredibly sticky, and the granite grit will act like sandpaper. It'll create a temporary friction bond between your feet and the stone. I am to have my feet turned into giant pieces of flypaper?" I asked, aghast. "The indignity is reaching a crescendo, Ennie. I shall arrive in Maine with half the forest stuck to my soles." "Do you want to beat that pony or not?" she asked. I looked up at the ridge. The piebald ruffian was now lying down in the grass, watching me with a look of bored superiority. "Apply the paste," I commanded. Ennie worked with a speed that would have shamed a pit crew at the Indianapolis 500. She slathered the thick, pungent mixture onto the soles of my brass feet, pressing it into the rivets and the grooves of my galvanized heels. The smell was a potent mix of a hardware store and a Christmas tree, but as it began to set in the cool mountain air, I felt a remarkable change. "Now," Ennie said, standing back, "try a step." I lifted my right leg. There was a distinct schloop sound as the resin resisted the air, but when I set my foot down on the wet granite, it stayed. It didn't slide. It didn't wobble. It felt as though I had been bolted to the mountain itself. "Aha!" I cried, a triumphant blast of steam erupting from my hat. "The biological advantage has been neutralized. Ennie, you are a sorceress of the screwdriver." I began my ascent. It was not a fast walk. The schloop-clack rhythm was somewhat ponderous, but it was inexorable. I marched up that granite ridge with the steady, crushing power of a glacier. The pony, seeing my sudden, sticky progress, stood up and tossed his head, his eyes widening. He tried to trot further up the slope, but the hoof paste had given me a level of grip that even he couldn't match on the slickest sections. I reached the top of the ridge and stood over the creature, my brass chest plate gleaming in the pale Virginia sun. I loomed over him like a benevolent steam-powered god. "And so," I said, my voice box vibrating with a smug baritone resonance, "the tortoise, if the tortoise were made of 400 pounds of high-pressure brass and wearing a tuxedo, overtakes the hare. You are a fine specimen of a pony, sir, but you have underestimated the American spirit of improvisation and the sheer, unyielding stickiness of pine resin." The pony snorted one last time, turned his tail to me, and trotted off into the mist of the balds, presumably to find a hiker who was less inclined to resort to chemical warfare to win a race. "We did it!" Ennie cheered, catching up to me and patting my arm. "You really showed him, Sam." "I did," I agreed, though I noticed that I was now dragging a small collection of mountain wildflowers and several dead leaves along with me. "However, Ennie, I find that I am now approximately 3 inches taller due to the accumulation of forest debris on my soles. If we do not find a way to remove this hoof paste before we reach the next town, I shall be mistaken for a wandering hedge. "We'll worry about that later," she said, pointing toward the long, rolling green waves of the Virginia Highlands stretching out before us. "Look at the trail, Sam. It's all open from here." I looked out over the vast, lonely beauty of the Grayson Highlands. The wind was still howling, and my tuxedo was a mess of resin and grit. But as I stood there on my sticky, triumphant feet, I felt a rare sense of accomplishment. I had outwalked a wild pony, I had conquered the granite, and I was still moving north. 2,000 miles, I whispered, the sound lost in the wind. But for a man who can walk on wet stone with the help of a lard tin and some pine sap, I suppose anything is possible. We marched on, my feet making a rhythmic schloop clack that sounded like the heartbeat of the mountain itself. It wasn't elegant, and it certainly wasn't dignified, but in the year 1950, on the spine of the world, it was enough. Chapter 9. The McAfee's Knob Pose. The state of Virginia is, by my latest calculations, approximately 3 times longer than the moral patience of a saint and twice as vertical as a church steeple. By the time we reached the vicinity of Catawba, I had become intimately acquainted with every variety of mud, shale, and sedimentary insult the Commonwealth had to offer. My hoof paste from the Grayson Highlands had, as I predicted, turned the soles of my feet into a mobile museum of the forest floor. I was currently treading upon a compressed layer of pine needles, 3 flattened acorns, and what I believe was the fossilized remains of a 1948 Hershey bar wrapper. "We're almost there, Sam," Ennie called back, her voice light and airy, unaffected by the fact that we had been ascending for 3 hours. "The crown jewel of the trail is just around the bend. They call it McAfee's Knob." "I have a great deal of experience with knobs, Ennie," I rumbled, my voice box emitting a sound like a steam shovel clearing its throat. "Most of them are attached to doors that lead to comfortable rooms with stocked bars. This particular knob appears to be nothing more than a glorified diving board for squirrels who have lost the will to live. I see no reason to participate in this geological madness." "But the photo, Sam! Think of the publicity!" she persisted, stopping to adjust the lens of her Kodak Brownie. "A mechanical Mark Twain standing on the edge of the abyss, looking out over the valley. It'll be the cover of every newspaper from Richmond to San Francisco." Vanity is a powerful fuel, nearly as potent as high-grade anthracite and far more difficult to regulate. Despite my protestations, the thought of my brass likeness being immortalized against the backdrop of the Virginia wilderness stirred something in my primary drive shaft. A man or a machine must leave a legacy, even if that legacy is 400 pounds of vanity teetering over a 1,000-foot drop. We rounded the final outcrop, and there it was, McAfee's Knob. It is a terrifying shelf of sandstone that juts out into the empty air like the tongue of a giant who has been turned to stone while mocking the valley below. The fog had lifted, revealing a sprawling tapestry of green ridges and distant farmsteads, all of it far, far below the reach of my safety valves. "It is quite a drop," I admitted, my ocular lenses whirring as they struggled to process the sheer scale of the void. I find that my internal gyroscopes are currently sending me a series of urgent telegrams, all of which say, 'Get back,' in very large underlined letters." "It's perfectly safe," Ennie chirped, already scouting the edge. "Well, for a normal human it is. For you, we might have a physics problem." "A physics problem?" I asked. "Torque, Sam. Center of gravity," she said, tapping a pencil against her chin. "You're a cantilevered disaster. If you stand on that ledge, your brass torso and that heavy boiler of yours will act like a giant liver. One strong gust of wind or a slight shift in the sandstone, and you won't be posing for a photo. You'll be a very shiny comet heading for the valley floor." "I have no desire to be a comet, Ennie. My insurance does not cover orbital re-entry," I noted. But the crowd had already begun to gather. In 1950, a Saturday afternoon at McAfee's Knob attracted a fair number of day hikers, gentlemen in high-waisted trousers and ladies in sensible skirts who had hiked up from the road to see the view. They stood in a semicircle, whispering and pointing at the brass-plated apparition in the ruined tuxedo. One gentleman, wearing a fedora and smoking a pipe that smelled of cherry tobacco, stepped forward. "Say, Mac," he said, squinting at my chest plate, "is that a real boiler, or are you just a fancy advertisement for the B&O Railroad?" "I am neither an advertisement nor a Mac, sir," I informed him, venting a dignified puff of lavender steam that momentarily obscured his hat. "I am a traveler of the high ridges, and I would appreciate it if you would refrain from breathing your domestic tobacco into my primary intake. I have enough trouble with the local pollen without adding your recreational habits to the mix." The man blinked, nearly dropping his pipe. "He talks. Martha, the Tin Man talks." "I am not made of tin," I shouted, my pressure gauge jumping. "I am brass, copper, and galvanized steel. Tin is for soup cans and cheap whistles." "Sam, ignore him," Ennie whispered, grabbing a heavy-duty climbing rope and a steel winch from her pack. "If we're going to do this, we have to do it right. I'm going to anchor you to that ancient oak tree back there." She didn't wait for my approval. She looped the rope around my waist, right above my Fontana knees, and began to thread the other end through a mechanical winch she had bolted to the sturdy trunk of a white oak. "I am to be treated like a prize heifer at a county fair?" I asked as she tightened the line. "You're being ballasted," she corrected. "I'm going to let the line out slowly as you walk toward the edge. If the rock starts to tip, or if you lose your balance, I'll lock the winch and haul you back like a hooked trout." The image of being hauled back like a trout did little for my confidence, but the crowd was waiting. I stepped toward the ledge. The rope went taut, humming with a low, vibrant tension. Clack, shloop, clack. My feet, still sticky with the remnants of the Grayson resin, found purchase on the sandstone. I approached the edge of the world. With every inch, the valley seemed to grow larger, more indifferent to my existence. The wind picked up, whistling through my Chevy cowl hubcap and tugging at my tuxedo. "Steady, Sam!" Ennie called out, her hand white-knuckled on the winch lever. I reached the very lip of the overhang. I stood there, my toes, or rather the brass caps of my boots, projecting out over the abyss. I looked out over the blue-hazed ridges of Virginia. It was a view that would have made a younger flesh-and-blood Samuel Clemens reach for a pen and a bottle of ink. It was vast, silent, and possessed of a terrible ancient beauty. "Pose, Sam! Look majestic!" Ennie shouted. I adjusted my top hat, I straightened my lapels. I raised my brass hand, pointing toward the northern horizon as though I were commanding the very mountains to make way for my arrival. I felt like a conqueror, a pioneer, a golden god of the machine age. And then the rock groaned. It wasn't a loud sound, but to a man whose hearing is amplified by a series of sensitive copper diaphragms, it sounded like the cracking of a continent. A small fissure, no wider than a hair, appeared in the sandstone beneath my right foot. "Ennie!" I hissed, my voice box rattling with a sudden high-pressure alarm. "The mountain is reconsidering its structural integrity. I am experiencing a distinct downward trend in my altitude." The crowd gasped. The man with the pipe scrambled backward, nearly tripping over his wife. "Hold it!" Ennie yelled. "Don't move. The rock is just settling under your weight." I am currently weighing 400 pounds on a piece of stone that has been hanging here since the Mesozoic era, I retorted, my ocular lenses zooming in on the valley floor, which now looked uncomfortably close. "I find that I have seen quite enough of Virginia. I should like to return to the firm, uncantilevered earth immediately." "Just 1 second. I have to get the shot," Ennie cried. She held the brownie camera up to her eye. The world seemed to freeze. I stood on the edge of eternity, anchored by a single hemp rope and the sheer optimism of a woman with a wrench. My boiler hissed, a small cloud of steam drifting out over the gorge. I looked out at the horizon one last time, a brass-plated ghost in a 1950s landscape, and I felt a sudden, strange moment of peace. Click. The shutter snapped. "Got it!" Ennie cheered. She engaged the winch. The rope jerked tight, and I felt myself being dragged backward with a force that would have dislocated a human hip. I didn't care. I scrambled back toward the solid ground, my feet clicking and sliding until I was 10 feet away from the edge. I slumped against the oak tree, my pressure gauge slowly returning to a safe, dignified amber. I felt as though I had just survived a duel with gravity itself. That was exhilarating, I admitted, my voice box still emitting a faint, rhythmic tick. But I wish it to be known that I am officially retired from the world of professional photography. From now on, if anyone wants a picture of me, they may take it while I am sitting in a hole in the ground. "Oh, Sam, look at it," Ennie said, winding the film to the next frame. "It's going to be perfect. You look like a hero." "I look like a man who was very nearly a decorative smear on a rock," I grumbled. The crowd began to disperse, most of them looking back at me with a mix of confusion and newfound respect. The man with the pipe tipped his hat as he passed. "Good luck to you, Mr. TwAIn. I reckon if you can stand on that knob without breaking it, you can make it to Maine." "I shall make it to Maine, sir," I told him, "provided the state of Pennsylvania has the decency to stay flat and connected to the rest of the planet." As we prepared to leave the knob and head back into the safety of the woods, I looked back at the overhang. It was still there, lonely and defiant, jutting out into the blue air. It didn't care about my brass or my tuxedo or my Chevy cowl. It had seen the mountains rise and fall, and it would be there long after my boiler had gone cold. "Vanity, Ennie," I mused as we regained the trail. "It is a heavy thing, nearly as heavy as a steam engine." "But it makes for a great story," she said, skipping ahead. "Indeed," I sighed, a small puff of lavender steam escaping my nose. But I find that stories are much easier to tell when one isn't currently participating in the climax of a tragedy. We marched on into the Virginia afternoon, my Fontana knees clicking a steady rhythm. I was still a long way from Maine, but for a few seconds I had stood at the edge of the world and found that the view was indeed worth the steam, even if it did require a winch and an oak tree to keep my dignity from plummeting into the trees below. Chapter 10. The Shenandoah Shortcut. The Shenandoah National Park is what occurs when a mountain range decides to retire from the rigors of actual wilderness and take up a quiet life as a manicured lawn for the benefit of the motor tourist. By the time we reached the northern stretches of Virginia, the Appalachian Trail had developed a regrettable habit of shadowing the Skyline Drive, a ribbon of black asphalt that winds along the crest of the ridges like a discarded film strip. It is a place where the great outdoors is experienced primarily through a windshield, accompanied by the smell of gasoline and the crinkle of cellophane snack wrappers. "Is it not marvelous, Sam?" Ennie asked, her boots rhythmically striking the soft earth just a few yards away from the pavement. "We're walking along the very top of the world, and civilization is right there beside us. If we need a cold soda or a map, we just have to wave down a passing motorist." "Civilization, Ennie, is a persistent itch that I had hoped to scratch off against the rocks of the Smokies," I replied, my voice box emitting a low, vibrating hum that harmonized unpleasantly with the distant drone of internal combustion engines. This is not a wilderness. It is a park with a tuxedo. To walk within earshot of a Buick is to admit that our odyssey has a safety net, and I find that the presence of a safety net invariably encourages a man to trip over his own feet. I was at that moment a vision of mid-century industrial contrast. My brass torso gleamed with the sweat of condensed steam. My Fontana knees of galvanized steel clattered with a resolute, heavy-duty rhythm, and my Chevy cowl hubcap sat rakishly atop my head, shielding my pilot light from the brisk Shenandoah breeze. I looked like a man who had been built by a committee consisting of a Victorian clockmaker, a bridge engineer, and a confused mechanic from a Detroit assembly line. The afternoon was bright, and the Skyline Drive was populated by the chromatic Beetles of 1950, Studebakers with their bullet noses, Fords with their rounded fenders, and the occasional flashy Cadillac. It was one of the latter, a gleaming cream-colored Series 62 with fins sharp enough to shave with, that decided to pull over onto the gravel shoulder as we rounded a scenic overlook. The driver was a gentleman who appeared to have been constructed entirely out of expensive wool and confidence. He wore a driving cap, a pair of dark spectacles, and a smirk that suggested he owned the horizon and was merely leasing it to the rest of us. He leaned his elbow out the window, the chrome of the door frame reflecting the sunlight into my ocular lenses with a blinding, silvery glare. "Say there, Professor!" the driver shouted over the idling purr of his V8 engine. "Is that a science project, or did a junk shop grow legs and wander off into the woods?" I came to a halt, my hydraulic servos locking with a series of dignified clicks. I vented a plume of lavender-scented steam toward his white-wall tires, a subtle editorial comment on the cleanliness of his vehicle. "I am neither a project nor a runaway, sir," I informed him, my voice box achieving a resonant oratorical baritone. "I am a traveler of the high ridges, currently engaged in a transcontinental survey of the American spirit. And I might add that your horseless carriage appears to be suffering from a lamentable excess of chrome and a distinct lack of character." The man laughed, a short barking sound. He stepped out of the car, adjusting his trousers. "Character? This is a 1950 Cadillac, pal. It's got 160 horsepower and can hit 80 on the straightaway without breaking a sweat. It's the future. What have you got in that boiler? A couple of tired hamsters and a grudge?" "I have the power of the sun and the patience of the river," I retorted, my pressure gauge flickering as Ennie subtly adjusted my thermal regulator. "You represent the future, sir, which appears to be a frantic rush toward a destination you haven't yet bothered to define. You burn the prehistoric remains of ancient ferns just to shave 3 minutes off your journey to a ham sandwich. I, on the other hand, move with a deliberate grace that allows me to actually perceive the world I am traveling through." Ennie stepped forward, her eyes bright with that dangerous engineering curiosity. She circled the Cadillac like a shark, inspecting a particularly shiny tuna. "It's a beautiful machine," she admitted, much to my annoyance. "Look at the overhead valve arrangement, Sam, and the hydromatic transmission. It's a marvel of efficiency." "Efficiency!" I cried, a jet of steam erupting from my neck ports. "Ennie, do not be seduced by the siren song of the hydrocarbon. This man is a slave to the gas station. If he runs out of refined petroleum, he is a stationary ornament. I, however, can run on coal, wood, fermented maple syrup, or, in a pinch, a particularly enthusiastic collection of dry leaves. I am a sovereign entity. He is merely a passenger in his own life." The driver leaned against his fender, lighting a cigarette with a gold-plated lighter. "Sovereign, huh? Tell me, Sovereign, how long's it going to take you to get to the end of this road?" "I'll be in Front Royal in 40 minutes. I'll be having a steak and a cold beer while you're still wrestling with a squirrel over a handful of acorns." "Speed is the last refuge of a man with nothing to say," I remarked, tilting my hubcap-crowned head. "You will arrive in Front Royal, having seen nothing but the bumper of the car in front of you. You will have missed the way the light hits the valley at 4 o'clock. You will have missed the conversation of the blue jays, and you will certainly have missed the opportunity to engage in a battle of wits with a superior intelligence. You aren't traveling, sir. You are merely being teleported by an explosion." The man blew a cloud of smoke into the mountain air. "Teleported by an explosion. I like that. But I'll take the explosion over the slow leak any day. You're a relic, Mac. A shiny, brass-plated relic. This world is moving too fast for steam." "The world is moving fast because it is afraid of what will happen if it stops," I said, stepping closer to the car. My 400-pound frame caused the gravel to crunch with an ominous, heavy-duty weight. But mark my words, when the wells run dry and your chrome begins to pit, the man who can walk through a forest and generate his own heat will be the only one left moving. I am not a relic. I am a reminder." At that moment, a white-tailed deer stepped out from the trees on the far side of the road. It looked at the Cadillac with a flick of its ears, then looked at me. It stood there for a long moment, seemingly weighing the two intruders. Then, with a sudden, graceful bound, it vanished back into the woods, pointedly ignoring the man in the wool suit. "See?" Ennie whispered. "He knows who belongs here." The driver looked at the spot where the deer had been, then looked back at me. The smirk didn't quite vanish, but it faltered, He tossed his cigarette into the gravel and climbed back into the leather-scented sanctuary of his Cadillac. "Have it your way, Professor," he shouted over the roar of the engine as it kicked to life. "I'll tell the folks in Maine you're on your way. Maybe I'll leave a sandwich on a stump for you." With a screech of tires and a cloud of blue exhaust that made me cough a series of metallic sparks, the Cadillac surged forward. In seconds, it was a dwindling speck of cream-colored paint on the long curve of the Skyline Drive. He was a very rude man, Ennie noted, waving the smoke away. He was a man possessed by the demon of the new, I sighed, my pressure returning to a calmer, more philosophical level. He believes that because he can move faster, he is somehow better. It is a common delusion of the mid-century American. They have confused the accelerator with the soul. I looked down at my galvanized knees and my brass feet. I felt the steady, warm hum of my boiler, a heartbeat of fire and water that had carried me thousands of miles. "Well, Ennie," I said, stepping back onto the soft earth of the trail, "shall we continue? We have a destination to reach, and I find that I am quite content to arrive there at a pace that doesn't require me to wear a driving cap or smell like a refinery." "The pace of a gentleman," she agreed, adjusting her pack. "Exactly," I said. "A gentleman who, I might add, is currently experiencing a desire for a very large, non-exploding glass of water. If we find a spring, I intend to use my secondary intake to have a celebratory drink. To the future, Ennie, may it eventually learn to slow down and enjoy the scenery." We marched on into the cooling shadows of the Shenandoah. The road was still there, and the cars still roared past, but I found that I didn't mind them anymore. I was a brass-plated ghost in a world of chrome, and I was perfectly happy to take the long way home. After all, the view's always better when you aren't trying to outrun it. Chapter 11. The Skyland Infirmary. The climate of Virginia in the month of July is not a weather pattern. It is a wet blanket that has been soaked in a swamp and then heated over a slow fire. To a gentleman of flesh and bone, this humidity is merely an invitation to perspiration and a general sense of lassitude. To a gentleman of 400 pounds of interlocking brass, iron, and copper, it is a biological declaration of war. Water, when kept inside my boiler, is my lifeblood. Water, when it chooses to reside in the invisible atmosphere and settle upon my secondary drive linkages, is a persistent and malignant thief. We were traversing the high ridges of the Shenandoah, passing through the area known as Skyland. In 1950, Skyland was a place of great rustic pretension, a resort where the wealthy of Washington, D.C. came to rough it in cabins that possessed more lace doilies than a Victorian parlor and more silverware than a pirate's chest. "Isn't the mist romantic, Sam?" Ennie asked, her voice cutting through the fog like a bell. She was practically skipping, her rucksack seemingly weightless, while I was currently engaged in an auditory performance that would have shamed a haunted mansion. "Romantic, Ennie, is a word used by people who do not have to live with the consequences of their metaphors," I replied. My voice box emitted a sharp, metallic clink, followed by a groan that sounded like a tectonic plate shifting under a pile of scrap iron. My internal anatomy is currently undergoing a process of oxidation that I find both rude and structurally compromising. I am not misting. I am liquefying from the inside out. The problem was what I had dubbed the Skyland squeak. A particularly stubborn hinge in my lumbar strut, coupled with the intricate ball bearings in my right shoulder, had decided to embrace the humidity and transform it into a fine orange crust of rust. Every step I took resulted in a high-pitched rhythmic shriek that echoed off the ridges and, I suspect, caused several local owls to reconsider their career paths. Scree-clack, scree-clack. You sound like a gate that hasn't been oiled since the Burr-Hamilton duel, Ennie noted, stopping to peer at the seam where my brass torso met my galvanized Fontana knees. I sound like a soul in torment, Ennie. I am an auditory catastrophe. I cannot even think a cynical thought without it being punctuated by a sound like a violin being played with a hacksaw. As we neared the Skyland resort grounds, we encountered a party of vacationers. They were the very picture of 1950s leisure. Men in high-waisted shorts and checkered shirts, women with their hair perfectly coiffed under colorful scarves, all of them clutching binoculars as if they expected the mountains to do something interesting on command. A woman in a bright yellow sundress, holding a miniature poodle that possessed the temperament of a caffeinated hornet, stopped and stared. As I approached, the Skyland squeak reached a crescendo. The poodle let out a yip of such profound terror that it nearly achieved orbit, and the woman dropped her binoculars into the ferns. "My dear lady," I said, pausing to let a cloud of lavender-scented steam drift over my shoulder to mask the smell of damp iron. "I do apologize for the cacophony. I am currently experiencing a localized weather event within my own rib cage. If you have any spare oil or perhaps a very large umbrella, I should be eternally in your debt." The woman blinked, her mouth opening and closing like a landed trout. Is it dangerous?" she managed to gasp. "Only to one's musical sensibilities," I assured her. "I am Samuel Clingmans, and while I may sound like a shipwreck, I assure you my intentions are entirely philanthropic. I am merely looking for the nearest apothecary or a very talented blacksmith." Ennie, realizing that my charm was failing to overcome my acoustic violence, took my arm. "Come on, Sam. There's a gas station just down the road toward the Skyline Drive exit. I saw the sign. We need supplies." We retreated from the bewildered tourists, my every movement sounding like a chorus of dying bagpipes. We reached a small whitewash service station, a classic 1950s outpost with red-topped pumps and a sign that promised service with a smile and the miracle of modern lubrication. The attendant was a lanky youth named Billy, who was currently occupied with the futile task of cleaning a windshield that was already spotless. He looked up as we clattered onto the gravel lot. He didn't seem surprised. In 1950, people were becoming accustomed to the idea that the world was full of strange new inventions, though I suspect I was a bit further outside the catalog than most. "Afternoon," Billy said, wiping his hands on a greasy rag. "You folks need a fill-up? I got ethyl and regular, but I don't reckon I got a nozzle that fits, well, whatever he is." "He's a steam-powered masterpiece in a state of chemical rebellion," I informed him. "He's got internal rust," Ennie corrected, already peering into the garage. "Billy, do you have any used motor oil? And I'm going to need some vinegar from the lunchroom and a bucket of wood ash from that barbecue pit out back." Billy scratched his head. "Oil? Sure, I got a barrel of drained stuff from a Hudson Hornet we serviced this morning. But vinegar and ash? You making a salad or a sidewalk?" "I am the salad in this scenario, apparently," I sighed, leaning against a sturdy wooden post. Ennie went to work with the focus of a medieval alchemist. She retrieved a gallon of black, viscous motor oil from Billy's barrel, oil that smelled of high-velocity pistons and forgotten highways. She mixed it in a rusted tin bucket with a generous helping of white vinegar she'd charmed away from the station's snack counter. Finally, she added the wood ash, stirring the concoction with a discarded fan belt until it became a thick, gritty, gray-black paste. "What is that unholy sludge, Ennie?" I asked, my ocular lenses whirring in alarm. "It looks like something that would be served in a particularly low-rent circle of the Inferno." "It's an old-world remedy for a new-world problem," she said. "The vinegar is an acid. It'll eat through the rust on your pins. The wood ash is a mild abrasive and a base. It'll scrub the oxidation away and neutralize the acid once it's done its job. And the motor oil, that's the Skyland slick. It'll seep into the pores of the metal and keep the Virginia humidity at bay." She didn't wait for my consent. She began to slather the paste into my shoulder joints and the grinding hinge of my lower back. It was a messy, undignified process. I, the man who once dined with emperors and lectured to the elite of London, was currently being basted in a mixture of salad dressing and engine leavings in a Virginia gas station. "Oh, the ignominy!" I cried, as a dollop of the gray sludge slid down my brass chest plate. "If my biographers could see me now, they would burn their manuscripts and take up sheep ranching. I am a gentleman, Ennie, not a rusty hinge in need of a poultice." "Hold still, Sam," she muttered, her fingers working the paste deep into the screaming metal. "You want to walk, or do you want to squeak all the way to Harpers Ferry?" "I should like to do neither, but given the options, I suppose the sludge is the lesser of two evils." As the mixture settled into my joints, a remarkable thing happened. The vinegar began to hiss and bubble against the orange rust, a sound that I found oddly satisfying. Then, as Ennie moved my arms back and forth to work the abrasive ash into the sockets, the screeching began to soften. It went from a scream to a groan, from a groan to a sigh, and finally to a smooth, oily silence. I performed a tentative shrug. Nothing. No sound at all. I took a step, my Fontana knees clacking against the gravel, but the rest of my frame moved with a silent, fluid grace I hadn't felt since Georgia. "I am restored," I whispered, my voice box vibrating with a smooth, baritone resonance. "I am as silent as a secret. Ennie, you are a genius of the gutter." "And you smell like a pickle factory," she laughed, wiping her hands on Billy's rag. "A small price to pay for my acoustic dignity," I remarked. I turned to Billy, who had been watching the entire procedure with a look of quiet admiration. "Young man, your station has provided me with the greatest service of the 20th century. Here is a silver dollar for the oil and the ash. Keep the change and tell your grandchildren that you once saw Mark Twain lubricated with the lifeblood of a Hudson hornet." We marched back onto the trail, leaving the gas station and the bewildered resort-goers behind. The Skyland squeak was gone, replaced by the quiet, industrious hum of a well-oiled machine. I felt light, or as light as a 400-pound man can feel, and for the first time in days, I didn't feel as though I were fighting the very air I breathed. "Harper's Ferry is next," Ennie said, checking her map. "The halfway point." "The halfway point," I mused. "I find that a sobering thought. It means I have already walked 1,000 miles in a tuxedo, and I have 1,000 more to go. But at least now I can do so without sounding like a collision in a brass band factory. We moved into the evening shadows of the Blue Ridge, the scent of vinegar and motor oil trailing behind us like the wake of a very confused ship. The Shenandoah was behind us, and the long road north beckoned. I was sticky, I was pungent, and I was undeniably mechanical. But I was moving, and in the summer of 1950, that was all a gentleman or a machine could ever ask for. Chapter 12. Harpers Ferry halfway. To a man of letters, Harpers Ferry is a place of profound historical resonance, a geographical junction where the ghosts of John Brown and the echoes of the Civil War linger in the damp river air like the scent of old gunpowder. To a man of brass, however, it is primarily the place where the Shenandoah and Potomac rivers conspire to create a humidity so thick that my internal gears began to contemplate a career in underwater salvage. We arrived at the psychological midpoint of our journey in the high summer of 1950. Harper's Ferry sat nestled in its rocky cradle, a town of steep streets and stone buildings that seemed to have been carved directly out of the cliffs. It was a picturesque sight, provided one wasn't currently vibrating with a mechanical ailment that made my very soul feel as though it were running 5 minutes behind schedule. "We've done it, Sam! 1,000 miles!" Ennie cheered, standing on the bridge overlooking the confluence of the waters. The rivers swirled below, green and silver, rushing over the rocks with a tireless energy that I found, frankly, show-offy. 1,000 miles of vertical penance, Ennie, I replied, my voice box emitting a sound like a wet finger being dragged across a balloon. And I feel every inch of it. My internal chronometer, which I usually rely upon to pace my witty observations and ensure my steam vents occur at socially acceptable intervals, has developed a most distressing drift. I currently believe it is Tuesday, October 14th, 1892, and I have a sudden, inexplicable urge to go buy a hat for a woman I haven't met yet. "It's the vibration from the Fontana knees," Ennie said, her eyes already scanning the town for a solution. "The rhythmic clacking has shaken your escapement wheel loose. Your heart isn't beating, Sam. It's stuttering." I have always been a man of erratic temperament, but to have my very clockwork turn traitor is an indignity I cannot overlook, I noted. I feel as though I am living in a slow-motion earthquake. If I don't get my timing restored, I shall likely begin delivering my evening soliloquy during breakfast, which is a breach of etiquette no amount of brass polishing can rectify. We wandered into the lower town, where the 1950s had made a gentle, somewhat confused intrusion. There were tourists in floral shirts taking photographs of the old stone armory, and a small shop with a sagging porch that bore a hand-painted sign, Hiram's Relics, Radio Repair, and Rare Tidbits. "That's the place," Ennie whispered, her engineer's instinct twitching like a dowser's rod. The interior of Hiram's shop was a chaotic graveyard of time. There were grandfather clocks that had stopped during the Cleveland administration, radio sets with their glass tubes glowing like tiny dying suns, and piles of discarded copper wire that looked like a nest of metallic snakes. Hiram himself was a man who appeared to be held together by a combination of snuff and stubbornness. He looked at me, then at my Chevy cowl hubcap, then at my galvanized knees, and finally at my brass face. "You're a big one," Hiram noted, shifting a wad of tobacco to his other cheek. Electric? I am most certainly not electric, sir, I informed him, my voice box clicking in protest. I am powered by the honest, expansionist fury of steam. I find the miracle of the electron to be a flighty, unreliable business. Give me a solid fire and a head of pressure any day. His timing's off, Ennie interrupted, already elbow-deep in a pile of clock guts in the corner. He's drifting. Do you have anything with a heavy-duty anchor escapement? Something with a bit of weight to it? Hiram pointed a gnarled finger toward a corner where a magnificent, albeit shattered mahogany grandfather clock lay in state. It looked as though it had been dropped from a great height, or perhaps it had simply collapsed under the weight of the years. Came out of an old estate in Charlestown. The case is kindling, but the brass works are solid. Built in 1790 by a man who knew his business. Ennie was on it in a heartbeat. Sam, sit. This is going to be delicate. I lowered my 400-pound frame onto a reinforced wooden bench, which gave a long, mournful creak, but managed to hold. I watched as Ennie began to perform what I can only describe as a temporal transplant. She opened the small circular hatch in my chest, the one usually reserved for checking my oil pressure, and reached into the very center of my being. I feel remarkably vulnerable, Ennie, I whispered, my ocular lenses whirring as she began to unscrew my primary timing gears. To have one's seconds and minutes handled so casually is quite unsettling. It is like having a stranger read your diary while you are still writing the last page. Hush, she said, her tongue poking out of the corner of her mouth. Your old brass gears are worn smooth as river stones. You've been ticking with a lisp. She spent the next 3 hours in a state of mechanical trance. She salvaged the massive hand-forged brass wheels from the 1790 clock, polishing them with a bit of Hiram's finest pumice. She didn't just replace my clockwork, she integrated it. She bypassed my original smaller regulator and linked the massive, dignified gears of the grandfather clock directly to my primary steam governor. I'm giving you a Harper's fairy heart, Sam, she muttered, her fingers dancing. It's a bit larger than your old one, so I'll have to move your lavender mist reservoir an inch to the left. So long as you don't interfere with my sarcasm receptors, you may move the scenery as you wish, I remarked. Hiram watched the process with a growing look of awe. You're a wizard, girl. I ain't seen a man-machine like that since the World's Fair back in '39, and that one was just a bunch of tin and light bulbs. Sam's special, Ennie said, giving a final sharp turn of her wrench. All right, Sam, give it a kick-start. I engaged my primary pilot light. I felt the heat rise, the steam beginning to circulate through the new heavy-duty brass tubing Ennie had installed, and then I felt it. Bong! A deep, resonant, and entirely unexpected chime erupted from the center of my chest. It was a sound of such profound authority that a cat sleeping on a nearby pile of newspapers jumped 3 feet into the air and vanished through the back door. "Ennie!" I cried, my voice box vibrating in sympathy with the tone. I have developed a secondary personality. I am no longer a man, I am a cathedral. Oh, I forgot to mention, Ennie laughed, wiping a streak of 1790s dust from her forehead. I kept the striking mechanism. Since you're always talking about the sanctity of time, I figured you should announce it. You'll chime every hour on the hour. I am to be a mobile belfry? I asked. though I must admit the steady, rhythmic tock, 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 now emanating from my chest, felt incredibly solid. My drift was gone. I felt precisely, mathematically, and chronologically present. We stepped out of Hiram's shop just as the sun began to dip behind the cliffs of Maryland Heights, casting long purple shadows across the Potomac. As the local church clock began its evening toll, I felt a sudden, irresistible surge of mechanical pride. My internal gears shifted, my steam valves aligned, and from my brass torso, a series of 4 rhythmic, melodious chimes rang out the Westminster quarters, followed by a single, booming note that echoed off the stone buildings of Harpers Ferry. A group of tourists, currently eating ice cream in front of a 1950s drugstore, stopped in their tracks. One man, wearing a Panama hat and holding a chocolate cone, stared at me as if I were an apparition from the Book of Revelation. "Say," the man said, blinking, "does that thing tell the time?" "I do not merely tell the time, sir," I informed him, my voice box achieving a new level of sonorous clarity. "I enforce it. It is currently 6 o'clock in the evening, a time when most sensible men are considering a cold beverage and a seat in the shade. I suggest you attend to your ice cream before the laws of thermodynamics reduce it to a puddle of regret." The man looked at his cone, then back at me, and beat a hasty retreat. "You're going to be a hit in Pennsylvania, Sam," Ennie said, patting my chest plate. "They love a bit of tradition up there." "Pennsylvania," I mused, the name tasting like coal dust and jagged stone. "The Rocksylvania that everyone has been warning us about. I find that my new heart is beating with a steady confidence, Ennie, but my galvanized knees are already beginning to ache in anticipation." "We'll handle the rocks when we get to 'em," she promised. "But for now, we're halfway to Maine, Sam." We stood there for a moment at the bridge between the South and the North, the past and the future. The rivers met below us with a roar of white water, and the 1950s lights of the town began to twinkle on. I felt like a bridge myself, a Victorian ghost with a Chevy hat and a Revolutionary-era heart, walking through an atomic age that didn't quite know what to make of me. "Ennie," I said, as we turned our faces toward the northern horizon, "I have walked 1,000 miles to reach this bridge. I suppose I can walk another 1,000 to see what's on the other side. But I warn you now, if I start chiming during a thunderstorm, I expect you to provide me with a lightning rod. I have no desire to be the loudest and brightest object in the state of Maryland." She laughed and swung her rucksack onto her shoulders. "Let's go, Sam. The clock is ticking." "And talking," I added, with a most remarkable resonance. We marched across the bridge, my Fontana knees clacking and my 1790s heart beating a steady iron-willed rhythm. Harper's Ferry fell behind us, a town of ghosts and stone, and the long, rocky road to Maine stretched out into the night. I was halfway home, and for the first time, the time felt exactly right. Chapter 13. The Mason-Dixon Line. Maryland, I have concluded, is the geographical equivalent of a polite waiting room. It is a narrow strip of land where the South lingers to collect its hat, and the North waits impatiently for the door to open. We had traversed its modest ridges with a speed that would have surprised a tectonic plate, and before my internal 1790s chronometer had even finished settling into its new mahogany-scented rhythm, we found ourselves standing before a modest stone marker obscured by a thicket of blackberry briars. "Sam, look! We're here!" Ennie cried, her face smudged with a streak of coal dust that she wore like a badge of honor. She pointed to the weathered stone. "The Mason-Dixon line. We're officially leaving the South behind." "The line, Ennie, is a curious piece of cartographic fiction," I remarked, my voice box emitting a low, resonant hum that sounded like a cello being played in a boiler room. I adjusted my ruined tuxedo, which was now held together by a combination of stubbornness and 3 of Ennie's spare safety pins. "It is a boundary drawn by 2 English surveyors to settle a dispute between a pair of lords who likely couldn't have found their way to the privy without a map and a gilded escort. And yet, for a century, men have treated this invisible thread as though it were a wall of fire. To a man of brass, the dirt on the northern side looks remarkably similar to the dirt on the southern side, though I suspect the northern dirt will have a more judgmental attitude toward my lack of a social security number." I stepped across the marker, my Fontana knees clacking with a sharp industrial finality. Hiss, sputter, whistle. I stopped, or rather, my left shoulder blade decided to initiate an impromptu protest. A thin, high-pitched jet of white steam began to spray from a seam in my brass plating, right where my arm piston joined the torso. It was not a catastrophic failure. I was still quite capable of movement, but the sound was that of a tea kettle that had reached the end of its patience and was now shrieking at the heavens. "Ennie," I said, my voice vibrating in sympathy with the leak, "I appear to be developing a vocal tic. Or perhaps I am merely expressing my excitement at entering the Keystone State by attempting to impersonate a calliope." "It's a leaking steam gasket," Ennie said, her eyes narrowing as she performed a quick visual scan of the breach. "The vibration from that 1790s clock strike must have loosened the lead-wool packing. You're losing pressure, Sam. Not enough to stop you, but enough to make you sound like a disturbed flute." "I find the sound to be entirely appropriate for the occasion," I noted, leaning against a sturdy oak. "I am a man divided, standing on a line of division. Half of me is venting toward the north, and the other half is firmly rooted in the south. It is a magnificent metaphor, though I admit the frequency is a bit sharp for my ocular shutters." "I can't tighten it without a proper shop," Ennie muttered, her mind already rummaging through the landscape for a solution. She didn't look worried. She looked predatory. She began eyeing the nearby trees with a look of intense mechanical speculation. "But I can plug it. Sam, start talking. You've been quiet for nearly 20 minutes, and I'm worried your valves are going to seize from lack of use." "If it is oratory you require, my dear, you have come to the right place," I declared. I stepped onto a flat-topped stump that sat directly atop the border, effectively straddling the line between Maryland and Pennsylvania. I felt a sudden, irresistible surge of historical energy. The sun was setting, casting long, bruised shadows across the trail, and the 1950s air was cool and crisp. "Citizens of the border," I began, my voice booming with a sonorous theatrical power that caused a pair of nearby crows to depart in a frantic, cawing retreat. "Behold the great divide. On my left, we have the land of the mint julep, the slow drawl, and the peculiar notion that time is something to be savored like a well-aged ham. On my right, we have the land of the industrious clock, the sharp R, and the belief that if a man isn't currently building a bridge or inventing a new way to annoy his neighbors, he is wasting the Creator's precious oxygen. Ennie, meanwhile, had produced her belt knife and was currently engaged in a spirited assault on a nearby stand of red spruce. She wasn't cutting the wood. She was harvesting the thick, amber-colored resin that bled from the bark, a sticky, primordial substance that looked like liquid gold and smelled like a forest fire in a candy shop. "I have lived on both sides of this line," I continued, my left arm gesturing toward the Potomac while my right pointed toward the Susquehanna. My steam leak provided a rhythmic, percussive accompaniment to my words. "I have worn the gray of the Confederate militia for all of 2 weeks before I realized that being shot at was a hobby for men with far less imagination than myself. And I have worn the white of the New England elite. I am a man of the Mississippi, a river that laughs at lines, a river that flows where it pleases, dragging the mud of 10 states along with it in a glorious, democratic soup." Ennie returned to my side, carrying a handful of the spruce resin mixed with a bit of pulverized charcoal from our morning fire. She began to knead the mess into a thick, pliable putty. "The Mason-Dixon line," I shouted, catching the attention of a family of hikers who had just crested the ridge from the Pennsylvania side. They were the quintessential 1950s travelers, the father in a flat cap, the mother in a sensible cardigan, and a young boy who was currently staring at my Chevy cowl hat with a look of profound theological confusion. "Good evening, travelers," I addressed them, my voice box chiming a single, resonant note for the quarter hour. "You find me at a moment of profound transition. I am currently reconciling my southern temperament with my northern ambitions. It is a process that involves a great deal of steam, a fair amount of philosophy, and, apparently, a significant quantity of tree sap." Is he a robot?" the boy whispered to his father. "He is a Mark Twain, son," the father replied, though he looked as though he were trying to remember if he'd seen anything about steam-powered writers in the latest issue of Popular Mechanics. "Just keep your distance. He looks like he's under a lot of pressure." "You have no idea, sir," I barked. "I am carrying the weight of a century of national discord in my boiler. I am the ghost of the Gilded Age, walking through the Atomic Age, and I find the transition to be remarkably humid." Ennie stepped in close, dodging the jet of steam from my shoulder. With a deft, fearless motion, she slapped the spruce gum putty directly onto the leaking seam. The heat of my brass skin immediately began to cook the resin, sending up a cloud of sweet, piney smoke that momentarily enveloped me like a forest spirit. "Ouch!" I hissed, as the pressure momentarily pushed back against the plug. "Ennie, that is quite warm. I feel as though I am being fitted for a very aromatic poultice." "Hold it there, Sam," she commanded, pressing a scrap of canvas over the gum and tying it down with a length of copper wire. "The heat is going to vulcanize the resin. It'll turn as hard as iron in about 30 seconds. Just keep talking. The vibration helps the seal settle." "Where was I?" I asked, the pine smoke tickling my intake filters. "Ah, yes, the American spirit. We are a nation that loves to draw lines only so we can have the pleasure of stepping over them. We draw lines between North and South, between town and country, between the man who works with his hands and the man who works with his wits. But I tell you, as a man made of both brass and steel, the only line that matters is the one between the man who moves forward and the man who stands still. The 1950s family stood there, mesmerized by the spectacle. A 6-foot 4-inch brass man standing on a stump at the Mason-Dixon line, draped in pine smoke, delivering a 4-hour speech in the space of 10 minutes, while a young woman in overalls tied him together with wire and tree sap. "The line is crossed," I concluded, giving my Fontana knees a vigorous shake. The whistling had stopped. The spruce gum had held. The silence that followed was heavy and sweet with the scent of the woods. "Pennsylvania, I greet you. I have heard tales of your rocks, your coal, and your stubborn refusal to provide a level walking surface. I am ready for you. Bring me your jagged shale and your steep inclines. I have a heart of 1790 and a knee of 1950, and I shall not be deterred." I stepped off the stump and onto Pennsylvania soil. The family scurried past us, the boy looking back over his shoulder until they vanished into the twilight. "Well," I said, my voice returning to its usual cynical baritone, "the leak is plugged, the speech is delivered, and I am officially a Yankee once more. How do I look, Ennie?" "You look like a spruce tree in a tuxedo," she laughed, wiping the resin from her hands. "But you're airtight, Sam. That gum will hold all the way to the Delaware water gap." "Airtight and aromatic," I mused, sniffing the air. "I find that I quite like the scent of Pennsylvania already. It smells of industry and evergreen, though I suspect by tomorrow morning I shall be pining, pardon the pun, for the relative softness of the Georgia mud." "Rocksylvania is next, Sam," Ennie warned, pointing toward the darkening ridges of the north. "The locals say the mountains here are made of nothing but broken promises and sharp edges." "Then it is a landscape I am well suited for," I replied, my internal clock chiming the hour of 7. Bong. The sound echoed through the woods, a deep, resonant greeting to the new state. Let the rocks come. I have survived the South, and I have conquered the line. A few stones in Pennsylvania are hardly going to stop a man who is currently held together by the very soul of the forest. We marched on into the Pennsylvania night, my Harpers Ferry heart beating a steady, iron-willed rhythm. The South was behind us, the North was beneath us, and the long, rocky road to Maine was calling. I was a brass-plated ghost in a new land, and for the first time in 1,000 miles, I didn't feel the need to look back. After all, the view's always better when you're moving toward the sunrise, even if you have to saw your way through the scenery to get there. Chapter 14. Rocksylvania, Part 1. There is a popular misconception, likely propagated by the Pennsylvania Board of Tourism, or perhaps a group of particularly sadistic geologists, that a mountain should consist primarily of dirt, roots, and the occasional decorative boulder. I am here to report, with the full authority of a man whose lower extremities are currently vibrating like a mandolin string in a hurricane, that the state of Pennsylvania has dispensed with these pleasantries. The trail here is not a path. It is a 200-mile stretch of jagged, upturned knives of quartzite and shale, specifically sharpened to humiliate anything possessing the temerity to walk upon them. They call it Rocksylvania. To a hiker of flesh and blood, it is an invitation to blisters and broken ankles. To a 400-pound mechanical gentleman in a tuxedo, it is an industrial meat grinder. "Isn't the geology fascinating, Sam?" Ennie asked, her voice echoing off the gray stone ridges with a cheerfulness that I found, frankly, to be a form of psychological warfare. She was hopping from rock to rock with the irritating lightness of a dandelion seed, while I was currently engaged in a performance that sounded like a blacksmith shop falling down a flight of stairs. "Fascinating is a word one uses for a museum exhibit, Ennie," I barked, my voice box emitting a sharp metallic hiss as I navigated a field of gray scree that seemed to shift and groan beneath my weight. "I find this landscape to be an unprovoked assault. My brass feet, which were once the pride of a very expensive Hartford foundry, are currently being shredded into a fine golden confetti. At this rate of attrition, by the time we reach the Lehigh Gap, I shall be walking on my ankles, and my shins will be reduced to the diameter of a number 2 pencil." Every step was a catastrophe. The sharp edges of the Pennsylvania stone were harder than my Victorian-era brass. With every clack and grind, I felt the agonizing sensation of my soles being planed away. My internal 1790s heart was beating a frantic, rhythmic tock-tock-tock, sensing the structural instability. "You're developing a gilded limp, Sam," Ennie noted, pausing to watch me wobble over a particularly jagged outcropping. "I am developing a crisis of faith," I retorted. "I have survived the mud of Georgia, the jungles of the Smokies, and the sheer verticality of Virginia. But to be defeated by a collection of sharp stones in a state famous for its pretzels is an irony I cannot stomach. My grip is gone, Ennie. I have the traction of a greased pig on a frozen lake." We reached a road crossing where a strip of black asphalt, likely a connector for the newly burgeoning interstate system of 1950, sliced through the woods. Beside the road sat a small, rusted service station with a sign that promised cheap gas and cold pop. Near the ditch, someone had discarded a pile of worn-out truck tires, their heavy treads caked with the mud of the Cumberland Valley. Ennie stopped dead in her tracks. That dangerous engineering light flared in her eyes. "Sam, look, Goodyear's finest, just sitting there in the weeds." "I see a pile of industrial refuse, Ennie. I fail to see how a collection of rubber donuts is going to save my soul from the quartzite," I said, leaning my 400-pound frame against a 1948 Chevrolet flatbed truck that was parked near the station. The owner of the truck, a man in a sweat-stained fedora who looked as though he had spent the last 40 years arguing with a stubborn mule, leaned out of the cab. He stared at me, a brass man in a ruined tuxedo, venting a lavender-scented wisp of steam, currently being scrutinized by a young woman with a measuring tape. "He running hot, miss?" the farmer asked, spitting a stream of tobacco juice into the gravel. "He's just losing his tread," Ennie replied, not even looking up as she began to measure the diameter of my brass feet. "The rocks back there are eating him alive." The farmer climbed out of the truck, eyeing my Fontana knees with a look of professional respect. "That's some solid ironwork, but you can't walk on them rocks with brass shoes. That's like trying to plow a field with a silver spoon. You need some real rubber." "My point exactly," Ennie cheered. She turned to the farmer. "Mind if we take those old tires in the ditch? I think they're 750s. "Take 'em and welcome," the farmer said. "The mosquitoes like 'em more than I do." Ennie went to work with the speed and ferocity of a woman who had just found the missing piece of the universe. She dragged 2 heavy truck tires onto the gravel and produced a jagged, high-carbon steel saw from her pack. She didn't fix my feet. She performed a brutal 1950s-style retreading. I am to be shod like a delivery vehicle? I asked, watching in horror as she began to carve thick, rectangular slabs out of the heavy rubber treads. Annie, consider the aesthetic catastrophe. I am a man of letters. I was meant to walk on Persian rugs and polished mahogany. To arrive in a town wearing the cast-off remnants of a Goodyear tire is to admit that civilization has finally surrendered. Civilization requires traction, Sam, she said, her brow furrowed in concentration. Now, lift your right leg. She used a series of industrial-grade bolts and a generous application of the spruce gum putty we'd salvaged at the Mason-Dixon line. She didn't just glue the rubber on, she fused it to my brass soles. She carved the rubber into what she called all-terrain boots alpha. They were massive, ugly, and possessed the subtle grace of a pair of cinder blocks. "There," she said, standing back. "Try that." I set my foot down. The sound was no longer a sharp metallic clack. It was a dull, authoritative thud. I took a step on the gravel, then another toward a large, smooth rock at the edge of the station. My foot didn't slide. It didn't grind. The heavy rubber teeth of the truck tire bit into the stone with a grip that felt as though I had been magnetically coupled to the earth. I am unmoving," I whispered, performing a slow experimental lean. "I feel as though I could stand on the side of a glass building and deliver a lecture on the fallacies of gravity." "No sliding, no shredding," Ennie said, wiping a smudge of black rubber dust from her cheek. "You're a 4x4 now, Sam." The farmer leaned against his truck, nodding in approval. "You look like a man who's ready to haul a load of timber, Mr. TwAIn. Them rocks won't bother you none now. You've got 'em outnumbered." "I thank you for your contribution to the art, sir," I told him, tipping my Chevy cowl hat. "I may look like a Victorian gentleman who has lost a fight with a tire shop, but I find that I am remarkably stable." As we marched back into the woods of Pennsylvania, the transition was miraculous. The Rocksylvania nightmare hadn't changed. The stones were still sharp, the ridges were still jagged, but I was no longer their victim. I stomped over the quartzite with a rhythmic, muffled thud that sounded like the heartbeat of a very heavy, very determined giant. We encountered a family of white-tailed deer near a spring. Usually, my metallic clattering sent them bolting for the next county. But with my new rubber boots, I moved with a stealthy, heavy-duty silence. I managed to get within 10 feet of a buck before my internal clock chimed the hour. Bong! The buck didn't just bolt, he appeared to perform a vertical ascent of 6 feet before vanishing into the laurel thicket. "He wasn't expecting a clock in the woods," Ennie laughed. "None of us expect the things we find in the woods, Ennie," I mused, watching the rubber-muffled movement of my feet. "I find that Pennsylvania is teaching me a valuable lesson in humility. To walk the long road, one must be willing to trade one's golden shoes for the grit and rubber of the common highway." "You sound like you're writing a new essay," she said. "I am always writing, Ennie. It is the only way I can justify the sheer amount of steam I am currently wasting on this endeavor," I replied. The sun began to set over the long, rocky spine of the mountain, casting a deep orange glow over the gray stone. I looked down at my massive rubber-shod feet and my galvanized knees. I was a patchwork of eras, part 18th century clock, part 19th century philosopher, and part 20th century truck. But as we pushed deeper into the rocks, the thud of my boots echoed with a new kind of confidence. Maine was still 1,000 miles away, But I was no longer afraid of the ground beneath me. I was a master of the terrain, a steam-powered wanderer with the grip of a Hudson Hornet and the soul of a riverboat pilot. 2,000 miles, I whispered to the darkening woods, and I shall tread upon every single rock with the dignity of a man who knows exactly what he's made of, even if most of it was found in a ditch. Chapter 15. The Lehigh Gap Scare. There is a specific variety of geological malice found in the Lehigh Gap of Pennsylvania that makes the rest of the state's jagged Rocksylvania ridges look like a carpeted parlor in a New England parsonage. By the time we reached the banks of the Lehigh River in the late summer of 1950, my all-terrain boots, those monstrous rubber-shod appendages Ennie had fashioned from discarded truck tires, had become seasoned veterans of the shale. They smelled of hot rubber and ancient pine needles, and they possessed a grip that would have made a mountain goat green with envy. However, as I stood at the base of the north side ascent, looking up at what appeared to be a vertical wall of blue-gray rock stripped bare of all vegetation, I felt my internal 1790s heart skip a rhythmic beat. "Ennie," I said, my voice box emitting a low vibrating hum that echoed off the stone, "I believe there has been a clerical error in our navigation. This is not a trail. This is a chimney. Or perhaps it is a gargantuan stone slide designed for the express purpose of returning 400-pound mechanical gentlemen to the river below in the form of a very shiny, very flat brass pancake." "It's called a rock scramble, Sam," Ennie cried, her eyes bright with the terrifying light of a woman who has found a mountain she wants to fight. She was tightening her bootlaces, her small frame dwarfed by the sheer wall of the gap. "The guidebook says it's one of the most challenging sections on the whole trail. Think of the view from the top." "I am currently enjoying a perfectly adequate view of the bottom, Ennie," I informed her, venting a nervous, lavender-scented puff of steam. "I find that the higher one climbs, the more one realizes how much one enjoys the concept of the basement. Gravity is a relentless creditor, and I have no desire to pay my debts in full upon these rocks." The environment around us was a testament to Pennsylvania's industrial enthusiasm. In 1950, the nearby zinc smelters in Palmerton had turned the surrounding ridges into a lunar landscape. The trees had long since surrendered, leaving behind a stark skeletal beauty of scorched stone and yellowed grass. The air tasted of sulfur and progress, a combination that made my intake filters sneeze in rhythmic metallic bursts. As we prepared for the ascent, we encountered a young man who looked as though he had wandered off a college campus in a fit of athletic madness. He wore leather boots, khaki shorts, and a look of profound physical exhaustion. He was sitting on a boulder, nursing a canteen and staring up at the scramble with the expression of a man facing a firing squad. "Afternoon," the young man gasped, his eyes widening as he took in my brass torso and the rakishly angled Chevy cowl on my head. Is that a new type of diving suit?" "It is a walking suit, sir," I replied, tipping my hat with a flourish of my brass hand, "specifically designed for the navigation of topographic insults such as the one before us. I am Samuel Clingmans, and this is my chief engineer, Ennie. We are currently engaged in a race against our own common sense, and the common sense appears to be winning." The boy blinked, nearly dropping his canteen. "You're actually going up that? In a tuxedo?" Style is the only thing one can afford when one is entirely devoid of sanity, I told him. The first 100 feet of the climb were a revelation in the physics of regret. My rubber-shod feet bit into the rock with a satisfying thud, but the center of my gravity, situated somewhere in the vicinity of my heavy-duty coal-fired boiler, kept attempting to introduce my face to the quartzite. I was crawling on all fours, a sight that I am certain would have horrified my previous biographers. A 6-foot 4-inch brass man, moving like a very slow, very expensive beetle, hissing and clattering up a vertical wall of stone. "Steady, Sam!" Ennie called from above, her hands finding purchase in cracks I couldn't even see. "Just use your arm servos. You've got more torque than a tractor." "I have the torque of a tractor, Ennie, but I have the grace of a falling safe," I shouted back. Then the scare happened. I reached for a ledge that looked as solid as the United States Treasury. I shifted my weight, my pistons hissing as they provided the power for the lift. But the rock in Pennsylvania is a treacherous thing. It is a collection of broken promises held together by moss and spite. The ledge didn't just crumble, it vanished. My right hand slipped. My 400-pound frame lurched outward, the empty air of the Lehigh Gap suddenly occupying the space where my dignity had been. For a heartbeat, I was suspended by a single brass finger and the sheer, stubborn friction of my left rubber boot. My internal 1790s clock began to chime. A frantic, high-pitched ding-ding-ding sounded like a fire alarm in a jewelry shop. "Ennie!" I shrieked, a jet of high-pressure steam erupting from my neck vents. "I am departing. I am becoming a topographical feature of the valley floor." "Sam, don't move!" Ennie didn't panic. She didn't scream. She went into a state of mechanical grace. She was 20 feet above me, perched on a narrow, stable shelf. She reached into her rucksack and pulled out her 100-foot coil of heavy-duty nylon climbing rope, a marvel of 1950s material science, and a pair of steel carabiners. "I can't pull you up, Sam. You're too heavy," she yelled. "But you can pull us." "That is a mathematical impossibility, Ennie. I am currently a very shiny pendulum." "Listen to me," she commanded, her voice cutting through my mechanical panic. "I'm anchoring the rope to this iron pin I found in the rock. It must be from the old survey cruise. I'm going to drop the loop to you. I want you to hook it into your secondary arm winch, the high-torque gear we use for clearing logs." I looked at my left arm. Beneath the machete crank was a recessed hub, a high-torque gear set linked directly to my primary drive piston. It was meant for winching myself out of mud, not for performing aerial acrobatics on a cliff face. With a desperate metallic lunge, I caught the rope Ennie dropped. I fed it into the hub, the gears clicking as they took the bite. "Now," Ennie cried, "I've looped the other end around my waist and through a pulley. When you engage the winch, you're going to pull yourself up the rope, and the counterweight of the pulley will help stabilize me while I guide you." It was a 2-person elevator system, improvised on the fly over a 300-foot drop. I engaged the auxiliary steam line to my left arm. The gears groaned, a sound like a giant's teeth being ground together. The rope went taut, twang, sounding like the string of a gargantuan double bass. Slowly, inexorably, the winch began to turn. I wasn't climbing anymore. I was being reeled in. My brass body scraped against the rock, sending up sparks and the scent of scorched rubber but I was moving upward. Ennie leaned back into her harness, her small frame acting as the anchor, her face set in a mask of pure engineering focus. "That's it, Sam. Keep the pressure steady." I reached the shelf. I scrambled onto the flat stone, my hydraulic servos locking with a series of violent, relieved clicks. I lay there for a moment, my boiler panting, my 1790s heart slowly returning to a dignified tock, tock, tock. "Well," I rasped, my voice box sounding like a rusted gate. That was a most invigorating experience. I believe I have left several pounds of high-quality brass on the side of that mountain. If anyone finds it, they are welcome to it as a souvenir of my cowardice. Ennie collapsed beside me, her chest heaving, a triumphant grin on her face. "We did it, Sam! An elevator! On the Lehigh Gap!" "It was not an elevator, Ennie. It was a vertical execution that was stayed at the last moment by a piece of nylon," I remarked. I sat up, looking out over the gap. From our new vantage point, we could see the Lehigh River winding like a silver ribbon below, and the smoke from the Palmerton stacks drifting lazily into the blue Pennsylvania sky. The young hiker we had met at the bottom was now a tiny distant speck. I raised my brass hand and gave him a slow, majestic wave. I suspect he thought I was a ghost, or perhaps a particularly large vulture with a penchant for formal wear. "You know, Ennie," I mused as my internal pressure stabilized, "there is a certain honesty in being dangling over an abyss. It strips away the metaphors and the sarcasm and leaves a man with nothing but the sheer, unadulterated desire to remain in one piece. I find that I have a newfound respect for gravity. It is a very consistent force." "And you have a newfound respect for nylon rope," she added, patting the coil. "I have a respect for anything that prevents me from becoming a smudge," I agreed. We stayed on the shelf for an hour, letting my boiler cool and my joints settle. I watched the shadows of the clouds race across the valley floor, and for the first time since we entered Rocksylvania, I didn't feel like a victim of the terrain. I felt like a part of it. I was a brass and steel addition to the geology of Pennsylvania, a walking monument to the idea that with enough steam, enough rope, and a sufficiently optimistic mechanic, a man can overcome even the most vertical of insults. "Ready to finish the climb?" Ennie asked, standing up and dusting off her knees. "The summit is only another 200 feet. "I am ready, Ennie," I said, standing with a solid rubber-shod thud. "But if we encounter any more elevators, I insist on being the one who guides the rope. My heart is not designed for the role of the passenger." We pushed on toward the summit, my Fontana knees clicking a rhythmic, victorious song against the stone. The Lehigh Gap was behind us, or rather, beneath us, and the long, rocky road to Maine beckoned. I was battered, I was scratched, and I smelled like a tire fire in a flower shop. But I was still moving north, and in the summer of 1950, on the roof of Pennsylvania, that was a triumph worth every puff of steam. Chapter 16. The Delaware Water Gap. The state of Pennsylvania, having exhausted its supply of jagged rocks and topographical insults, decides to conclude its portion of the Appalachian Trail with a grand watery flourish known as the Delaware Water Gap. It is a place where the mountain has been cleaved in twain by the persistent, soft-headed stubbornness of a river that refused to take a detour. To a man of flesh, it is a scenic wonder of the first order. To a man of 400 pounds of interlocking brass and high-pressure steam. It is a terrifying reminder of the fundamental laws of buoyancy, specifically that I possess none. "Look at it, Sam! The gateway to New Jersey!" Ennie cried, her voice echoing off the sheer stone walls of Mount Mincy. She stood at the water's edge, the Delaware River rushing past her boots in a swirl of cold green glass. "It's so wide, so powerful, it's almost like home, isn't it?" "It is nothing like home, Ennie," I rumbled, my voice box emitting a sound like a wet boot being pulled from a mud hole. I came to a halt on the bank, my all-terrain boots of truck tire rubber sinking deep into the silty muck. The Mississippi is a grand, slow-moving narrative, a liquid history that takes its time and respects a man's dignity. This Delaware is a frantic, shallow piece of prose that seems to be in a tremendous hurry to get to the Atlantic, where it will undoubtedly be ignored by the fish. Furthermore, the Mississippi has steamboats, real steamboats, with plush carpets and mahogany bars. It does not require its passengers to possess a primary hull made of brass and a secondary temperament made of ironclad anxiety. "We have to cross, Sam. The trail picks up on the other side, right at the base of Mount Tammany," she said, shielding her eyes from the late afternoon sun. "The bridge is a mile downriver, but the old ferry is gone, and I don't think that little rowboat over there can handle your displacement." She pointed to a small, weather-beaten skiff tied to a rotting pier nearby. It was occupied by a fisherman in a floppy hat, who was currently staring at me with a look of such profound bewilderment that I feared he might swallow his pipe. "My dear man!" I shouted toward the boat, my internal 1790s heart chiming a single resonant note for the quarter hour. "I should like to inquire as to the depth of your channel. I find that my current configuration is remarkably well suited for the role of an anchor, but I have a pressing engagement in Maine that precludes me from spending the next century on the riverbed." The fisherman didn't answer. He simply set down his rod, picked up his oars, and began to row toward the opposite shore with a speed that suggested he believed he was witnessing a herald of the apocalypse. "See?" I sighed, a puff of lavender steam escaping my nose. I am a social pariah. Even the piscatorial enthusiasts find my presence to be a deterrent to their craft. "Don't be dramatic," Ennie said, already pacing the shoreline with that predatory engineering squint. "If we can't find a boat, we'll build one. We've got your waterproof tarp, plenty of downed hemlock from that storm last night, and, well, we've got you." "I am not a boat, Ennie. I am a landlocked philosopher. I am a creature of the ridge and the rail." "You're a steam engine, Sam," she countered, her fingers already flying through her pack. "And what is a steamboat but a steam engine with a floating porch?" The next 2 hours were a master class in improvised naval architecture. Ennie moved with the frantic grace of a beaver on a deadline. She scavenged 4 thick hemlock logs that had washed up on the bank, lashing them together with our climbing rope and several lengths of heavy-duty copper wire she'd been hoarding since Harpers Ferry. She then draped my heavy, wax-treated canvas tarp over the center, creating a makeshift cockpit that looked suspiciously like an oversized laundry basket. "There," she panted, wiping a streak of river mud from her brow. "The SS Samuel L. Clemens. It won't win any prizes for aesthetics, but it'll float, provided you stay exactly in the middle." "And how, may I ask, do we intend to propel this hemlock catastrophe across the current?" I asked, eyeing the turbulent water. I have no desire to drift toward Philadelphia and be mistaken for a piece of industrial runoff. That's where the steamboat part comes in, Ennie said, a mischievous light dancing in her eyes. She reached for my left arm, the one currently fitted with the machete crank, and my right arm, which still possessed its original brass hand. I'm going to link your arm servos to these. She produced two flat rectangular pieces of scrap wood she'd salvaged from a broken crate. With a bit of ingenuity and a pair of industrial-grade clamps, she fastened the boards to my forearms. I have been turned into a human paddle wheel, I noted, my pressure gauge flickering with a mix of indignation and curiosity. Not human, Sam, mechanical. I've bypassed your wrist rotation governors. When you engage your primary drive piston, your arms won't just move, they'll cycle. You'll be a twin-engine stern wheeler, only the wheels are on the sides. I gingerly lowered my 400-pound frame onto the raft. The hemlock logs groaned, dipping precariously into the Delaware. For a moment, the water lapped at my Fontana knees, sending a shiver of thermal shock through my boiler. "Steady, steady," Ennie whispered, hopping onto the back of the logs and grabbing a long pole. "Okay, Sam, give it a head of steam. But gently. We want to cross the river, not boil it." I engaged the auxiliary steam lines. With a low, rhythmic thump, 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 my arms began to move. The boards hit the water with a satisfying splash, and to my utter astonishment, the raft surged forward. I wasn't just walking. I was navigating. "Aha!" I cried, the 1790s heart in my chest beating a triumphant tock, tock, tock. "Behold the majesty of the Delaware! I am the master of the current. I am the ghost of the Paul Jones. I am the terror of the trout." We reached the middle of the river just as a group of 1950s vacationers were crossing the highway bridge above us in a shiny green Packard. They slowed to a crawl, leaning out the windows to stare at the spectacle below. From their perspective, they were seeing a 6-foot-4-inch brass man in a tuxedo, crowned with a Chevrolet hubcap, sitting on a pile of logs and furiously paddling the water with a pair of boards like a mechanical madman. "Look, Daddy, it's a giant clock." A child's voice drifted down from the bridge. "It's not a clock, son," the father replied, his voice full of a weary, mid-century confusion. Well, I suspect it's a very elaborate advertisement for a brand of coal I haven't heard of yet." "I am not an advertisement, you lid-footed Philistine." I barked toward the bridge, my voice box achieving a resonant, watery echo. "I am the vanguard of a new era. I am the marriage of the forest and the furnace. And I would appreciate it if you would keep your exhaust out of my intake. I am currently breathing pure river mist." The Packard sped away, leaving a cloud of blue smoke that I chose to ignore. The current in the gap is deceptively strong, and as we neared the New Jersey shore, a large, submerged rock threatened to upend our delicate arrangement. The raft tilted violently. "Sam, reverse the port engine!" Ennie screamed, clutching the logs. I reversed the steam flow to my left arm. The board churned the water into a white froth, the raft pivoting with a grace that even a New Orleans pilot would have envied. We cleared the rock by an inch, the logs scraping against the stone with a sound that made my teeth, if I had them, ache. With a final, powerful thrust of my paddle arms, we struck the muddy bank of New Jersey. I stood up, the raft disintegrating beneath me as the logs finally surrendered to the stress of the crossing. I stepped onto the Jersey soil with a solid rubber-shod thud, the river water dripping from my tuxedo and hissing against my hot boiler. "New Jersey," I announced, my voice box emitting a spray of lavender steam to cleanse the air of the river's fishy scent. "It looks remarkably like Pennsylvania, only with a slightly more optimistic shade of green. I find that I do not miss the rocks, though I suspect the mountains ahead will find new ways to test my rivets." "We did it, Sam," Ennie laughed, collapsing onto the grass. She looked at my arms, still fitted with the wooden boards. "You make a pretty good steamboat." "I make a magnificent steamboat, Ennie," I corrected, as she began to unclamp the boards. "But I find that I prefer my rivers from the deck of a vessel that possesses a proper kitchen and a staff of porters. This self-propelled business is a young man's game, and I am a man of a very specific, very heavy vintage." I looked back across the Delaware water gap. The sun was setting between the two mountains, casting a golden bridge across the water we had just conquered. I felt a rare sense of peace. I had crossed the great divide of the mid-Atlantic, and while my tuxedo was a soggy ruin and my Fontana knees were caked in silt, I was still moving. 2,000 miles, I whispered to the Jersey wind, and I have finally learned how to swim without drowning. I suppose there is hope for me yet? "Come on, Sam," Ennie said, pointing toward the dark rising bulk of Mount Tammany. "New Jersey's waiting, and I hear the blueberries are in season." "Blueberries?" I mused, my internal clock chiming the hour of 6. Bong. I find that I could develop a great deal of affection for a state that offers fruit as a reward for survival. Lead the way, Ennie. But if I see another log raft, I intend to walk around it. We marched into the Jersey woods, my all-terrain boots finding easy purchase on the soft earth. The river was behind us, the rocks were a memory, and the long green road to the Berkshires lay ahead. I was the brass hiker, and for the first time in 1,000 miles, I felt as though the wind was finally at my back. Chapter 17. New Jersey's High Point. I had been led to believe, through a combination of hearsay, ill-informed almanacs, and the general grittiness of the Jersey City docks I had frequented in a previous century, that the state of New Jersey was a landscape composed entirely of soot, brick dust, and the discarded ambitions of industrial magnates. I expected a wasteland of belching smokestacks and gray, defeated rivers where the only greenery to be found was the moss growing on a derelict pier. I had braced my 400-pound frame for a journey through a scenic ash heap. Imagine my profound indignation, then, upon crossing the border to find myself submerged in an ocean of such aggressive, unrepentant verdancy that it bordered on the indecent. "Ennie," I said, pausing atop a ridge in the Kittatinny Mountains to vent a particularly mournful plume of lavender-scented steam, "I believe we have been victims of a cartographic hoax. This cannot be New Jersey. There is a suspicious lack of smog. There are no iron foundries screaming at the sky. Instead, I am surrounded by an excessive amount of chlorophyll that seems to be plotting to bypass my intake filters and take root in my secondary boiler jacket. It is green, Ennie. It is violently, offensively green." "It's beautiful, Sam," Ennie cried, her voice ringing out over the valley like a silver bell. She was currently leaning over a patch of wild ferns, her fingers dancing over the brass rivets of my right ankle. I had developed a slight clink in my gait, which she insisted was merely a loose washer, but I suspected was a localized protest against the humidity. They don't call it the Garden State for nothing. Look at the way the light catches the hemlocks. It's like the whole world has been freshly painted. If the world has been painted, it was done by a madman with an unlimited supply of emerald pigment and no sense of restraint, I retorted. I am a man of the river and the city, Ennie. I find comfort in the honest browns of a silt-heavy Mississippi or the dignified grays of a New York cobblestone. This relentless emerald glare is giving my ocular lenses a migraine. I feel as though I am walking through a very large, very damp salad. We were marching toward High Point, the literal apex of the state, where a gargantuan stone obelisk stood as a sentinel over the tri-state area. In the year 1950, High Point State Park was a jewel of the New Jersey park system, a place where families in wood-paneled station wagons came to escape the sweltering heat of the lowlands. As we ascended, the all-terrain boots Ennie had fashioned from truck tires proved their worth. They gripped the soft, loamy earth of the Jersey woods with a muffled thud, sparing my Fontana knees the jarring agony of the Pennsylvania shale. However, the Jersey humidity was a different sort of antagonist. It clung to my brass plating like a damp ghost, threatening to turn my interior into a tropical conservatory. I am experiencing a distinct sensation of internal rot, I informed Ennie as we reached a clearing. I am sweating enough condensation to provide irrigation for a small vineyard. If I do not find a way to express my grievances regarding this garden state immediately, I suspect my safety valve will engage in a fit of spontaneous oratory. "You need a project, Sam," Ennie said, reaching into her pack for a tin of graphite lubricant. "You've been ruminating on your own rust for 3 miles. Why don't you write something? You haven't composed a proper satire since we left the Smokies." "Right? With what, my dear? My fountain pen was sacrificed to the Delaware River, and I find that my left arm, while magnificent at clearing brush, is remarkably poor at wielding a quill." Ennie looked around, her engineer's mind already sifting through the forest for a solution. She pointed to a fallen paper birch tree, its bark white and peeling like the pages of a discarded ledger. "Birch bark. It's nature's parchment. And you got plenty of soot in your exhaust manifold. I can bypass the vent clack and feed a steady stream of carbon slurry to your index finger. You can be your own printing press." To be reduced to a mechanical scribe, scrawling upon the skin of a tree, I mused. It is primitive, it is undignified, it is remarkably enticing. I sat upon a mossy stump, which groaned in a way that suggested it was reconsidering its career in the timber industry, and prepared for the task. Ennie worked with her usual feverish brilliance. She disconnected a small copper return line from my primary smoke box and routed it down my right arm, terminating in a fine, needle-pointed aperture she'd fashioned from a spare needle valve. "There," she said, wiping a smudge of black soot from her nose. "Just think of a word, and your internal pressure will do the rest. You're a steam-powered fountain pen, Sam." I rested a large sheet of white birch bark upon my galvanized knee. I took a deep breath of the pine-scented air, felt the steady tock-tock-tock of my 1790 heart, and began to write. The title came to me in a burst of high-pressure inspiration. "The Great Emerald Fraud of the Atlantic Seaboard, or Why New Jersey is Too Green for a Gentleman of Quality. It has long been the habit of the American traveler to speak of New Jersey in the hushed, apologetic tones one reserves for a relative who has taken up a career in the pickpocket arts. I wrote, my index finger hissing as a fine stream of carbonized steam traced the letters onto the bark. We expect the grit of the foundry. We demand the stench of the refinery. We enter this state with our collars turned up, prepared to be insulted by the very air we breathe. Imagine, then, the staggering disappointment of finding a wilderness so lush and unencumbered by human industry that it makes the Garden of Eden look like a vacant lot in St. Louis. I continued for 3 pages, my finger moving with a rhythmic, mechanical fluidness. I wrote of the indecent amount of foliage and the chipmunks who possess a level of self-assurance that can only be described as treasonous. I argued that New Jersey had clearly spent the last century engaging in a massive public relations campaign to convince the world it was an ash heap, merely so it could keep all this quiet, green beauty for itself. I was halfway through a particularly scathing paragraph regarding the extravagant humidity when a voice interrupted my literary flow. "Pardon me, sir. Are you the man from the radio?" I paused, my finger emitting a final contemplative puff of black smoke. Standing before me was a young boy of perhaps 10 years, wearing a striped T-shirt and a pair of spectacles that were entirely too large for his face. Behind him stood his parents, looking as though they had just seen a locomotive wander into their picnic. "I am the man from nowhere, young sir," I informed him, my voice box achieving a resonant baritone clarity, "and I am currently engaged in a vital work of investigative journalism. I am exposing the green conspiracy that currently occupies this mountain." The father, a man in a short-sleeved shirt holding a Kodak Brownie camera, stepped forward. I heard stories at the lodge, a brass man in a tuxedo. I thought it was just the altitude talking. "The altitude is remarkably silent today, sir," I replied, tilting my Chevy cowl hubcap. "It is the foliage that is shouting. I am Samuel Clemens, and I find that your state is suffering from a surfeit of scenery. It is quite distracting for a man of my particular configuration." "He's writing on a tree," the boy shouted, pointing at the birch bark. "I am writing on the only available surface that possesses a modicum of honesty," I told him. "I find that paper is too flighty for the truths I am currently unearthing." Ennie stepped forward, smiling at the family. "He's a bit of a curmudgeon about nature. He prefers things made of brick and mortar. I prefer things that do not attempt to grow into my secondary joints," I barked, though not without a touch of humor. I handed the boy a small scrap of bark upon which I had traced a simple caricature of a very surprised-looking frog. "Take this, child. It is a souvenir of the day you met a machine who had a disagreement with a forest." The family eventually moved on, the father looking back over his shoulder to snap a photograph, one that I am certain would be the talk of his bridge club for years to come. We reached the summit of High Point as the sun began to dip toward the Delaware River. The massive stone monument loomed above us, a gray finger pointing towards the heavens. From our vantage point, we could see for miles the rolling hills of Pennsylvania, the distant blue peaks of New York, and the endless verdant waves of the Jersey Highlands. "You know, Ennie," I said, leaning against the cold stone of the monument, "my Harpers Ferry heart was beating a slow, contented rhythm. I suppose there is a certain rugged charm in being wrong. I expected a desert of iron, and I found a kingdom of oak. It is a humbling thing for a man who prides himself on his cynicism. "Does that mean you're going to tear up the essay?" she asked, already checking the tension on my drive belt. "Certainly not. It is a magnificent piece of satire. It just happens to be entirely based on a false premise, which makes it all the more authentic to the American experience." I looked out over the Garden State one last time. The air was cooling, and the scent of pine and damp earth was heavy in my filters. I felt sturdy. I felt vented. And for a moment, I didn't even mind the color green. "Tomorrow, New York," Ennie said, looking toward the north. "New York," I mused, the name tasting of coffee and ambition. "I wonder if they have a monument for me there, or at the very least, a decent piece of birch bark. I find that I have a great deal more to say about the North, and I suspect the chipmunks in the Hudson Valley will be just as treasonous as the ones here." We marched on into the Jersey twilight, my rubber-shod feet thumping a steady rhythmic beat. I was a brass-plated ghost in an emerald world, a mechanical traveler who had finally found the high point of his own expectations. And as the stars began to twinkle over the Kittatinny Ridge, I found that I was perfectly happy to be exactly where I was, even if it was in a garden I never asked for. Chapter 18. The Bear Mountain Bridge. New York, in the mid-century estimation, is a state that suffers from a chronic case of split personality. At one end, it is a frantic hive of concrete and commerce, where men spend their lives scurrying like ants beneath the shadows of steel giants. At the other, it is a vast, rolling wilderness of granite and hemlock that looks as though it hasn't heard a word of the 20th century and wouldn't believe it if it did. We had crossed the border from New Jersey and found ourselves navigating the ancient humped ridges of the Hudson Highlands, a landscape that was simultaneously beautiful and remarkably inconvenient for a gentleman of my particular displacement. "Sam, look! There it is!" Ennie cried, pointing through a gap in the oaks. "The Hudson River, and that's the Bear Mountain Bridge. It was the longest suspension bridge in the world when they built it in 24. Isn't it a marvel?" "I have a long-standing distrust of suspension bridges, Ennie," I replied, my voice box emitting a low, vibrating hum that sounded like a cello being dragged over a gravel pit. "They are nothing more than a collection of piano wires holding up a road, and I find the notion of trusting 400 pounds of high-pressure steam to a series of metallic threads to be a staggering leap of faith. I am a creature of the river, yes, but I prefer my rivers to be beneath a hull, not 1,000 feet below my soles." I was, at that moment, a vision of industrial eccentricity. My brass torso was scarred with the memories of the South. My galvanized steel Fontana knees clattered with a rhythmic, heavy-duty authority, and my feet, shod in the massive rubber treads of a Goodyear truck tire, struck the earth with a muffled, earth-shaking thud. My Harpers Ferry heart, the 1790s clockwork Ennie had installed, beat a steady, iron-willed tock, tock, tock that seemed to sync with the very pulse of the mountain. As we approached the bridge, the environment began to hum. It started as a faint, metallic vibration in my toe rivets, a tingling sensation that suggested the air itself was becoming crowded. In 1950, the Bear Mountain Bridge was a bustling artery of the Empire State, a majestic span of steel and cables that leaped across the Hudson like a frozen lightning bolt. "Ennie," I said, pausing as my ocular lenses began to jitter in their sockets, "I am experiencing a most peculiar sensation. I feel attractive, and I do not mean in the aesthetic sense, though I am aware that my current silhouette is quite striking. I feel as though the world is attempting to lean into me." "It's the bridge, Sam," Ennie noted, her eyes narrowing as she observed a stray paperclip from her own pocket suddenly leap through the air and attach itself to my left elbow piston. The sheer volume of structural steel, the friction of the wind over the gorge, and your own high-nickel galvanized plating. You're acting like a giant steam-powered induction coil. You're becoming magnetic. I have been accused of many things in my life: sarcasm, cynicism, and an unhealthy devotion to the cigar. But I have never been accused of being an electromagnet, I barked, just as my Chevy cowl hubcap emitted a sharp blue spark. "I find this development to be a gross violation of my personal boundaries. I do not wish to be a lodestone, Ennie. I wish to be a pedestrian." We stepped onto the pedestrian walkway of the bridge. The wind was howling through the cables, a deep aeolian moan that resonated through my brass chest plate. Beneath us, the Hudson was a gray, churning muscle of water, and far above, the sky was a pale, indifferent blue. The problem, however, was not the view. The problem was a hiker coming from the opposite direction, a gentleman who appeared to have taken the Modern Outdoorsman's Catalog of 1950 and attempted to wear all of it at once. He was clad in a khaki scoutmaster's uniform, a felt hat with a brim wide enough to shelter a small village, and a rucksack that looked as though it contained the entire inventory of a high-end kitchen. As the hiker neared us, he stopped, his mouth falling open in a look of profound mid-century bewilderment. "Lord have mercy," he whispered, staring at my towering, hissing brass and steel frame. "Is that a secret weapon?" "I am a man of peace, sir, and a writer by trade," I informed him, my voice box vibrating with the metallic hum of the bridge, "though at the moment I find that I am also a victim of a most distressing physical phenomenon. I would advise you to keep your distance. I am currently—" I never finished the sentence. As the hiker stepped within 3 feet of my Fontana knees, a sudden, violent sound erupted from his rucksack. It was a rhythmic clatter-clang-snap, followed by the sound of ripping canvas. Before my very ocular lenses, a dozen silver-plated teaspoons, a heavy iron skillet, and a set of nesting tin cups erupted from the hiker's pack like a metallic swarm of hornets. They didn't fall to the ground. They flew. With a series of sharp melodic clinks, the spoons attached themselves to my chest plate in a neat, fan-like arrangement. The tin cups latched onto my shoulders like oversized epaulets, and the iron skillet struck my right hip with a thud that nearly sent me listing to the starboard side. "My dinner!" the hiker screamed, clutching his now shredded pack. "He's stealing my dinnerware. That's a genuine cast-iron Wagner. Give it back." "Sir, I assure you, I have no desire to possess your kitchenware," I shouted, my arm servos straining against the sudden magnetic weight. "I am currently being decorated against my will. I am not a thief. I am a victim of your national infrastructure." "Sam, don't move," Ennie yelled, already diving into her kit. "The static buildup on the bridge cables is feeding into your boiler's ground loop. You're a 400-pound horseshoe magnet." "I am a cutlery display, Ennie. I am a mobile advertisement for a hardware store, I cried, as a small metallic compass suddenly flew off the hiker's belt and stuck itself firmly to my nose vent. Remove this iron infestation immediately. I feel as though I am being consumed by a kitchen. The hiker was now attempting to pry his skillet off my hip, his boots sliding on the bridge's steel grate. Lego! That's for my bacon! I cannot Lego, you fool! I am not holding it. It is holding me, I barked. Ennie, the indignity is reaching a crescendo. If a photographer from the New York Times sees me in this state, I shall be forced to spend the rest of my days in a circus. Ennie didn't waste time with a wrench. She grabbed a length of heavy copper wire from her pack, anchored it to the steel railing of the bridge with a series of frantic, expert knots, and then lunged toward my left ankle. I'm grounding you, Sam. Hold still. She wrapped the other end of the wire around my galvanized knee strut. For a heartbeat, there was a blinding blue flash and a sound like a giant's bedsheet being torn in half. I felt a sudden sharp jolt that made my 1790s heart skip a beat and my Chevy cowl tilt at a precarious angle. And then the attraction vanished. The spoons, the tin cups, and the heavy iron skillet suddenly lost their grip and plummeted to the bridge deck with a deafening, clattering roar. The hiker's compass dropped from my nose and rolled into the gutter. There! Ennie panted, her hair standing on end from the static. The charge is draining into the bridge frame. You're just a normal, non-magnetic machine again. The hiker scrambled to retrieve his skillet, looking at me with a mix of terror and profound annoyance. You nearly ruined my eggs, he muttered, stuffing his bent spoons back into his ruined pack. He didn't wait for an apology. He turned and retreated toward the bare mountainside of the river with a speed that would have shamed a startled rabbit. I have been a ghost, a philosopher, and a steamboat, I sighed, my voice box returning to its usual cynical baritone. But I find that being a magnet is by far the most intrusive of my various incarnations. I've felt violated, Ennie. To have a stranger's spoons adhering to one's person is a social awkwardness I was not prepared for. It was just a bit of physics, Sam, she laughed, already untying the grounding wire. New York has a lot of energy. It was bound to rub off on you. Energy is one thing, Ennie. A frying pan to the hip is quite another, I remarked. I looked across the rest of the bridge. The Hudson was still rushing below us, and the long green ridges of the east side beckoned. Shall we move on? I should like to reach a landscape that doesn't attempt to use me as a storage unit for kitchenware. The Berkshires are next, Sam. Massachusetts, she said, checking her map. Massachusetts, I mused, my internal clock chiming the hour of 4. Bong! The sound was crisp and clear, no longer distorted by the magnetic hum of the bridge. A land of poets and transcendentalists, I only hope that their thoughts are not as heavy as their spoons. I have had enough of attraction for one afternoon. We marched off the bridge and back into the woods, my all-terrain boots finding easy purchase on the New York soil. I felt lighter, or as light as a man of my density can ever feel, and the hum of the bridge faded behind us. I was the brass hiker, and while I had been temporarily turned into a metallic porcupine, I was still moving north. And in the late summer of 1950, with the Hudson at my back and the mountains ahead, I found that I was perfectly happy to be exactly who I was, even if I had to keep a sharp eye out for stray silverware. Chapter 19. Connecticut, mud season. To the uninitiated or the hopelessly poetic, the state of Connecticut is a quaint collection of stone walls, white steepled churches, and a history so thick you could spread it on a cracker. I have spent a great deal of my previous, more biological life in Hartford, and I had always remembered the Nutmeg State as a place of sensible pavements and civilized drainage. However, the Appalachian Trail in the late summer of 1950 does not concern itself with the comforts of the Nook Farm literary circle. It concerns itself with mud, a substance that Connecticut produces with a variety and a persistence that I can only describe as professional. We had crossed the border from New York, leaving behind the magnetic whims of the Bear Mountain Bridge, only to find that the heavens had decided to engage in a week-long weeping fit. The rain was not a dramatic cleansing storm. It was a gray, relentless drizzle that turned the trail into a ribbon of chocolate-colored pudding. "Ennie?" I said, my voice box emitting a sound like a wet boot being extracted from a drainage pipe. I came to a halt as my right all-terrain boot disappeared entirely into a slurry of gray silt and decayed leaves. I find that my previous affection for this state was based on a fundamental misunderstanding of its geology. I expected a firm Yankee handshake from the earth. Instead, I am being greeted by a landscape that possesses the structural integrity of a melted custard. "It's just a little mud season, Sam," Ennie replied, her voice muffled by the hood of her yellow slicker. She was hopping along the edges of the trail, her light frame barely indenting the muck. "The locals say it's good for the soul. It keeps you grounded." "I am currently grounded to the tune of 8 inches, Ennie, and the ground appears to be seeking a more intimate relationship with my primary drive gears," I barked, venting a jet of steam that hissed as it hit the rain. "I am a 400-pound gentleman of brass and iron. I do not walk through mud. I excavate it. I am not a hiker. I am a self-burying monument to my own misplaced optimism." The disaster occurred approximately 3 miles north of a place called Hoyt Road. The trail, sensing my growing frustration, decided to transition from a mere puddle into a bona fide peat bog, a black, bubbling cauldron of ancient vegetation and modern misery. I took a confident stride, my 1790s heart beating a steady tock-tock-tock, and promptly realized that the earth beneath me had surrendered. I didn't fall. A fall would have been a quick, merciful event. Instead, I sank. It was a slow, dignified descent. First, my rubber-shod feet vanished. Then, the mud rose to greet my galvanized Fontana knees. By the time I had processed the gravity of the situation, pun entirely intended, the muck had reached my brass waistline, pressing against my tuxedo with the cold, wet weight of 1,000 damp Sundays. "Ennie," I said, my ocular lenses whirring as I attempted to maintain a level horizon, "I have reached a decision. I shall stay here. I shall become a permanent fixture of the Connecticut wetlands. In a century or two, I suspect I shall be discovered by a group of peat cutters and put in a museum as an example of a very confused bog mummy. Please leave a note for my creditors. Tell them I am currently indisposed by a geological cuddle." "Sam, stop moving! You're only making it worse," Ennie shouted, scrambling toward the edge of the bog. She looked at me with that terrifying light of engineering inspiration in her eyes. "You're a point load, Sam. Your weight is concentrated on those 2 small feet. We need to distribute your mass over a larger surface area." "I have already distributed my mass quite effectively into the bottom of this hole, Ennie." As we stood there, or rather, as I sat there while Ennie stood, a local inhabitant of the bog decided to investigate the intrusion. A snapping turtle, a creature of such profound ancient grumpiness that it made me look like a cheerful optimist, paddled slowly through the muck and came to a halt 3 inches from my brass nose. It blinked a pair of yellow, prehistoric eyes at me and let out a hiss that sounded remarkably like my own safety valve. "Good afternoon, sir," I told the beast. "I assume you are the landlord of this establishment. I should like to complain about the lack of floorboards, and your carpet is exceptionally damp." The turtle snapped its beak at a stray thread on my tuxedo lapel and then paddled away with an air of immense boredom. "See?" Ennie said, pointing at the turtle. "He's got the right idea. Webbed feet, large surface area. He doesn't sink because he spreads his weight out." "I refuse to grow webs, Ennie. My contract explicitly forbids it." "You don't have to grow them. I'm going to build them," she declared. She didn't waste time. She produced her belt knife and began a frantic assault on a nearby cluster of young saplings and thick, flexible grapevine. She moved with the speed of a woman possessed, weaving the green wood into 2 massive circular frames that looked like the skeletal remains of a pair of prehistoric tennis rackets. "I am to wear snowshoes?" I asked, watching her work. "In the middle of a rainstorm? In August?" "They aren't snowshoes. They're Mud Walkers Alpha," she corrected, reinforcing the weave with lengths of copper wire. "I'm going to use the grapevine to create a flexible mesh in the center. When you step on the mud, the weave will catch the surface tension and stop you from piercing the crust." She didn't stop at the weave. She rummaged through her pack and pulled out several empty canvas grain bags we'd picked up in New York. She stretched the canvas over the sapling frames, creating a pair of waterproof, buoyant pontoons that were nearly 3 feet across. "Now, Sam," she said, leaning out over the bog and grasping my left arm, "I need you to vent a high-pressure burst from your lower leg valves. Use the steam to blow the mud away from your feet for just a second so I can slide these under you." It is a reckless plan, Ennie. I could end up upside down, with my boiler in the air and my dignity in the silt. "Trust the physics, Sam." I engaged my secondary regulators. With a violent, muffled thump hiss, a cloud of white steam erupted from beneath the mud. For a split second, the suction was broken. Ennie, with the timing of a master machinist, shoved the first mudwalker under my right foot and the second under my left. "Now, step up." I shifted my weight. I expected to hear the familiar slurp of the bog claiming me once more. Instead, I felt a strange, elastic resistance. The mudwalkers held. I rose from the muck like a gilded phoenix rising from a very dirty ash heap. I stood atop the bog, my massive new feet creaking and groaning, but I was miraculously on top of the world. "I am a water strider," I whispered, gingerly lifting my right leg. The mudwalker came up with a wet pop, the canvas dripping with black peat. I set it down again, and the saplings flexed, holding my 400 pounds with a springy gymnastic grace. "It works!" Ennie cheered, skipping back to the trail. "You're floating, Sam." "I am walking like a very dignified duck, Ennie," I corrected, as I began the long, waddling trek out of the bog. "The mudwalkers are a triumph of improvisation, but I find the gait to be remarkably lacking in gravitas. I feel as though I should be wearing a large orange beak and shouting at passing squirrels for breadcrumbs." We continued through the Connecticut woods, my giant woven feet making a rhythmic whump-squish sound that echoed through the dripping hemlocks. I was a patchwork of survival, my 1790s heart ticking, my Fontana knees clacking, and my sapling and canvas feet spreading my vanity across the landscape. As we neared a road crossing, we encountered a group of Boy Scouts from a nearby camp, huddled under a lean-to and trying to start a fire with damp wood. They looked up as I emerged from the mist, a towering brass man in a tuxedo, hissing steam, waddling through the muck on 3-foot sapling shoes. "Mister!" one of the boys shouted, his eyes wide. "Are you a monster from the swamp?" "I am far worse than a monster, young man," I informed him, pausing to vent a plume of lavender-scented steam toward their pathetic fire. "I am a critic, and I should advise you that your wood is too wet for a proper blaze. You would do better to use a bit of dry birch bark and perhaps a more optimistic attitude." The boys stared in silence as I waddled past, my mud walkers leaving a trail of giant circular impressions in the Connecticut clay. "Ennie," I said later that evening, as we sat beneath a rocky overhang. She was cleaning the mud from the sapling weave, her face glowing in the light of our small fire. "I find that I have developed a certain affection for these wooden rafts. They have reminded me that the earth is not an enemy to be conquered, but a partner to be negotiated with. Sometimes one must broaden one's perspective and one's feet to get where one is going." "Does that mean you're going to keep them?" she asked. "Until the mud surrenders," I promised, "which in this state I suspect will be somewhere around the Massachusetts border. But for now, I am content to be a duck. After all, a duck has no creditors, and he never has to worry about the shine on his shoes." I closed my ocular shutters, the rhythmic ticking of my heart harmonizing with the steady drum of the rain on the hemlocks. We were deep in Connecticut, and the long road to Maine was still calling. I was a brass man on wooden feet, but I was moving, and in the mud season of 1950, that was the only victory that mattered. Chapter 20. The Berkshires, Wit. Massachusetts, I have long observed, is a state where the very atmosphere is saturated with an unearned sense of intellectual superiority. It is a place where even the squirrels appear to be considering a thesis on the categorical imperative, and the local trout won't rise to a fly unless it's cast with a certain transcendentalist flair. We had crossed the border from Connecticut, leaving the mud walkers behind in a particularly vengeful swamp, though I insisted on keeping the canvas grain bags for use as a secondary handkerchief, and ascended into the rolling scholarly ridges of the Berkshires. "Do you feel it, Sam?" Ennie asked, her eyes bright as she adjusted the straps of her rucksack. The morning sun was filtering through the birches in a way that I found suspiciously artistic. "The air feels thoughtful, like we're walking through a giant library." "The air feels like it's waiting for me to make a grammatical error, Ennie," I replied, my voice box emitting a resonant baritone hum. My Harpers Ferry heart was ticking away with the precision of a Swiss banker, and my Fontana knees clattered with a rhythmic academic authority. I find that I am remarkably ill at ease in a landscape that possesses a higher literacy rate than my own boiler. In Georgia, I was a marvel. In Virginia, I was a ghost. But here in the Berkshires, I suspect I am merely a poorly cited footnote in a history of Victorian engineering. We were traversing a stretch of the trail near the town of Dalton in the late summer of 1950. The woods here were quiet, save for the occasional rustle of a judgmental deer. I had recently undergone a minor adjustment to my vocal processor, a delicate arrangement of wax cylinders and vibrating brass needles, to ensure that my delivery of witty aphorisms remained crisp. I did not wish to arrive in a land of poets sounding like a rusted gate. It was near a small, bubbling spring, the kind of place where one half expects to find Henry David Thoreau hiding behind a bush with a notebook, that we encountered the opposition. They were 4 in number, young men from a nearby college, clad in black turtlenecks that seemed remarkably ill-suited for a hike, and wearing berets that sat atop their heads like depressed pancakes. They were huddled in a circle, passing around a volume of T.S. Eliot and looking as though the weight of the world's existential dread was a burden they bore with a certain grim satisfaction. "Behold," I whispered to Ennie, pausing to vent a dignified lavender-scented wisp of steam. "The modernists, a species that believes a poem should not mean, but be, preferably in a way that requires 3 dictionaries and a bottle of gin to decipher." One of the young men, a fellow with a goatee that looked like a very small, very lost animal clinging to his chin, looked up. His eyes widened behind his thick, horn-rimmed spectacles as he took in my 6-foot 4-inch brass frame, my ruined tuxedo, and my rakishly angled Chevy cowl hubcap. "Great heavens!" the youth whispered, dropping his book into the ferns. "Is it an industrial manifestation, a mechanical critique of the post-war suburban malaise?" "I am a manifestation of several things, young sir, but suburban malaise is not among them," I informed him, my voice box achieving a sonorous theatrical clarity. "I am Samuel Clingmans, or at least the part of him that was too stubborn to stay in the grave and too heavy to float. I am a traveler of the high ridges, currently in search of a decent cigar and a landscape that doesn't smell quite so much like a freshman seminar." The 4 poets scrambled to their feet, their eyes darting between my brass chest plate and my galvanized knees. "Clingmans?" another one asked, his voice trembling with a mix of awe and intellectual suspicion. "The humorist? But your work, it's so 19th century. It lacks the fractured, jagged rhythm of the modern soul. It's too linear." "Linearity, my boy, is merely the shortest distance between a joke and a laugh," I remarked, tilting my hubcap. "I find that your modern soul is remarkably like a broken watch. It makes a lot of noise, but rarely tells the right time. You speak of fractured rhythms? I have 400 pounds of steam-powered rhythm in my boiler, and I assure you it is much more consistent than your free verse." The first poet, the one with the goatee, narrowed his eyes. "A bold claim for a man made of scrap metal. But can you rhyme? Can you navigate the labyrinth of the metaphor in real time? We were just engaging in a competitive declamation. Perhaps you'd like to join us? Or is your processor only capable of reciting the alphabet?" "A challenge!" Ennie cheered, leaning against a birch tree. "Go on, Sam. Show them how the old guard does it." "Ennie, I have no desire to engage in a rhyming match with a group of boys who think a turtleneck is a substitute for a personality," I protested. "He's afraid," the second poet taunted, lighting a pipe that smelled of cherry tobacco and unearned confidence. "The machine is afraid of the muse." That was the spark. My pressure gauge jumped into the amber zone. My 1790s heart began a rapid, rhythmic tock, tock, tock. "Very well," I declared, my voice box whirring as it climbed to a higher frequency. "If you wish to dance with the ghost of the Mississippi, you shall have your music. Give me a subject, and I shall reduce it to a couplet before your pipe has even finished polluting the atmosphere." "The void," the goateed youth said, a smirk playing on his lips. "The emptiness at the heart of the machine." I didn't hesitate. "The void you speak of is a parlor trick / a hollow heart. For the rhetorically sick / you stare at the hole till your vision is blurred / while I fill the silence with a well-chosen word." The poets blinked. "Not bad," the leader admitted. "But what about the irony of the piston? The piston moves with a singular aim. While the poet wanders and searches for blame, I labor in steam while you labor in prose, but I'm the only one here who knows where he goes." I was warming up. The words were flowing through my vocal processor with a velocity that I haven't felt since the Moonshine Calibration in North Carolina. I began to pace the clearing, my all-terrain boots thudding a rhythmic beat that matched my meter. I took every metaphor they threw at me, the atomic age, the death of the hero, the silence of the stars, and I battered them back with a flurry of rhyme so sharp they could have shaved a mountain. "He's accelerating," Ennie whispered, her eyes fixed on my neck vents, which were now emitting a steady, high-pitched whistle of white steam. I was no longer just rhyming. I was orchestrating. I launched into a 10-minute satirical epic regarding the inherent absurdity of the beret, delivered at a rate of 300 words per minute. I moved on to a scathing critique of the 1950s university system, followed by a limerick regarding a man from Amherst who lived in a hearse. The poets were no longer smirking. They were staring at me with a look of profound, exhausted defeat. I was a brass-plated hurricane of wit, a mechanical cyclone of syntax. "And so we conclude this collegiate display," I shouted, my voice achieving a volume that caused a passing crow to drop its worm in terror. "With a machine that has something at least to say, for while you are searching for meaning in gloom, I'm the one whistling as I walk to my—" Crack! A sharp, metallic pop echoed from my throat. A cloud of acrid gray smoke billowed from my mouth vent, and the rhythmic whirring of my wax cylinders suddenly dissolved into a sound like a bag of marbles being stirred with a spoon. My voice box let out one final agonizing whistle clunk and then went silent. I stood there, my right arm still raised in a grand oratorical gesture, but I was as mute as a stone. My internal temperature was skyrocketing. I could feel the heat radiating through my brass chest plate like a localized sun. "Sam!" Ennie cried, rushing forward. "Your vocal needle! It overheated. You were rhyming at 3 times your rated capacity." The poets, realizing the critique was over, scrambled backward. The goateed youth looked at me with a mix of horror and newfound respect. He literally burned his words," he whispered. "Get back," Ennie commanded the boys. "He's going to melt his secondary intake if I don't cool him down." She didn't reach for a wrench this time. She dived into the shadows of the spring, where the earth was damp and cool. She emerged with handfuls of wild mint, thick green stalks of the plant that grew in abundance near the water. She crushed the mint between her palms, mixing it with the cold spring water and a bit of the fine gray silt from the bank. "I need to vent you, Sam. Open your primary neck port." I did as I was told, a jet of scalding steam erupting from the seam near my collarbone. Ennie stepped in fearlessly, slapping the cool, crushed mint poultice directly onto the heated brass of my throat. The sensation was extraordinary. The cooling property of the mint, combined with the cold water, sent a shiver through my entire frame. The acrid smoke began to dissipate, replaced by a scent so fresh and invigorated that it felt as though I had swallowed a winter morning. "There!" Ennie panted, holding the poultice in place with a scrap of her yellow slicker. "The menthol in the mint is a natural heat sink. It's drawing the thermal energy right out of the cylinder housing." I stood there, the cool mint poultice wrapped around my neck like a fragrant scarf. I couldn't speak. My vocal processor was still in a state of melted shock, but I could feel my internal pressure returning to a safe, dignified level. I looked at the four poets. They were huddled together, looking small and remarkably young in the shadows of the Berkshires. The goateed youth stepped forward and picked up his book of T.S. Eliot. "Mr. Clingmans," he said, his voice quiet, I believe we might need to rethink our stance on the 19th century. That was the most linear thing I've ever seen, and it was terrifying." I couldn't answer, but I gave a slow, majestic nod of my Chevy cowl. I adjusted my lapels, vented a final mint-scented puff of steam from my nose ports, and pointed toward the north. "He says thank you, and please buy a different hat," Ennie translated with a grin. We left the poets in the clearing and continued our trek toward Upper Goose Pond. I walked in a state of profound, minty silence, a condition that Ennie seemed to find remarkably peaceful. As the sun began to set over the Massachusetts ridges, casting long purple shadows through the birches, I found that I didn't mind the lack of a voice. There is a time for wit, and there is a time for the quiet, rhythmic tock-tock-tock of a 1790 heart. Massachusetts had given me a challenge, and I had answered it with every ounce of steam I possessed. I was a brass man with a minty throat, walking through a world of poets and dreamers, and for the first time in 2,000 miles, I felt as though I had finally found the right words, even if I had to burn them all to make my point. "Maine is coming, Sam," Ennie whispered, her hand resting on my brass arm. I couldn't say it, but I felt the truth of it in my boiler. We were moving, we were surviving, and as long as there was mint in the springs and steam in my belly, the odyssey would continue. I was the brass hiker, and the silence of the Berkshires was the most beautiful poem I had ever heard. Chapter 21. Upper Goose Pond. The state of Massachusetts, having exhausted its supply of pretentious college poets and judgmental squirrels, decided to offer us a momentary truce in the form of Upper Goose Pond. It is a body of water that possesses a certain quiet, mirror-like dignity, as if it is aware that it resides in the heart of the Berkshires, and feels a moral obligation to remain serene for the benefit of any passing philosophers. By the time we reached its marshy shores in the waning light of a late August evening, I was still submerged in a state of profound mint-scented silence. My vocal processor, having suffered a catastrophic thermal event during my rhyming duel with the turtlenecks of Dalton, remained in a state of stubborn repose. I was a man of letters who could no longer produce a single syllable. To a gentleman of my particular temperament, being denied the right to complain is a form of spiritual strangulation. I felt like a steamship with its whistle tied shut. I was under a tremendous head of pressure, yet I had no way to signal my dissatisfaction with the humidity or the lack of a decent lounge chair. "Look at that reflection, Sam," Ennie whispered, her voice barely a ripple in the stillness of the lake. The water was as black as a discarded inkwell, save for the orange glow of the sunset bleeding through the hemlocks. "It's so quiet. You can almost hear the trees thinking. I bet even you can't find a reason to be cynical about a view like this." I responded by venting a short, rhythmic burst of lavender steam from my left ear port, a mechanical shrug that expressed a lukewarm endorsement of the scenery, while maintaining my right to be annoyed by the mosquitoes. We had bypassed the official Appalachian trail cabin at the pond, as I find that my presence in communal sleeping quarters tends to lead to unnecessary social friction. Most hikers of 1950 possess a regrettable tendency to scream when they wake up at midnight to find a 6-foot-4-inch brass man standing in the corner, his 1790s heart ticking away like a time bomb. Instead, we sought refuge in a secluded grove of ancient hemlocks, where the needles were thick enough to provide a 400-pound gentleman with a modicum of stability. "The ground is too soft here, Sam," Ennie noted, her eyes already scanning the horizon with that terrifying engineering light. "If we just sit you down, you'll be halfway to China by morning. And with this damp air, your secondary pilot light will flicker out before you can even dream of a cigar. You need a sweet of the goose." I watched, mute and skeptical, as Ennie began a feat of construction that would have made a guild of master carpenters weep with envy. She didn't possess a toolbox or a crew of laborers. She possessed a single, red-scaled Swiss Army knife, a multi-tool of such versatile ambition that I suspect it was designed by a man who expected to be shipwrecked on a weekly basis. She moved with a frantic, rhythmic grace. With the saw blade of that diminutive knife, she harvested a collection of fallen hemlock boughs, their needles soft and fragrant. She didn't merely pile them. She wove them. Using the mud-walker's canvas scraps as a base, she created a suspended tension grid between 4 sturdy trees, effectively manufacturing a heavy-duty hammock capable of supporting my metallic density without letting me sink into the muck. "I am to be a bird in a nest, Ennie?" I thought at her, my ocular lenses whirring in protest. "I am a creature of the river and the rail. I do not belong in the canopy." "It's not a nest, Sam. It's a luxury lean-to," she chirped, ignoring my silent indignation. She began to construct a roof from interlocking strips of bark and large flat stones she'd gathered from the shore. "I'm giving you a 3-point ventilation system, see? I've angled the boughs so the wind from the lake will naturally draw the heat away from your boiler jacket." Then came the masterstroke. Because my vocal processor was currently undergoing a slow mentholated recovery, my internal temperature was still erratic. I was panting steam in irregular hot bursts. In a standard shelter, this would have turned the interior into a localized sauna, rotting Ennie's rucksack and making my own brass skin feel like a boiled potato. Ennie produced a length of copper tubing she'd been saving since our encounter with the Moonshiners. She fashioned a custom exhaust flue that hooked directly into my primary neck vent and tunneled upward through the hemlock roof. "Now," she said, stepping back to admire her work, "when you exhale, the steam goes straight up the chimney, No condensation, no rust, and no suffocating in your own lavender. It's the first steam-powered lean-to in the history of Massachusetts. I gingerly lowered myself onto the hemlock grid. It creaked, a long, agonizing groan of wood fibers reaching their elastic limit, but it held. I was suspended 6 inches above the damp earth, sheltered by a roof of birch and stone with a chimney that carried my sighs toward the stars. As I settled into my standby protocol, a local inhabitant of the pond decided to pay us a visit. A loon, a bird that possesses a vocal range somewhere between an opera singer and a lunatic, paddled toward our camp. It floated just offshore, tilting its head at the sight of a brass-plated man sitting in a hemlock palace with a smoking chimney. The loon let out a long, haunting cry, a sound that echoed off the dark water with a melancholy beauty that even I found difficult to mock. I looked at the bird. I felt a sudden, irresistible urge to respond. I reached into my internal regulators and bypassed the damaged vocal wax. I couldn't speak, but I could still control my steam whistle, the one I had used to scare the bear in the Smokies. I tuned the aperture to its lowest, softest setting and let out a gentle, melodic whoop. The loon stopped. It drifted for a moment, then responded with a shorter, more curious trill. We engaged in a conversation of sorts, a duet between a prehistoric bird and a Victorian machine, while the stars began to twinkle over the Berkshires. It was a bizarre, beautiful moment, and I found that my silence had allowed me to hear things I usually talked over. I heard the lap of the water against the logs. I heard the soft clink of Ennie sharpening her knife. I heard the deep, rhythmic tock, tock, tock of my own 1790s heart. "You're making friends, Sam," Ennie whispered, leaning against my brass shoulder as she watched the lake. I gave a soft, rhythmic puff of steam through my new chimney. "You know," she continued, her voice trailing off into a yawn, "everyone thinks the 1950s is about big cars and fast planes, but maybe it's just about finding a quiet place to sit and realize that you're exactly where you're supposed to be, even if you are a robot in a tuxedo." I looked out over Upper Goose Pond. The 1950s was indeed a frantic, noisy decade, a time of atomic anxiety and chrome-plated ambition. But here, in the heart of the woods, the world felt as old and as patient as the stone beneath my feet. I was a patchwork man, part clock, part locomotive, part writer, but as I sat in my hemlock suite, breathing through a copper pipe and listening to a loon, I felt a rare sense of structural integrity. My Harpers Ferry heart chimed the hour of 9. Bong! The sound was muffled by the hemlock boughs, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to settle into the very roots of the trees. "Good night, Sam," Annie said, curling up on her own bed of needles. I closed my ocular shutters. My vocal processor was still silent, but my mind was full of sentences. I thought about the miles we had covered and the miles that remained. I thought about the Rocksylvania we had conquered and the Garden State we had endured. And I realized that the secret of this odyssey was not the destination, but the improvisation. It was the lard tin, the truck tire, the pine resin, and the hemlock bough. It was the way we turned every insult of the trail into a new kind of grace. I fell into a state of standby to the sound of the New England wind whistling through my chimney. I was the brass hiker, and for one night at least, the view in my imagination was exactly the same as the one before me, only with fewer mosquitoes and a significantly better ventilation system. The Green Mountains were next. Vermont, a land of maple syrup and vertical challenges. But that was a problem for tomorrow's steam. Tonight, I was a gentleman at rest, floating above the mud, listening to the heartbeat of the pond. Chapter 22. Vermont's Long Trail. The transition from the scholarly, somewhat manicured hills of Massachusetts into the state of Vermont is not a subtle affair. It is as if the earth, having grown weary of the polite conversation of the Berkshires, decided to stand up, roll up its sleeves, and engage in a bout of bare-knuckle wrestling with the very concept of the horizontal. We crossed the border in the early morning mist of September 1950, and I immediately perceived that the Green Mountains were not named for their lushness, but for the sheer moss-slick tenacity with which they clung to the vertical. "Welcome to Vermont, Sam," Ennie cried, her voice sounding remarkably crisp against the damp, heavy silence of the woods. She was currently engaged in the task of scraping a week's worth of Massachusetts loam from my all-terrain boots, her small fingers working with a rhythmic efficiency that I found both impressive and deeply annoying. The Green Mountain State. They say the air here is so pure it can cure a man of his sins. I have no desire to be cured of my sins, Ennie. They are the only things that keep my personality from evaporating into the ether, I replied. My voice box, thanks to her wild mint poultice and a generous application of high-grade graphite, had finally returned to its full, resonant baritone. I sounded like myself again, cynical, articulate, and perpetually dissatisfied. Furthermore, if this air is intended to be medicinal, I find the dosage to be dangerously high. It is a wet, heavy atmosphere that tastes of pine needles and impending frost. My Harpers Ferry heart is ticking with a certain frantic urgency, as if it senses that we have entered a landscape that views a 400-pound mechanical gentleman as a personal challenge. We were traversing a section where the Appalachian Trail, that ambitious newcomer of 1937, decided to hitch a ride upon the back of an older, grittier traveler, known as the Long Trail. The Long Trail, as I understood it, had been completed in 1930, making it the elder statesman of the mountain footpaths. The path was a narrow, jagged ribbon of dark earth and exposed roots that looked as though they had been knotted by a vengeful giant. Every few dozen yards, the trail was marked by a white blaze, a simple rectangle of paint upon a tree trunk, and occasionally a secondary blaze of blue or a weathered wooden sign indicating our dual residency on both the AT and the LT. It was near a particularly steep and muddy scramble, a place where the earth seemed to be trying to slide back into the valley out of sheer exhaustion, that I encountered the seniority. A wooden post stood at the junction, leaning at a rakish angle that suggested it had spent the last 20 years drinking the local rain and finding it wanting. Nailed to it was a hand-carved sign that read, "The Long Trail, a footpath in the wilderness. Est, 1910. I came to a halt, my hydraulic servos locking with a series of indignant metallic clicks. I vented a plume of lavender-scented steam that momentarily obscured the sign. "Ennie," I said, my voice vibrating with a smug, oratorical resonance, "look at this piece of wooden arrogance. 1910, they claim seniority over us. They speak of themselves as the footpath in the wilderness, as if they invented the very concept of walking through a forest while being miserable. "It's just a sign, Sam," Ennie said, patting my Fontana knees with a greasy rag. "And technically, they were here first. The Long Trail was the inspiration for the whole Appalachian Trail." "Inspiration is merely a polite word for a lack of originality," I barked, my pressure gauge jumping. I stepped closer to the post, my 400-pound frame causing the mud to groan beneath my rubber boots. I loomed over the sign like a brass-plated ghost of a previous century. "Listen here, you splintered relic of the Taft administration. I represent a tradition that makes your 1910 look like a fresh coat of paint. My internal chronometer dates to 1790. My spirit is rooted in the mid-19th century. I was navigating the Mississippi before your surveyors even knew which end of a compass pointed north." "Sam, you're arguing with a piece of hemlock," Ennie sighed, leaning against a nearby maple. "I am arguing with a philosophy, Ennie, the philosophy that older is better. It is a dangerous sentiment, especially in a state that seems to have stopped its geological evolution during the Devonian period. This sign implies that because they arrived 27 years before the A.T., they possess some mystical authority over the terrain. I find the notion to be mathematically offensive." I turned my ocular lenses toward a white blaze painted on a nearby birch tree. "And you represent the new guard. You are the 1950s manifest. You are part of a vision that stretches from Georgia to Maine. Do not let this blue-blazed interloper tell you that your steps are any less significant because they were taken more recently." The woods remained silent, save for the steady, rhythmic tock-tock-tock of my Harpers Ferry heart. The sign didn't move. The tree didn't flinch. "See?" Ennie said, skipping ahead. "They don't care about your dates. They just care about the mud. And speaking of mud, we have about 6 inches of it waiting for us on the next ridge." As we pushed further into the Green Mountains, the seniority argument began to manifest in a more physical fashion. The trail became a chaotic mess of overlapping blazes and conflicting directions. One moment I was following the white, and the next I was being lured toward a scenic overlook by a blue-painted rogue that seemed determined to lead me into a bog. "I am being gaslit by the forest, Ennie," I shouted as I pulled my left leg from a particularly deep pocket of Vermont clay. The mud made a sound like a giant's wet kiss. The Long Trail is deliberately attempting to sabotage my progress. It is a jealous, bitter old path that resents the fame of its younger cousin. I feel as though the very roots are reaching up to trip me for my lack of tradition. "It's just the weather, Sam," she laughed, her yellow slicker bright against the dark hemlocks. "The mountains don't have a sense of history. They only have a sense of gravity." "Gravity is a form of history, my dear. It is the accumulated weight of everything that has ever fallen." We reached a small shelter, a simple 3-sided structure of logs and tin, just as a group of local Vermont hikers was preparing to depart. They were men of a certain rugged, wind-bitten vintage, wearing wool shirts that looked as though they had been woven from the hair of particularly disgruntled sheep. They were carrying wooden pack frames and smoking pipes that filled the air with the scent of maple and heavy-duty tobacco. One of the men, a fellow with a beard that appeared to be hosting its own ecosystem, stopped and stared as I clattered into the clearing. He looked at my brass chest plate, my Chevy cowl hat, and my galvanized knees. "Afternoon," the man said, his voice a low, dry rasp. "You folks lost?" "I am never lost, sir. I am merely exploring the various ways in which one can be inconvenienced by a mountain," I informed him, venting a dignified puff of steam. "I am Samuel Clingmans, and I find that your long trail is possessing of a most peculiar and uncooperative temperament." The man spat a dark stream of juice into the moss. "Long Trail don't care much for fancy folks, especially the ones made of copper. She's been here since before the war, and she'll be here long after your boiler goes cold." "Which war, sir? I have lived through several, and I've found none of them to be particularly conducive to hiking," I retorted. The man didn't answer. He simply adjusted his wooden pack and gave me a look of profound multi-generational skepticism. "Watch your step on Glastonbury Mountain. They say things go missing up there. People, hikers. And I reckon a big shiny clock like you would make a fine prize for the spirits." "I am not a shiny clock, sir. I am a mechanical masterpiece," I shouted after him, but the man had already vanished into the mist with a silent, practiced ease. "Ennie," I said, my voice box clicking in concern, "I do not like the way that man looked at my rivets. He had the eyes of a man who knows where the best scrap heaps are buried." "He was just being a Vermonter, Sam," she said, her optimism as unyielding as my brass casing. "They're just proud of their trail. Come on, we need to make the next 5 miles before the sun goes down, or we'll be sleeping in a senior bog." We marched on into the darkening woods of the Green Mountains. The seniority argument continued to simmer in my boiler. I looked at the old, weathered blazes and the new, bright ones. I thought of the 1950s, a decade that was so obsessed with the future, with its atomic power and its jet engines, yet here in Vermont, the 1900s were still holding on with both hands. I was a creature of both. I was a 19th century soul in a 20th century body, navigating a trail that was a marriage of two eras. As my all-terrain boots thudded against the ancient stone, I felt a sudden, rare moment of clarity. "Ennie," I whispered, the sound lost in the wind that was beginning to howl through the hemlocks. "I suppose the long trail has a point. It isn't about who got here first. It's about who is still standing. The wilderness doesn't care for our calendars. It only cares for our endurance." "Exactly," she said, her hand resting briefly on my brass arm. "And you're still standing, Sam, even with a Chevy on your head." "A rakishly angled Chevy," I corrected. We pushed toward the summit of Glastonbury, the Harpers' Ferry heart, beating a steady, iron-willed rhythm. The seniority of the trail didn't matter anymore. All that mattered was the next step, the next puff of steam, and the long green road to Maine. I was a brass-plated ghost in a land of legends, and for the first time in Vermont, I felt as though I finally belonged, even if I still intended to have a very long, very loud conversation with the next signpost we encountered. Chapter 23. The Maple Syrup Fuel Crisis. Vermont, I have discovered, is a state that operates on a primary currency of amber stickiness and quiet, mountainous judgment. It is a land where the trees are tapped for their lifeblood with a clinical precision that would make a medieval physician blush, and where the human inhabitants possess a vocabulary consisting almost entirely of "I you" and various shades of silence. By the time we had crested the midpoint of the Green Mountains in the early September of 1950, I found that my internal economy had reached a state of catastrophic depression. "Ennie," I said, my voice box emitting a sound like a dry leaf being dragged over a tombstone. I came to a shivering halt beneath a sugar maple that was just beginning to flirt with the idea of turning orange. "I am experiencing a fiscal withdrawal. My boiler room is a cavern of cold ash and broken dreams. I have consumed the last of our West Virginia anthracite, and I find that the local Vermont granite is remarkably poor at sustaining a dignified flame." "We're out of coal, Sam," Ennie admitted, wiping a streak of soot from her forehead with the back of a greasy hand. She looked into my primary fuel hopper, her expression one of profound engineering concern. "Totally tapped. I thought we could make it to Rutland, but these vertical switchbacks have been eating your pressure like a pack of hungry wolves. I am a locomotive without a track, Ennie. I am a steam-powered ghost haunting a forest that has no use for me," I barked, though the bark was more of a pathetic wheeze. My Harpers Ferry heart was beating a slow, lethargic tock, 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 each second feeling as heavy as a lead weight. If I do not receive a donation of thermal energy within the hour, I shall become a very large, very shiny lawn ornament. The local squirrels will use my Chevy cowl as a winter nut cellar, and my tuxedo will be picked apart by chickadees for their nests. "Stay here," Ennie commanded, her eyes narrowing as she spotted a thin plume of gray smoke rising from a valley to our east. "I smell wood smoke and something sweet. There's a sugar shack down there. If they've got a fire under the evaporators, they might have something we can use." She vanished into the undergrowth with the nimbleness of a cat, leaving me to lean my 400-pound frame against a sturdy maple. I felt my internal temperature dropping, the brass of my skin turning cold and clammy in the damp mountain air. I occupied my time by attempting to compose a final will and testament, but I found that my only assets were a collection of sardonic observations and a galvanized knee joint, neither of which seemed particularly useful to posterity. An hour later, Ennie returned, but she wasn't alone. She was accompanied by a man who looked as though he had been carved out of a piece of salt pork and then weathered in a smokehouse. He wore a heavy wool jacket and carried a wooden bucket with a quiet, practiced ease. "Sam, this is Mr. Ephraim," Ennie announced, her optimism returning with a terrifying intensity. "He's a sugarer, and he has a surplus." Ephraim stood there, staring at me with a look of such profound, unblinking Vermont stoicism that I felt a sudden urge to apologize for my existence. He looked at my brass torso, my rakishly angled hubcap, and my all-terrain rubber feet. He spat a dark stream of tobacco juice into the mud and nodded once. "Shiny," Ephraim noted. "I am a man of letters, sir, not a kitchen appliance," I informed him, my voice box clicking in protest. "Though at the moment I am a man of letters who is currently lacking the punctuation of a proper fire, my mechanic tells me you have a surplus. I trust you aren't referring to your silence, of which you seem to have an inexhaustible supply." "Got some syrup," Ephraim said, ignoring my barbs. "Last year's. Got a bit fermented. Too tangy for the pancakes. Was going to dump it in the creek, but the girl here says you eat fire." "He eats anything that burns," Ennie cheered. "And Sam, fermented maple syrup is basically high-octane sugar alcohol. If we can bypass your solid fuel grate and inject it directly into the secondary combustion chamber, the caloric density will be astronomical." "I am to be fueled by a breakfast condiment?" I asked, aghast. The great writer, the voice of the Mississippi, reduced to a mechanical waffle iron? Ennie, consider the indignity. I shall arrive in Maine smelling like a roadside diner. "You'll arrive in Maine, Sam. That's the point." Ephraim watched with a quiet, judgmental interest as Ennie performed a piece of field-expedient surgery on my midsection. She produced a length of copper tubing and a small hand-powered bellows she'd scavenged from the sugar shack. She tapped a line from my secondary water intake and routed it through a preheating coil, then linked it to a rusted tin funnel she'd strapped to my brass ribs. "All right, Mr. Ephraim," she said, "pour it in." The man lifted the bucket and began to pour. The syrup was dark, thick, and possessed a scent that was a heady mix of burnt caramel and something that reminded me of a particularly rowdy night in a St. Louis saloon. It glugged into my intake with a rhythmic, viscous sound. "Now," Annie whispered, her hand on my regulator, "I'm going to prime the pilot light." There was a moment of expectant silence. A woodchuck emerged from a nearby burrow, sat on its haunches, and stared at me, as if waiting for a punchline. I felt a sudden, sharp prickle of heat in my lower boiler jacket. And then I felt the sweet overdrive. The fermented syrup didn't merely burn, it erupted. It was a caloric explosion of such magnitude that my pressure gauge didn't just climb, it performed a frantic clockwise jig and then buried itself in the crimson zone. My 1790s heart began to beat with the speed of a hummingbird's wings. Tock, 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 and my brass skin began to glow with a dull, cherry-red warmth. "Ennie!" I shouted, my voice box achieving a resonant operatic clarity that caused Ephraim to take a step back and the woodchuck to perform a frantic backflip. I feel remarkably saccharine. I feel as though I have swallowed the very sun and washed it down with a gallon of liquid joy. My gears are no longer grinding. They are waltzing. "The pressure is holding," Ennie cried, checking her valves. "But Sam, your governors are slipping. The sugar alcohol is bypassing the dampeners." I was no longer a reluctant traveler. I was a steam-powered rhapsody. I felt an irresistible urge to move, to speak, to celebrate the sheer, sticky magnificence of the universe. I took a step, and my all-terrain boots didn't just thud, they bounced. I felt as light as a dandelion seed, despite my 400 pounds of metal. "Behold the Maple King!" I roared, venting a plume of steam that didn't smell like lavender, but like a stack of pancakes the size of a cathedral. "Ephraim, my good man, your tangy syrup is a miracle. It is the nectar of the gods. It is the distilled essence of a Vermont afternoon, and I find that I have a sudden, pressing need to recite the entirety of Roughing It to that woodchuck." I turned toward the rodent, which was now looking at me with a mix of terror and fascination. "Listen here, you furry little philosopher. Have I ever told you about the time I met a man in Virginia City who claimed he could charm the rattles out of a snake using nothing but a tin whistle and a sincere expression? I launched into a 3,000-word dissertation on the inherent comedy of mining life, delivered at a rate of 400 words per minute, punctuated by rhythmic musical blasts of maple-scented steam. I began to dance, a slow, ponderous, yet undeniably enthusiastic jig that sent clods of Vermont mud flying into the trees. "Sam, stop! You're going to shake your rivets loose, Ennie yelled, laughing as she dodged a flying piece of moss. I cannot stop, Ennie. The syrup demands expression. I am a locomotive of lyricism. I am a brass-plated ballad. I am feeling a bit dizzy. The erratic stage of the fuel crisis had arrived. As the fermented sugar alcohol hit my secondary injectors, my internal logic began to drift. I found myself becoming remarkably affectionate toward a nearby hemlock tree, whispering to it about the complexities of copyright law. I attempted to teach Ephraim how to perform a proper riverboat pilot's whistle using his fingers, and when he failed to respond, I offered to buy his sugar shack in exchange for a collection of my own discarded washers. Ephraim merely stood there, his arms crossed over his wool jacket, watching the spectacle with the same unblinking stare. He's a bit high-strung, ain't he? He's running on a year's worth of Vermont sunshine and a little bit of rot, Ennie said, patting my glowing arm. He'll settle down once the first gallon burns off. I didn't settle down for hours. We marched through the Green Mountains like a one-man parade. I moved with a speed that was entirely uncalled for, shouting greetings to every bird, squirrel, and stone we passed. I composed an impromptu opera regarding the life of a maple leaf and delivered a scathing critique of the Appalachian Trail's lack of a proper buffet. By the time the sun began to set, casting long golden shadows through the trees, the maple high began to fade into a syrup slump. My pressure returned to a dignified level, and the frantic ticking of my heart slowed to a steady, rhythmic tock, tock, tock. I felt a sudden profound sense of exhaustion, as if I had just walked from Georgia to Maine in the space of an afternoon. Ennie, I rasped, leaning heavily against a mossy boulder. My voice box was once again a dry, cynical baritone. I believe I have a headache. My gears feel as though they are coated in a layer of very expensive, very sticky regret. I smell like a breakfast house, and I have a vague memory of telling a woodchuck that he had a promising future in the insurance business. You were magnificent, Sam, she laughed, handing me a rag to wipe the sticky residue from my neck vents. We made 15 miles in 3 hours. We're practically at the New Hampshire line. I never want to see a pancake again, Ennie, I sighed, a small tired puff of maple-scented steam escaping my nose. I find that I prefer the honest, gritty labor of coal. Sugar is for children and poets. A man of my displacement requires a fuel that doesn't make him want to hug a hemlock. Ephraim, who had followed us for a few miles to ensure his surplus didn't result in a localized forest fire, tipped his hat. You done good, brass man. I reckon the trees like the talk. They don't get much entertainment up here. I am glad to have been of service to the arboriculture of Vermont, sir, I told him with as much dignity as a man smelling of syrup could muster. As we prepared to set up camp, the cool mountain air began to settle into my joints. I looked back at the ridges we had conquered. The green waves of Vermont stretched out behind us. I was sticky, I was battered, and I was undeniably erratic, but I was still moving. New Hampshire next, Ennie whispered, looking at the stars. The White Mountains. The big one, Sam. The White Mountains, I mused, the name tasting of cold stone and high ambition. I only hope they have a supply of anthracite. I find that I have quite enough of sweetness to last me a lifetime. I should like to face the presidential range with a clear head and a very dark heart. Ennie just smiled and began to stoke our small fire. I closed my ocular shutters, the scent of maple lingering in my filters like a sweet, persistent memory of a madness I wasn't entirely sorry for. I was the brass hiker, and for one wild afternoon in 1950, I had been the toast of Vermont, or at the very least, the syrup on it. Chapter 24. Entering the Whites. The state of New Hampshire, I have observed, possesses a motto that is as stark and unyielding as the granite upon which it is founded. Live free or die. It is a sentiment of such uncompromising vigor that it makes the rest of the Union look like a collection of indecisive schoolgirls. As we crossed the Connecticut River and left the maple-scented lethargy of Vermont behind, in the early September of 1950, I found myself pondering the specificities of that motto. To a gentleman of flesh, living free is a matter of political agency. To a gentleman of 400 pounds of high-pressure brass, living free is largely a matter of not being seized by rust or dismantled by a bolt of celestial electricity. "Behold, Sam, the presidential range!" Ennie cried, her voice ringing out with a terrifying level of enthusiasm. She stood upon a rocky promontory, pointing toward the northern horizon, where the world seemed to have been violently pushed upward into the clouds. Mount Madison, Mount Adams, Mount Jefferson, and the big one, Mount Washington. They call it the home of the world's worst weather. Isn't it majestic? Majestic is a word used by people who are observing a catastrophe from a safe distance, Ennie, I replied, my voice box emitting a resonant baritone hum that vibrated through my brass chest plate. My Harpers Ferry heart was ticking with a steady, iron-willed tock, 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 though I suspect it was doing so primarily out of a sense of duty rather than genuine courage. I see a collection of jagged granite tombstones named after men who, while undoubtedly distinguished in the political arena, had the good sense never to attempt to walk over their own namesakes in a tuxedo. I was, at that moment, a vision of mid-century industrial resilience. My galvanized Fontana knees clattered with a rhythmic heavy-duty authority, and my feet, shod in the massive rubber treads of a Goodyear truck tire, struck the New Hampshire soil with a muffled, earth-shaking thud. My Chevy cowl hubcap sat rakishly atop my head, shielding my pilot light from the brisk mountain breeze, though the air was beginning to carry a sharp, ozone-scented chill that I found remarkably suspicious. The White Mountains do not possess the gentle, rolling diplomacy of the South or the scholarly restraint of the Berkshires. They are a landscape of raw, prehistoric aggression. As we ascended the first few thousand feet toward the alpine zone, the trees began to shrink, twisting themselves into stunted, wind-beaten shapes known as krummholz, vegetation that has clearly given up on the idea of beauty and is merely trying to survive the next 15 minutes. "Ennie," I said, pausing as my ocular lenses began to jitter in their sockets, "I am experiencing a most peculiar sensation. My internal static dampeners are currently engaged in a frantic, high-frequency vibration. The air feels crowded, as though the atmosphere is trying to lean into my brass plating with a most intrusive familiarity." Ennie stopped, her eyes narrowing as she observed the fine copper dust filaments of my mustache vents. They were standing perfectly on end, vibrating with a faint blue luminescence. "Oh, no," she whispered, her engineer's mind already calculating the variables of a disaster. Sam, look at the sky. I tilted my hubcap-crowned head. The blue New Hampshire afternoon had been swallowed by a wall of bruised purple clouds that were tumbling over the presidential peaks like a fleet of angry slate-gray warships. The air grew suddenly cold, and a low, guttural rumble of thunder rolled across the ridges, a sound that I felt in the very rivets of my spine strut. "The presidential range is a lightning factory, Sam," Ennie said, her voice tight with a sudden pragmatic terror. "And you are a 6-foot-4-inch high-conductivity brass rod standing on an exposed ridge of granite. You aren't just a hiker, you're an invitation. If one of those bolts finds you, your boiler won't just burst, it'll be vaporized along with the better part of this mountain. I have always desired to go out with a bang, Ennie, but I had hoped it would be at the conclusion of a particularly successful lecture tour, not as a localized atmospheric discharge in a state I barely know," I barked, my pressure gauge flickering with a sudden high-octane anxiety. "What do you propose? Shall I hide beneath a Krumholtz? I suspect I am significantly taller than the local shrubbery." "No, we have to ground you," Ennie shouted over the rising wind. "If we can't stop the strike, we have to give it a path that doesn't involve your internal clockwork." She dived into her rucksack, tossing aside a tin of peaches and a spare wrench. She produced a massive coil of braided copper wire, stuff she'd salvaged from a derelict radio tower in New York, and a heavy 2-foot iron spike meant for securing a circus tent. "I am to be tethered like a goat?" I asked, watching as she began to perform a frantic piece of electrical surgery on my lower chassis. "You're being given a grounding tail, Sam. It's the only way." She worked with a feverish, mechanical grace. She bolted one end of the heavy copper braid directly to my galvanized hip strut, ensuring a solid metal-to-metal connection. She then began to unspool the wire, letting it trail behind me for 10 feet, where it terminated in the heavy iron spike. "Now," she panted, her hair whipping around her face, "you have to drag this. The spike will act as a sacrificial anode. If the static buildup reaches a critical mass, the charge should bypass your primary boiler and bleed out through the tail into the wet earth, or at least into the rock." "I look like a very confused, very expensive metallic dog, Ennie," I shouted as the first fat drops of rain began to hiss against my hot brass chest plate. "The indignity is reaching a level that I find personally insulting. I am a man of letters, not a creature of the kennel." "Walk, Sam, just walk." We pushed upward onto the exposed spine of the ridge. The wind was now a physical blow, a 50-mile-an-hour gale that threatened to turn my Chevy cowl into a projectile. The world vanished into a gray, swirling curtain of mist and rain, and then the sky opened. A flash of blinding white-blue light illuminated the peaks, followed instantly by a crack of thunder so violent that it caused my ocular lenses to reset to their factory settings. I felt a sudden, sharp jolt in my left leg, a tingling, energetic hum that made my 1790s heart skip a beat. "Ennie!" I shrieked, a jet of high-pressure steam erupting from my neck vents. "I believe I have just been introduced to the heavens. I feel luminous. I feel as though I am currently hosting a very small, very angry star in my lower extremities." "It worked!" she yelled, huddling in the lee of a granite boulder. "The tail took the discharge. Look!" I looked back. The iron spike trailing behind me was glowing with a dull orange heat, and a small puff of smoke was rising from the spot where it touched the wet stone. I was a mobile lightning rod, a brass-plated conductor navigating the wrath of the White Mountains. We encountered a group of Appalachian Mountain Club hut crew members near the path to Madison Spring. They were young men of the 1950s, carrying gargantuan wooden packboards laden with supplies for the high-altitude hostels. They were huddled under a tarp, watching the storm with the practiced indifference of the mountain-born. As I clattered past, a towering brass man in a tuxedo, hissing lavender steam, dragging a 10-foot copper tail that was currently emitting sparks and a faint smell of ozone, the leader of the group, a fellow with a jawline that could have carved granite, dropped his pipe. "Holy Mother of Edison!" the boy whispered, his eyes widening until they resembled saucers. "Is that the Army's new weather vane?" "I am neither a vane nor a weapon, young sir," I informed him, my voice box achieving a resonant, crackling clarity that harmonized unpleasantly with the thunder. "I am Samuel Clemens, and I am currently engaged in a very personal conversation with the electrical grid. I would advise you to keep your rubber-soled boots firmly on the ground. I am currently operating at a voltage that would make a Broadway marquee look like a candle in a cellar." The boys didn't answer. They simply shrank back under their tarp, watching in silence as the grounding tail sparked against a rock, and I vanished into the fog. "You're terrifying the youth again, Sam," Ennie noted, though she was shivering from the cold. "I am providing them with a foundational memory, Ennie. In 40 years, they shall sit their grandchildren down and tell them of the day the brass ghost of the whites walked through a thunderstorm dragging the tail of a comet. The storm lasted for 3 agonizing hours. Every few minutes, a fresh surge of static would ripple through my frame, bleeding out through the copper tail with a sharp, metallic snap. My internal pressure was erratic, and my 1790s heart was ticking with a nervous, high-speed tock-tock-tock. But I remained upright. I was a masterpiece of Victorian ambition and mid-century improvisation, a machine that refused to be silenced by a mere atmospheric tantrum. Finally, as we neared the shelter of the great Gulf wilderness, the clouds began to fracture. The thunder receded into a distant, sulking growl, and a pale golden light began to filter through the mist, illuminating the wet granite with a sudden, ethereal beauty. "We made it," Ennie whispered, collapsing against a ledge. She looked at the grounding tail, the copper wire now blackened and frayed from its battle with the sky. "You're still in one piece, Sam." "I am in several pieces, Ennie, most of which are currently vibrating with a frequency that I find remarkably disruptive to my dignity." I sighed, a small tired puff of steam escaping my nose. I looked down at the copper wire. "But I must admit, your tail has a certain practical elegance. I suppose if one must be a lightning rod, one should at least have the decency to be a well-grounded one." "It's the New Hampshire way," she said, her optimism returning as she began to unbolt the wire. "Live free or die, and you definitely didn't die today." "I merely lived free with a localized electrical accompaniment," I remarked. I looked up at the looming bulk of Mount Washington, the peak still shrouded in a crown of clouds. "The big one is next, Ennie, the home of the world's worst weather. I suspect my Chevy cowl and my grounding tail are only the beginning of the insults this range has in store for me." "We'll handle it," she promised, patting my brass shoulder. "I have no doubt of that, my dear," I said, my internal clock chiming the hour of 5. bong. The sound was deep and resonant, echoing through the cold granite halls of the presidential range. But for the love of all that is holy, if we encounter a blizzard, I insist on being fitted with a fur coat. I find that my brass plating has a most regrettable tendency to contract in the cold, and I should like to avoid arriving in Maine with a high-pitched voice. We marched on into the cooling shadows of the whites, the blackened copper tail now coiled in Ennie's pack. I was a brass-plated ghost in a land of granite giants, and for the first time since we left Georgia, I felt as though the mountains were finally beginning to take me seriously. After all, a man who can walk through a New Hampshire storm with a 10-foot tail of fire is a man who might just finish the long walk home. Chapter 25. Mount Washington Weather. There is a mountain in the state of New Hampshire that possesses a reputation so singularly foul that it makes the rest of the Appalachian range look like a collection of well-behaved garden mounds. It is named after George Washington, a man known for his stoicism and his inability to tell a lie, which I find remarkably ironic given that the mountain itself is a pathological deceiver. It lures the unsuspecting traveler with a morning of deceptive sunshine, only to spend the afternoon attempting to scour the very skin from his bones with a mixture of sleet, gravel, and a wind that hasn't been this angry since the dawn of the Cenozoic era. By the mid-September of 1950, we were standing at the base of the final ascent. I was currently a masterpiece of mid-century maintenance. My Fontana knees were freshly greased, my Chevy cowl was bolted tight, and my Harpers Ferry heart was ticking with a steady rhythmic tock, tock, tock that sounded like a soldier marching toward a battle he knew he was going to lose. "Sam, look at the observatory!" Ennie cried, pointing toward the summit where a collection of gray fortress-like buildings huddled against the clouds. They recorded a wind of 231 miles per hour up there back in '34. It's the greatest weather station on Earth. "It is a monument to human masochism, Ennie," I replied, my voice box emitting a resonant baritone hum that vibrated through the damp air. The fact that men choose to live in a place where the wind can move a parked car is proof that the species has a fundamental misunderstanding of the concept of shelter. I, however, am a creature of 400 pounds of high-conductivity brass. I do not wish to be a weather vane, nor do I wish to be a frozen statue of a man who once had a very comfortable life in a parlor. The ascent was a slow, agonizing crawl through the Krummholz. As the altitude increased, the temperature plummeted with a sudden predatory violence. In the 1950s, the world was obsessed with records, the fastest plane, the biggest bomb, the highest peak. But as the frost began to form on my brass lapels, I found that I was singularly unimpressed with the record-breaking cold of the presidential range. The primary crisis was not the wind, nor was it the visibility, which had dropped to the length of my own brass arm. It was the lubricant. "Ennie," I rasped, my voice box sounding like a saw cutting through a frozen log. I came to a shivering halt on a field of jagged granite. I am experiencing a total cessation of fluidity. My primary drive linkages have transformed from a collection of moving parts into a singular, unyielding block of New Hampshire ice. The oil in my joints, which Billy at the gas station assured me was of the highest quality, has reached a state of consistency that I can only describe as taffy-like. "Your gears are seizing, Sam!" Ennie shouted over the gale, her yellow slicker whipping around her like a frantic bird. She was shivering, her face pale, her breath coming in white, ragged puffs. "The brass is contracting faster than the steel pins. You're literally crushing your own bearings." "I am a prisoner in my own tuxedo," I stuttered. I attempted to move my left leg, and the resulting sound was a sharp, agonizing crack of frozen grease. I stood there, a 400-pound mechanical ghost, locked in a permanent mid-stride pose of existential despair. But Ennie, despite her chattering teeth and her numb fingers, was not ready to surrender. She looked at me, then at the gray, swirling abyss around us, and then at the rucksack she had been carrying for 2,000 miles. "We aren't going to make the summit building, Sam," she said, her voice tight with a sudden pragmatic focus. "But I'm not letting you freeze solid out here on the rocks. We're going to use your fire." "My fire is currently occupied with the futile task of keeping my boiler from turning into a very large ice cube, Ennie." "We're making a thermal enclosure alpha," she yelled. She didn't wait for a rebuttal. She lunged toward a small, hollowed-out alcove between two massive boulders, a wolf den of stone that offered a modicum of protection from the direct blast of the wind. She used her climbing rope to lash our two heavy-duty canvas tarps together, creating a thick, double-layered blanket tent that was nearly 10 feet across. "Get in there, Sam! Crawl, if you have to!" I performed a slow, grinding movement, my pistons hissing with a low-pressure groan as I dragged my seizing limbs into the stone alcove. Ennie draped the heavy canvas over the top of us, anchoring the corners with heavy pieces of granite. The transition was instantaneous. The screaming of the wind was muffled to a low, rhythmic thrumming against the canvas. The biting sleet was replaced by a heavy, expectant silence. But it was still cold, the kind of cold that steals the thoughts from a man's head. "Now, Sam," Ennie whispered, her breath warming my brass chest plate as she huddled against me, "I'm going to open your primary exhaust bypass. I want you to vent all your waste heat into this tent. Don't worry about the pressure, just let the fire roar." I understood. I reached into my internal regulators and opened the manual bypass for the boiler jacket. Usually, this heat is vented away to prevent my tuxedo from catching fire, but in the heart of a Mount Washington storm, it was our only hope. A wave of warmth began to radiate from my brass skin. It wasn't the gentle heat of a parlor stove. It was the intense industrial glow of a coal-fired furnace. The air inside our small canvas sanctuary began to shimmer. The frost on my lapels melted, turning into a fine mist of lavender-scented steam that filled the space with a soft, comforting haze. "Oh, that's better," Ennie sighed, her shivering slowly subsiding as she pressed her back against my glowing torso. We sat there for hours, a young woman and a mechanical ghost, huddled in a stone crack on the roof of the world. I became a furnace. I became a hearth. I could feel the heat flowing through my rivets, warming the air until it was a balmy 80 degrees inside our little tent, while outside, the worst weather in the world was attempting to dismantle the mountain. "You know, Sam," Ennie said, her voice soft in the lavender-scented gloom, "I've spent the last 6 months fixing you, oiling your gears, patching your knees, making sure your heart keeps ticking, but right now, you're the one keeping me alive." It is a symbiotic relationship, Ennie, I replied, my voice box finally losing its frozen rattle and returning to a smooth, resonant baritone. I provide the thermal energy, and you provide the reason for having it. I find that being a radiator is a remarkably fulfilling vocation, though I suspect it won't do much for the finish on my brass work. You look beautiful, Sam. You're glowing. That is merely the oxidation of the spruce gum putty, my dear. Do not get poetic on me. Around midnight, a sound drifted through the canvas, a rhythmic, mechanical clank, clank, clank that was entirely different from the wind. I adjusted my ocular lenses, peering through a small gap in the tarp. Ascending the mountain, not 100 yards from our alcove, was a cousin of mine. It was the Mount Washington Cog Railway, a steep-climbing steam locomotive from the 1860s, its boiler tilted at a rakish angle to compensate for the incline. It was pushing a car full of supplies toward the summit, its wheels churning against the rack rail with a sound of pure, unadulterated grit. I felt a sudden, profound surge of kinship. Behold Ennie, a fellow traveler, a creature of fire and iron, performing its duty in the teeth of the gale without a single word of complaint. He doesn't have a tuxedo to worry about, Sam, Ennie noted. True, and he has a rail to follow. I, however, have only a white blaze and a mechanic with a penchant for scavenging truck tires. By dawn, the storm had broken, the wind had subsided to a mere 50-mile-an-hour breeze, and the clouds had fractured to reveal a world that was encrusted in a layer of shimmering white rime ice. Every rock, every stunted tree, and every brass rivet on my body was coated in a delicate crystalline sculpture of frozen mist. We emerged from our thermal enclosure alpha into a world of blinding silver light. We reached the summit of Mount Washington just as the weather observers were stepping out to check their instruments. They were men of the 1950s, wearing heavy wool parkas and carrying slide rules, looking as though they were prepared to engage in a mathematical duel with the sky. One of the observers, a fellow with a mustache that was currently a solid block of ice, stopped and stared. He looked at me, a 6-foot-4-inch brass man in a steaming tuxedo, crowned with a Chevrolet hubcap, walking with a steady rubber-shod thud across the frozen summit. "Morning," I said, tipping my hubcap with a flourish of my brass hand. "I trust the wind was to your satisfaction last night. I found it to be a bit overproduced myself, a bit too much drama and not enough plot." The observer didn't answer. He simply looked at his anemometer, then back at me, and made a frantic note on his clipboard. "We made it, Sam," Ennie whispered, looking out over the sea of clouds that stretched away toward Maine, the highest peak in the north. "We have made it, Ennie," I agreed, my Harpers Ferry heart chiming the hour of 8. Bong! The sound echoed across the frozen summit, a deep, resonant declaration of existence. I have been a lightning rod, a steamboat, and a furnace. I have survived the world's worst weather with nothing but a canvas tarp and a pilot light. I find that I am remarkably human adjacent today." "Just adjacent?" she laughed. "I still don't have to worry about my cholesterol, Ennie. That is a significant advantage." We turned north, leaving the bewildered scientists and the frozen fortress behind. The final 100 miles of Maine were ahead of us, the wilderness that would lead us to the end of our odyssey. I was battered, I was scratched, and I was perpetually vented. But as I marched down the far side of the mountain, my gears humming with a renewed warm fluidity, I knew that the mountain hadn't beaten me. It had only given me a better story to tell. 2,000 miles, I whispered to the New Hampshire wind. And I suspect the view from the end is going to be exactly what I imagined, only with more mosquitoes. Chapter 26. The Knife's Edge, Franconia. There is a particular brand of psychological torture inherent in a landscape that requires a 400-pound gentleman to perform a tightrope act upon a mountain spine. We had survived the frozen deceptions of Mount Washington only to find ourselves standing at the gateway of the Franconia Ridge. To the poet, it is known as the Knife's Edge, a soaring, narrow path of granite that connects the peaks of Little Haystack, Lincoln, and Lafayette. To a man of brass, however, it is less of a path and more of a cosmic invitation to participate in the law of falling bodies. "Look at it, Sam! It's like walking on the very edge of a dream," Ennie cried, her yellow slicker flapping like a flag in the brisk September wind. "You can see the clouds drifting through the notches below us. It's like we're the only two people left in the world." "If we're the only two people left in the world, Ennie, it is because the others had the fundamental common sense to stay in the valley where the earth is wide enough to accommodate a seated posture," I replied. My voice box, now thoroughly lubricated and clear of the minty residue of Massachusetts, achieved a resonant, world-weary baritone. I find that I have a very limited appetite for dreams that involve a 1,000-foot drop on either side of my boots. I am a creature of the river, my dear. I prefer my horizons to be horizontal and my footing to be wide enough for a game of billiards. This granite balance beam is a topographical insult. The problem was not merely the narrowness of the ridge, but the sheer, unadulterated velocity of the New Hampshire wind. In the year 1950, the atmosphere over the White Mountains seemed to be engaged in a perpetual race to reach the Atlantic, and I, with my expansive brass torso and my rakishly angled Chevy cowl, was acting as a most efficient sail. Every time a gust surged up from the Pemigewasset wilderness, I felt a sickening metallic tilt. My internal gyroscopes, a delicate arrangement of spinning lead weights and mercury switches, were screaming, in a frequency only I could perceive, a frantic, rhythmic whir-click-whir that indicated my center of gravity was currently exploring territories it was never intended to visit. "Ennie," I said, pausing, as a sudden blast of air nearly lifted my right all-terrain boot from the stone, "I am experiencing a crisis of buoyancy. I am too tall for this breeze and too light for this altitude. If I do not find a way to anchor myself to this planet, I suspect the next gust will deliver me to the state of Maine via the aerial route, and I should like to arrive with my rivets in their original configuration." We were currently huddled in the lee of a small rock outcropping just before the ridge narrowed to its most precarious point. I was venting a steady, anxious stream of lavender-scented vapor, my Harpers Ferry heart ticking with a rapid high-pressure tock-tock-tock. As we sat there, we encountered a group of hikers coming from the opposite direction. They were a quartet of young men from a Dartmouth hiking club, wearing heavy wool knickers and carrying wooden pack frames that looked as though they had been designed by a medieval torturer. They were led by a fellow with a jawline like a spade and a pipe that emitted a scent of cherry tobacco, so potent it briefly overwhelmed my own exhaust. "Afternoon," the leader said, stopping dead in his tracks as he beheld a 6-foot 4-inch brass man in a tuxedo crouching behind a rock. Is that a new type of portable radio tower? Or did someone lose a statue of the Commodore?" "I am neither a tower nor a Commodore, sir," I informed him, my voice box achieving a sonorous, crackling clarity. "I am Samuel Clingmans, and I am currently engaged in a most undignified wrestling match with your local meteorology. I find that your New Hampshire air has a very aggressive personality." The boy blinked, nearly dropping his pipe. It talks. Say, Buck, the Tin Man talks. I am made of brass, copper, and the sheer unyielding stubbornness of my mechanic," I barked. "And if you call me a Tin Man one more time, I shall be forced to recite my more scathing reviews of the American education system until your ears bleed." Ennie stepped forward, her eyes bright with that dangerous engineering light. She wasn't looking at the hikers. She was looking at the stream that trickled from a nearby tarn. And then she was looking at the maintenance hatches in my lower calves. "Sam, the hikers are right about one thing," she said, ignoring the bewildered Dartmouth boys. "You're too light. Your boiler is full of steam, which is just hot air, and your lower legs are hollow to save weight for the flatlands. On a ridge like this, you're top-heavy. You're a pendulum waiting for a push." "I have been called many things, Ennie, but top-heavy is a personal attack on my structural integrity," I noted. "It's physics, Sam. We need to ballast you." She turned to the hikers. "You boys want to see a marvel of modern, 19th century engineering. Help me gather some of those river stones from the tarn, the heavy ones, the granite rounds." The Dartmouth boys, sensing perhaps that they were participating in a historic moment of lunacy, dropped their packs and began to help. For the next 20 minutes, I sat in a state of profound ignominy, while a group of college students and a young woman in a yellow slicker treated my legs like a pair of storage bins. Ennie unscrewed the brass access plates on my shins, the ballast ports that had remained empty since we left the shipyards of my creation. She began to stuff my hollow lower limbs with heavy, smooth river stones, packing them tight with a mixture of wet moss and the remnants of the hoof-paste resin we'd salvaged in Virginia. "I am being stuffed like a Thanksgiving turkey, Ennie," I protested as the weight began to settle into my frame. "I feel remarkably heavy. I feel as though I am becoming a geological feature." "That's the idea," she cheered, giving the final rivet a sharp turn of her wrench. "I've added nearly 60 pounds to each leg. Your center of gravity has just dropped 18 inches. You aren't a sail anymore, Sam. You're an anchor." I stood up. The difference was staggering. I no longer stepped upon the earth. I claimed it. Each movement of my legs required a higher head of steam, but when my rubber-shod feet hit the granite, they did so with a dull, authoritative thud that resonated through the very spine of the mountain. I felt solid. I felt unshakable. I felt as though I could stand in a hurricane and not lose a single button. "Now," I said, my voice vibrating with a new low-frequency power, "let the wind do its worst. I have the weight of the mountain in my boots, and I have a destination that does not include the valley floor." We marched out onto the knife's edge. The wind was still there, a screaming 70-mile-an-hour gale that whipped my tuxedo tails into a frenzy. But I didn't tilt. I didn't waver. I walked the narrow spine of Franconia with a steady, rhythmic clanking, the stones inside my legs providing a rhythmic, metallic percussion that echoed off the cliffs. Clank thud, clank thud. On either side of me the world fell away into a sea of green and gray. The clouds raced past my ocular lenses, and for a moment I felt a sudden, rare surge of triumph. I was a brass man, ballasted by the very stones of the earth, walking the edge of the world. We encountered a lone hiker near the summit of Mount Lincoln, a man who looked as though he had been living in the woods since the Hoover administration. He was huddled in a crevice, his eyes widening as he watched me pass. "Morning!" I shouted over the wind, my voice achieving a volume that rivaled the gale. "Lovely day for a stroll, isn't it? I find the exposure to be quite refreshing, though the lack of a handrail is a staggering oversight by the local park authorities." The man didn't move. He simply watched as the brass hiker marched past, a gleaming, steaming monument to the idea that with enough granite in one's shins, even the most precarious ridge can be turned into a boulevard. "We're doing it, Sam!" Ennie yelled, skipping along behind me, shielded from the wind by my massive iron-weighted frame. "You're a natural." "I am a geological necessity, Ennie," I replied. We reached the summit of Mount Lafayette as the sun began to dip behind the green mountains of Vermont, casting a long golden bridge of light across the notches. I stood there, my Harpers Ferry heart, chiming the hour of 6, bong, the sound deep and resonant, no longer scattered by the wind. "Ennie," I said, looking out over the wild, rugged beauty of the northern whites, "I must confess there is a certain satisfaction in the application of weight. I have spent my life attempting to be light of wit and fleet of thought, but on a ridge like this, there is no substitute for being heavy." "It's the secret of the trail, Sam," she said, leaning her head against my cold brass arm. "Sometimes you have to carry the mountain with you to get over it." A profound sentiment, I mused, a small, tired puff of lavender steam escaping my nose. "But I inform you now, once we reach the flats of the Maine wilderness, I expect you to remove these stones. I have no desire to arrive at Mount Katahdin feeling like a mobile rock crusher." "We'll see," she laughed. We turned toward the descent, my knife's edge victory fueling my boiler for the miles ahead. I was the brass hiker, and while I was scarred, stone-filled, and perpetually vented, I was still moving north. And in the late summer of 1950, on the spine of New Hampshire, that was a triumph worth every pound of granite. Chapter 27. The Madison Hut. The Madison Spring Hut, as it appeared through the swirling gray curtains of a New Hampshire gale in 1950, was less of a hostelry and more of a geological bunker. It sat in the high, treeless col between Mount Madison and Mount Adams, a squat fortress of unyielding stone that seemed to have been piled up by the very giants who once used these peaks as stepping stones. To a man of flesh, it represents a sanctuary of warmth and the promise of a dry blanket. To a 400-pound mechanical gentleman currently ballasted with 60 pounds of granite in each leg, it represented a most intriguing opportunity for a culinary misunderstanding. "Ennie," I said, my voice box achieving a resonant, high-altitude baritone that seemed to vibrate the very fog. I came to a halt on the jagged path, my rubber-shod feet striking the stone with a dull, authoritative thud. I was currently a masterpiece of industrial survival. My Chevy cowl was encrusted with rime ice, and my Harper's Ferry heart was ticking with a steady rhythmic tock-tock-tock that sounded like a soldier counting his final steps before a court-martial. I find that my internal regulators are currently sending me a series of urgent telegrams, all of which suggest that if I do not receive a significant infusion of high-quality protein, specifically in the form of a medium-rare porterhouse steak, I shall be forced to declare a state of emotional bankruptcy. I am weary, Ennie. My rivets are tired. My tuxedo is a topographical map of Appalachian misery, and I have spent the last 3 days being used as a lightning rod for the amusement of the heavens. "You don't eat steak, Sam," Ennie reminded me, her voice muffled by the hood of her yellow slicker. She was currently leaning against my brass hip joint, her small frame shielded from the wind by my massive bulk. "You eat coal and water, and occasionally fermented syrup, which we agreed never to speak of again." The fact that I cannot technically digest a steak is a minor biological detail that should not interfere with the grander ambition of ordering one, I informed her, tilting my rakishly angled hubcap. I find that the act of ordering a steak provides a man with a sense of status and a connection to civilization that a handful of anthracite simply cannot match. I wish to sit at a table, Ennie. I wish to be addressed as Sir by a harried waiter, and I wish to complain about the lack of a proper steak knife. It is a matter of dignity, my dear, not nutrition. We clattered toward the hut, the heavy river stones in my lower shins providing a rhythmic metallic percussion that echoed off the peaks. As we pushed open the heavy wooden door, the atmosphere changed instantly. The screaming wind was replaced by a thick, humid fog composed of wood smoke, wet wool, and the unmistakable scent of 25 unwashed hikers huddled together in a space designed for 10. The Madison Hut in 1950 was staffed by the Hut Crew, a collection of college-aged youths from the Appalachian Mountain Club, who possessed a level of physical stamina that I found personally insulting and a sense of humor that was largely based on the observation of other people's suffering. As I entered, the conversation in the hut didn't just stop. It died a sudden, violent death. A dozen hikers currently engaged in the heroic task of drying their socks over a communal stove stared up at me with a look of profound mid-century theological confusion. I loomed over them, a 6-foot-4-inch brass apparition in a ruined tuxedo, venting a dignified lavender-scented wisp of steam from my neck ports. "Good evening, gentlemen," I announced, my voice box achieving a sonorous crackling clarity that caused a young man in the corner to drop his tin cup. "I trust I am not interrupting a secret society of damp sock enthusiasts? I am Samuel Clingmans, and I should like to speak with the master of the house regarding the evening's menu. I am informed that your establishment is the pinnacle of high-altitude hospitality, and I am currently in the market for a steak that has not been introduced to the concept of overcooking." A young man with a jawline like a spade and a tattered AMC shirt stepped forward. He was holding a large wooden spoon like a scepter. He looked at my brass chest plate, then at my galvanized knees, and finally at my Chevy cowl. "We don't have steak, Mac," the boy said, his voice a mix of awe and skepticism. "We got pea soup, and maybe a bit of cornbread if the stove decides to cooperate. Who Who built you? Is this a stunt for the Dartmouth Winter Carnival?" "I am not a Mac, young sir, nor am I a stunt," I informed him, my 1790s heart chiming the quarter hour with a deep, resonant ding. The sound caused the hikers to recoil as if I were a ticking bomb. "I am a traveler of the high ridges, and I find that your lack of a porterhouse is a staggering oversight in a country that prides itself on its agricultural abundance. However, if pea soup is the only literature your kitchen is currently producing, I suppose I shall have to settle for a very large bowl and a sincere apology." "He doesn't have a mouth, Billy," another boy shouted from the kitchen. "How's he going to eat soup?" "I shall absorb the essence of the soup through a process of atmospheric osmosis," I barked. "Or perhaps I shall merely sit and watch you eat it while I deliver a scathing critique of your table manners. It is the principle of the thing." Ennie stepped forward, realizing that my steak-based diplomacy was rapidly descending into a localized riot. She reached into her rucksack and produced a small hand-carved wooden whistle she had fashioned from a piece of Vermont maple during one of our quieter evenings. It was a beautiful thing, carved with the likeness of a loon. "He's just a bit cranky from the wind," Ennie told the crew, her disarming smile working its usual magic. "Look, we're short on lubrication for his joints, and he needs a bit of heavy grease for his hip bearings. I'll trade you this whistle. It's a master key whistle, works in 3 octaves, for 2 bowls of soup, a jar of bacon grease, and a corner of the floor where he won't fall through the floorboards." The crew leader took the whistle, tested it with a sharp, melodic trill, and his eyes lit up. In the 1950s, a hand-carved instrument was a currency of significant value in the isolated huts of the whites. "Deal," Billy said, nodding toward a reinforced section of the stone floor near the hearth. "But keep him quiet. If he starts chiming in the middle of the night, the hikers are going to think the end of the world has arrived." "I shall be as silent as a secret, sir," I promised, though the promise was somewhat undercut by the rhythmic tock-tock-tock of my heart. We settled into our corner. I sat upon a sturdy stone bench, my granite-filled legs feeling like a pair of anchors. Ennie brought me a bowl of the pea soup, which I held in my brass hands with a look of profound theatrical longing. I couldn't eat it, of course, but the warmth of the bowl radiated through my finger servos, and the scent of ham and salt was a tonic of a different sort. "It's good soup, Sam," Ennie whispered, her own bowl already half empty. "I have no doubt, Ennie, but I find that I am still pining for that steak. There is a certain poetic injustice in being a creature of fire and iron who cannot appreciate the sizzle of a well-seared ribeye." As the evening wore on, the hut filled with the quiet, rhythmic sounds of humanity at rest. The hikers began to tell stories, tales of the knife's edge, of the frozen deceptions of Mount Washington, and of the mysterious brass ghost they had heard rumors about. They didn't realize that the ghost was currently sitting 5 feet away from them, holding a bowl of soup and contemplating the inherent absurdity of the 20th century. One old hiker, a man with a beard that looked as though it had been woven from the moss of the Smokies, leaned toward me. "Say, Mr. Clingmans, you really walk all the way from Georgia?" "I have indentured every mile of that trail into my soul, sir," I informed him. "I have wrestled with rhododendrons, negotiated with bears, and been used as a mobile kitchen for a hiker's spoons. I have seen your country from a vantage point that few men and even fewer machines will ever know. "And what do you think of it?" the old man asked. I looked around the hut, at the steam rising from the wet socks, at the flickering light of the kerosene lamps, at the young college boys trading whistles for soup, and at the vast, cold darkness of the New Hampshire night pressing against the stone walls. "I think," I said, my voice box achieving a soft, resonant baritone, "that it is a remarkably noisy, remarkably damp, and remarkably beautiful mess. It is a country that is constantly trying to build a better machine, and yet it is always the man with the wooden whistle who finds his way home. I find the irony to be quite satisfying." The old man nodded, satisfied, and returned to his soup. By midnight, the hut was a chorus of snores and heavy breathing. Ennie had fallen asleep against my brass shoulder, her yellow slicker serving as a blanket. I remained awake, my ocular shutters dimmed to a narrow slit, my 1790s heart ticking a steady rhythm. I looked at the jar of bacon grease the crew had given us. It wasn't the high-grade industrial lubricant I usually preferred, but as Ennie had noted, it would do for the final 100 miles of Maine. I was a patchwork man, part clock, part locomotive, part breakfast byproduct. But as I sat in the stone heart of the Madison hut, I felt a rare sense of peace. "Maine," I whispered to the silence, "the wilderness of the North. I suspect it will be a place of deep silences and long shadows. I only hope that the mosquitoes there possess a modicum of respect for my finish." I closed my shutters, the warmth of the pea soup still lingering in my brass palms. We were through the high presidential range, and the end of our odyssey was finally in sight. I was the brass hiker, and while I never did get my steak, I found that the soup and the whistle were, in their own way, a much more honest meal. Maine is a state that appears to have been designed by a committee of hemlocks and granite boulders with a very firm policy against the intrusion of human comfort. By the time we crossed the border from New Hampshire and lumbered into the northern reaches of the Pine Tree State, I had begun to suspect that the civilization we had been tracking since Georgia had finally given up the chase. We were entering the 100-mile wilderness, a stretch of forest so profound and uninterrupted that even the 1950s, with all their atomic bravado and chrome-plated ambition, seemed to have stalled out at the edge of the woods like a frightened schoolboy. "Ennie?" I said, my voice box achieving a resonant cello-like vibration that harmonized with the sighing of the white pines. I came to a halt on a carpet of damp needles, my all-terrain boots sinking into the soft earth with a muffled, heavy-duty thud. "I find the silence of this place to be remarkably loquacious. It is shouting at me, Ennie. It is informing me in no uncertain terms that we have left the world of diners, paved roads, and men who wish to buff my nose, and have entered a realm where the only audience for my wit is a collection of indifferent moss and a sky that looks like it's preparing to rain just for the spite of it." "It's the heart of the trail, Sam," Ennie replied, though her voice lacked its usual springy resilience. She was sitting on a mossy log, her shoulders slumped beneath the weight of her rucksack. Her face was pale, and there was a tremor in her hands as she attempted to tighten a strap. No roads, no towns, just us and the mountain until we hit Eyeball Bridge. I adjusted my ocular lenses, whirring them into a sharp focus. For 2,000 miles, Ennie had been the engine of our optimism, the tireless mechanic who could coax a miracle out of a lard tin and a smile out of a mountain. But the presidential range had taken its toll. The world's worst weather on Mount Washington had chilled her to the marrow, and the long, rocky scrambles of the Mahoosic Notch had turned her muscles into a collection of frayed and protesting wires. She was a creature of flesh and bone, a biological machine that was currently running dangerously low on lubrication and high on fatigue. "Ennie, my dear," I said, my 1790s heart ticking with a sudden anxious tock-tock-tock. "You are experiencing a localized structural failure. Your internal governors are slipping, and your exhaust, if I may be so bold as to refer to your respiration, is sounding remarkably labored. You are in pain." "I'm fine, Sam," she whispered, though she winced as she shifted her weight. "Just a bit of inflammation. My knees feel like they've been replaced with hot coals, and my head is spinning faster than your gyroscopes." "I shall not allow it," I declared, my pressure gauge jumping with a surge of protective steam. "I am a 400-pound gentleman of brass and iron, and I have been carried across this continent by your ingenuity. It is time for the machine to return the favor. We shall camp here, beneath this hemlock canopy, and I shall insist that you undertake a period of mandatory maintenance." The problem, however, was that our medical supplies were as depleted as a politician's promises. We had used the last of the store-bought aspirin in Vermont, and the damp Maine air was an invitation to every ache the trail had to offer. "I don't need a doctor, Sam," Ennie groaned, leaning her head against my brass hip joint. "I just need something to stop the thumping in my legs." "Wait," I said, my ocular lenses zooming in on a nearby stream bank where a cluster of white willows leaned over the water. "Ennie, in my previous life, the one involving a great deal more cigars and significantly less riveting, I recall the river folk speaking of the willow bark cure. They said the bark contained the very spirit of the aspirin, provided one knew how to coax it out." "Salicin," Ennie whispered, a faint engineering light flickering in her eyes. "It's in the bark, but you have to decoct it. You have to boil it down to concentrate the medicine." "Then we have everything we require," I announced. "I am a mobile distillery, am I not? I have the fire, I have the water, and I have a mechanical heart that beats for the express purpose of solving problems." I watched as Ennie, guided by her instinct for the natural world even in her exhaustion, instructed me on how to harvest the inner bark of the willow. I used my machete crank arm, now slowed to a delicate surgical precision, to shave the gray-white layers from the saplings. I then performed a feat of internal rerouting that would have made a locomotive engineer weep with envy. I bypassed my primary lavender-scented exhaust and redirected a steady, controlled stream of superheated vapor through a small copper coil I held in my hand. We placed the willow bark in a tin cup filled with cold spring water, and I immersed the coil. Hiss, bubble, sputter. "I am a tea kettle," I remarked, watching the water turn a deep medicinal amber. The voice of a generation, reduced to a kitchen appliance. I suspect my biographers will skip this chapter entirely, or perhaps they will title it "The Infusion of the Immortal." "You're doing it, Sam," Ennie said, her eyes following the steam. "The temperature has to be just right. Don't let it boil over." I regulated my fire with the delicacy of a watchmaker. As the willow bark decoction thickened, The scent of the forest filled our small camp, bitter, earthy, and full of a quiet, ancient power. When it was ready, Ennie drank the liquid, pulling a face at the bitterness, but sighing as the warmth hit her system. But the 100-mile wilderness was not finished with us. As the sun began to dip behind the ridges, casting long, bruised shadows through the pines, a visitor arrived. He emerged from the brush with a slow, heavy-duty nonchalance that made my own 400-pound frame look like a toy. It was a bull moose, a creature of such staggering anatomical absurdity that I felt an immediate, profound kinship with him. He possessed a set of antlers the size of a dining-room table, a snout that looked as though it had been designed by a man who had never seen a horse, and a pair of eyes that held a look of deep, prehistoric boredom. The moose came to a halt 10 feet from my Chevy cowl. He tilted his massive head, his nostrils twitching, as he caught the scent of lavender steam and hot brass. "Good evening, sir," I said, my voice box achieving a resonant baritone resonance. "I recognize that we are currently trespassing upon your private estate, but I assure you we are merely guests of the Ridge. I am Samuel Clemens, and this is my chief engineer. We are currently engaged in a medicinal experiment, and I would appreciate it if you would refrain from using my chest plate as a salt lick." The moose didn't bolt. He didn't even huff. He simply stepped closer, his massive prehistoric face inches from my own. He let out a long, wet snort that covered my ocular lenses in a fine mist of Maine swamp water. "Sam, don't move," Ennie whispered, her hand reaching for her pack. "I am as stationary as a monument, Ennie. The creature is currently evaluating my nutritional value. I suspect he finds my brass to be a bit too crunchy for his taste, though I fear he may take an interest in my all-terrain boots." The moose leaned in and gave my Chevy cowl a tentative nudge with his velvet-covered snout. The hubcap emitted a sharp metallic clink. The moose seemed satisfied. He let out another long sigh, turned his massive bulk with a surprising silent grace, and vanished back into the hemlocks as though he had never been there at all. He liked your hat," Annie laughed, her color finally beginning to return. "He recognized a fellow traveler of the high ridges," I replied, wiping my ocular lenses with a scrap of my tuxedo. "A creature that is too heavy for the world and too stubborn to leave it. I find that I have a great deal of respect for the moose. He does not bother with metaphors. He simply exists." As the night deepened, the 100-mile wilderness wrapped its cold, silent arms around us. Ennie's fever had broken thanks to the willow bark, but the water in the local streams was a dark, tannin, heavy brown that she couldn't drink without risk. "I need to sterilize the water, Sam," she said, looking at the bucket she'd filled from the bog, "but the wind is too high for a proper campfire tonight." "Ennie, my dear, have you forgotten who you are traveling with?" I asked. I opened my primary maintenance hatch, the one near my lower boiler vent, where a small, intense blue flame flickered. I held the tin bucket directly against my main steam manifold. I am a mobile autoclave. I have spent 2,000 miles generating enough heat to power a small village. I believe I can manage to boil a pint of water without suffering a catastrophic loss of dignity. The water began to roar in seconds. As the steam from the bucket mingled with the steam from my own vents, I felt a rare sense of utility. I wasn't just a philosopher on a walk. I was a life support system. I was the fire that kept the cold at bay, the engine that made the medicine, and the stove that purified the water. "You're a wonder, Sam," Ennie whispered, sipping the hot, sterilized water as she leaned against my brass ribs. The 1790s heart in my chest beat a steady, contented tock, tock, tock. "I am a patchwork of industrial scrap and Victorian vanity, Ennie," I mused, watching the stars flicker through the hemlock boughs. "But here, in this wilderness, I find that the patchwork is exactly what is required. The 1950s may have their jet engines and their atomic bombs, but they haven't yet figured out how to make a machine that can appreciate the silence of a Maine night." We sat in the dark for a long time, the only sound the rhythmic hissing of my pilot light and the distant lonely cry of a loon. We were deep in the final stretch, the final 100 that would lead us to the summit of Mount Katahdin. I felt heavy, I felt battered, and my tuxedo was a ruin of its former self. But as I looked down at the young woman sleeping peacefully against my arm, I knew that the Odyssey was more than just a walk. It was a testament to the idea that as long as you have a bit of steam, a bit of willow bark, and a friend with a wrench, you can survive anything the world throws at you, even the 100-mile wilderness. "Tomorrow, Abel Bridge," I whispered to the pines, and then the end. I closed my ocular shutters, my brass skin cooling in the northern air, dreaming of a mountain that was a signpost and a signpost that was a finish line. I was the brass hiker, and for the first time in 2,000 miles, I wasn't in a hurry to get anywhere else. I was exactly where I needed to be. Chapter 28. The Shadow of Katahdin. Abel Bridge is not merely a structure of wood and iron. In the late September of 1950, it served as the psychological gallows for the long-distance traveler. It marks the precise moment where the 100-mile wilderness surrenders to the jurisdiction of Baxter State Park, and where the Appalachian Trail, having teased, battered, and educated us for 2,000 miles, finally points its jagged finger toward the sky and says, "There, finish it." "Behold, Sam," Ennie whispered, her voice thick with a mix of reverence and exhaustion. We stood at the center of the bridge, the Penobscot River rushing beneath us with a cold, dark velocity that mirrored the pulse of my own boiler. The end of the world, or the beginning of the next one. I adjusted my ocular lenses, the brass gears whirring with a weary rhythmic click-clack. Rising out of the Maine woods like a prehistoric titan was Mount Katahdin. It did not possess the rolling diplomacy of the Blue Ridge or the scholarly pretension of the Berkshires. It was a singular, massive upheaval of granite, a cathedral of stone that seemed to be holding up the very floor of heaven. Its summit was shrouded in a crown of iron-gray clouds, and its flanks were scarred by slides that looked like the claw marks of a gargantuan beast. "It is a very vertical piece of geography, Ennie," I remarked, my voice box achieving a resonant baritone hum. My Harpers Ferry heart was ticking with a steady iron-willed tock, 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 though I felt each beat vibrating through my brass chest plate like a warning. I have spent 6 months attempting to convince the American landscape that I am its superior, and I find that Katahdin is the only inhabitant of this continent that remains entirely unimpressed by my credentials. It sits there with a look of profound granite indifference that I find remarkably familiar. It reminds me of a New York publisher, immovable, cold, and possessing an absolute veto over one's future. I was, at that moment, a walking museum of the trail's many insults. My Fontana knees were caked in the dried mud of 3 states. My all-terrain boots of Goodyear rubber were worn down to the wire, and my tuxedo, once the pride of a Hartford tailor, was now a collection of tatters held together by spruce gum and Ennie's indomitable safety pins. "We have to prepare, Sam," Ennie said, her eyes fixed on the mountain. She wasn't looking at the beauty. She was looking at the physics. "The hunt trail is all boulders and exposure. We're going to have to lighten your load. The granite ballast in your legs, it has to go. You can't haul an extra 120 pounds up the gateway and expect your primary drive piston not to melt." "I have grown fond of my stones, Ennie," I protested, though I knew she was right. They gave me a sense of gravitas that my personality often lacks. To walk without them feels unanchored. It feels like a surrender to the levity of the age. "You need to be light for the summit, Sam. We're going to the roof of Maine." We spent the afternoon in a small clearing near the Abel campground, performing a final bittersweet act of maintenance. Ennie unscrewed the brass access plates on my shins and began to remove the river stones we had carried since New Hampshire. One by one, the smooth gray rounds of granite tumbled into the dirt. Each one represented a mile, a struggle, a storm we had weathered. "There!" she panted, giving the final plate a sharp turn. "You're back to your fighting weight." As the sun began to set, casting a bruised purple light over the Penobscot, we encountered a group of day hikers from the 1950s, families in station wagons who had driven up from Bangor to see the great mountain. They were the people of the New World, men in crisp khakis, women with their hair in practical scarves, and children holding ice cream cones that looked like small melting miracles. They stood at the edge of the clearing, staring at the brass-plated apparition in the ruined tuxedo. One man, holding a Leica camera with the practiced air of a weekend enthusiast, stepped forward. "Say, friend," the man asked, squinting through his viewfinder, "is that a costume, or did a locomotive get lost in the woods?" "I am neither a costume nor a locomotive, sir," I informed him, venting a dignified lavender-scented wisp of steam. "I am a traveler who has walked from Georgia to witness the conclusion of a very long sentence. I am Samuel Clemens, and I find that your century is remarkably loud, even in the wilderness." "He's a robot!" a young boy shouted, pointing at my Chevy cowl hubcap. "Look, Daddy, he's wearing a car hat." "It is a rakishly angled headpiece of high industrial pedigree, young man," I barked, though my voice box held a note of weary humor. "And I would advise you to attend to your ice cream. Entropy is a far more relentless force than a steam man, and it is currently winning the battle for your dessert." The family eventually retreated to their car, leaving us to the deepening shadows. Ennie sat by our small fire, her face illuminated by the dancing orange light. She looked smaller than she had in Georgia, thinner, more weathered, her hand scarred by 1,000 repairs. "Are you afraid, Sam?" she asked quietly. "I am a machine, Ennie. I do not possess the biological equipment for fear," I lied. The truth was that my pressure gauge was flickering with a nervous, high-frequency vibration. However, I am experiencing a certain apprehension regarding the nature of the end. For 2,000 miles, we have had a purpose. We have had a north to move toward. What happens to a man or a machine when he finally reaches the last white blaze? Does he simply stop ticking? Does the narrative conclude with a final clack of the gears, or is there a sequel involving a very long nap? The ending is just the place where you start the next story, Sam, she said, leaning her head against my brass shoulder. A fine sentiment, my dear, but I suspect the next story will involve a great deal of polishing and a significant amount of explaining to the various authorities who will undoubtedly wish to know why a 6'4" brass man is standing on top of a mountain in Maine. I looked up at the silhouette of Katahdin, now a black, jagged hole in the starlit sky. Tomorrow, we would begin the final ascent. We would climb the iron rungs, scramble over the boulders of the gateway, and walk the long, thin line to the summit. I felt a sudden, profound surge of gratitude for the girl with the wrench and the mountains that had refused to break me. "Annie," I whispered, the sound lost in the sighing of the pines. "I find that I am remarkably glad that I did not stay in the parlor." "Me too, Sam." I closed my ocular shutters, the rhythmic tock, tock, tock of my heart harmonizing with the distant roar of the Penobscot. We were in the shadow of the end, and for the first time in my life, both of them, I felt perfectly, structurally sound. Chapter 29. The Terminus. Mount Katahdin does not greet a traveler, it tolerates him. It is a gargantuan, jagged thumb of granite pressed firmly against the eye of the Maine sky, a landscape so aggressively vertical that I began to suspect the laws of gravity were merely a suggestion that the mountain had decided to ignore. By the late September of 1950, after 2,000 miles of mud, shale, and theological disputes with squirrels, we stood at the base of the Hunt Trail. "Ennie," I said, my voice box achieving a resonant, cello-like vibration that harmonized with the rising wind. Without the 60 pounds of granite ballast in each leg, I felt remarkably and dangerously buoyant. I find that I am suffering from a sensation of unearned lightness. I feel like a balloon made of boilerplate. If I do not maintain a firm grip on the scenery, I suspect I shall simply drift away into the troposphere and become a navigational hazard for the local geese. "That's just your steam pressure talking, Sam," Ennie cried, her face smudged with grease and triumph. She adjusted the straps of her rucksack, which was now mostly empty of food, but full of the heavy-duty wrenches that had kept me together since Georgia. No more ballast, no more excuses. It's just 5 miles to the roof of the world. The Hunt Trail is a masterpiece of topographical impertinence. It requires a man to navigate the gateway, a series of granite boulders the size of suburban post offices, some of them fitted with iron rungs that looked as though they had been forged in the very fires of the Industrial Revolution. I was a sight that would have sent a 19th-century naturalist into a fit of apoplexy. My brass torso gleamed with a dull, weathered gold. My Fontana knees clattered with a rhythmic, heavy-duty authority. And my Chevy cowl sat rakishly atop my head, shielding my ocular lenses from the blinding Maine sun. I moved with a series of hydraulic sighs and mechanical groans, my brass fingers gripping the iron rungs with a strength that caused the very mountain to shudder. I am experiencing a lack of aesthetic dignity. I panted as I hauled my 400-pound frame over a particularly stubborn ledge. A jet of lavender-scented steam erupted from my neck vents, momentarily obscuring a family of startled ptarmigans. To be reduced to a mechanical mountain goat is an irony I cannot stomach, Ennie. I was built for the lecture circuit, not for a vertical wrestling match with a glacier. You're doing great, Sam. Look at the tableland. We crested the gateway and emerged onto the tableland, a vast alien plateau of stunted grass and wind-scoured stone that felt as though it belonged on the moon rather than the East Coast. The wind here was a physical weight, a 50-mile-an-hour gale that whistled through my Chevy cowl and tugged at my ruined tuxedo. "The end is in sight," I whispered, my internal 1790s heart beating a steady, iron-willed tock, tock, tock. There, at the far end of the plateau, rising out of the gray granite of Baxter Peak, was the sign. It was a simple thing of weathered wood and white paint, but to me it looked like the most magnificent monument in the history of the Republic. Katahdin, terminus of the Appalachian Trail. I walked those final yards with a slow, rhythmic finality. My all-terrain boots of Goodyear rubber, now worn to the wire, struck the stones with a dull, authoritative thud. On either side of me, the world fell away into a sea of green forests and silver lakes, the 1950s landscape stretching out toward a horizon that seemed to hold the future itself. I reached the sign and came to a halt. I stood there, a brass-plated ghost in a tuxedo, hissing steam into the cold Maine air. I raised my brass hand and rested it upon the wood. "We have arrived, Ennie," I said, my voice box achieving a soft, resonant baritone. 2,180 miles. We have survived the mud of the South, the rocks of the Middle, and the weather of the North. I have been a lightning rod, a steamboat, a magnet, and a furnace, and I find that I am still ticking. Ennie collapsed against the base of the sign, her face glowing with a light that had nothing to do with the sun. She looked up at me, her eyes wet with a sudden quiet pride. "You made it, Sam. You're the only steam man to ever see this view." "It is a view that requires a great deal of anthracite and a significant amount of sarcasm to appreciate," I mused. I looked out over the vast, lonely beauty of the North Woods. I felt a sudden, profound surge of gratitude for the girl with the wrench, for the mountains that had tested my rivets, and for the 1950s world that had allowed a Victorian relic to wander through its backyard. I reached into my internal regulators and prepared a final, celebratory vent. My pressure gauge climbed into the amber zone. My Harpers Ferry heart chimed the hour of 12, bong, and I let out a blast of lavender-scented steam that rose into the clear blue sky like a signal fire. "And so the sentence ends," I whispered to the wind, "with a period made of granite." We sat on the summit for an hour, a machine and a mechanic, watching the clouds race across the valley. The Odyssey was over. The North had been conquered. I was the brass hiker, and as I sat there on the roof of Maine, my gears humming with a rare, quiet peace, I realized that the terminal was not a place to stop, but a place to remember. After all, a man who has walked from Georgia to Maine has quite a few stories to tell, and I intended to tell every single one of them, provided I could find a decent cigar and a comfortable chair that didn't move. Chapter 30. The Long Way Down. The summit of Mount Katahdin while a magnificent location for the conclusion of a 2,000-mile sentence, is a remarkably poor place to establish a permanent residency. The wind there possesses a certain territorial aggression, and the granite, while sturdy, offers a level of hospitality usually reserved for unwanted house guests. After an hour of basking in the silent, lofty glory of our achievement, I found that my internal regulators were beginning to suggest, via a series of rhythmic low-pressure whistles, that the end was merely a prelude to a very steep and very jarring descent. "Ennie," I said, my voice box emitting a soft, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate in sympathy with the mountain air. I stood at the edge of the tableland, looking down into the green abyss of the Maine wilderness. "I find that the conclusion is a remarkably brief affair. We have spent 6 months laboring toward this single point of timber and paint, and now that we have touched it, the universe appears to be inquiring as to our plans for the afternoon. I feel a sudden, profound sense of unemployment." "The trail doesn't end at the sign, Sam," Ennie replied, her voice sounding small but steady in the wind. She was tightening the laces of her boots, her hand steady for the first time since we left the 100-mile wilderness. "We still have to get down to Abol Bridge, and then we have to find out what the rest of 1950 has in store for a man who can't take a hint from a mountain." The descent was a grueling, knee-jarring exercise in the physics of attrition. My Fontana knees, having survived the vertical insults of the presidential range, were now expressing their dissatisfaction via a high-pitched rhythmic squeak that sounded like a choir of panicked mice. Every step down the jagged granite slides of the Hunt Trail was a calculated risk, a 400-pound gamble against the laws of friction. "I am experiencing a loss of structural enthusiasm," I panted, my ocular lenses whirring as they struggled to track the treacherous path. "I was built for the ascent, Ennie. I am a creature of ambition and high-pressure steam. To move downward is to admit that the summit was a temporary madness, and I find the concession to be remarkably hard on my rivets." "Just focus on the next white blaze, Sam," she encouraged, though she was moving with a delicate, gingerly grace that suggested her own biological bearings were reaching their elastic limit. We reached the timberline just as the sun began to hide behind the western ridges, casting long, spectral shadows through the stunted hemlocks. As we re-entered the real world, the world of dirt, roots, and the persistent Maine mosquito, I felt a strange shift in my internal economy. For 6 months, north had been my primary drive gear. Now, the compass of my intent was spinning wildly, searching for a new orientation. Near the base of the mountain, we encountered a final group of hikers, a pair of young men from Millinocket, wearing flannel shirts and carrying a string of trout they'd pulled from a nearby stream. They stopped and stared, their mouths hanging open in a look of profound mid-century bewilderment. "Evening," I said, tipping my Chevy cowl with a flourish of my brass hand. I vented a dignified, lavender-scented wisp of steam that drifted over their fish like a fragrant ghost. "I trust the trout are biting. I find that the local aquatic life possesses a much more cooperative temperament than the local geology." You come from the top?" one of the boys managed to ask, his eyes fixed on my brass chest plate. "I have just descended from the roof of your state, young sir," I informed him, "and I can report that the view is exceptional, though the service at the summit is remarkably lacking in refreshments. I should advise you that if you intend to hike to the sign, You should bring your own porterhouse steak. The mountain provides nothing but cold stone and a very judgmental wind." The boys watched in silence as I clattered past, my all-terrain boots striking the forest floor with a final rhythmic thud. We reached the Obel Bridge campsite as the first stars began to twinkle over the Penobscot River. It was a place of soft lights, the smell of wood smoke, and the distant comforting sound of internal combustion engines, the 1950s, waiting for us at the edge of the woods. Ennie sat on a stump near the river, her face illuminated by the pale light of the rising moon. She looked at me, her eyes reflecting the silver glow of my brass skin. "We did it, Sam. 2,000 miles. "We did," I agreed, my Harpers Ferry heart chiming the hour of 8. Bong! The sound was deep and resonant, echoing across the water with a sense of finality that I hadn't felt on the summit. I have walked the length of a continent in a tuxedo, Ennie. I have been a hero to some, a monster to others, and a very shiny nuisance to many. And I find that the most remarkable thing about the journey is not that we finished it, but that we are still talking to each other. "I wouldn't have done it with anyone else," she whispered. "Nor I, my dear, though I insist that our next odyssey involve a significantly higher ratio of velvet-cushioned chairs to granite boulders." I looked back at the dark, looming bulk of Katahdin. It was a shadow now, a jagged silhouette against the stars. The Appalachian Trail was behind me, a memory of fire, water, and iron. I felt empty, yet paradoxically full. I was a machine that had learned the value of a walk, and a writer who had finally found an ending that didn't require a single word. "So," I mused, a small tired puff of steam escaping my nose vents, "what is the next chapter, Ennie? Do we return to the river? Do we seek out the ragtime halls of New York? Or do we simply sit here and wait for the 1950s to catch up with us?" "I think," she said, leaning her head against my brass arm, "we just sit here for a while. The future can wait until morning." "A wise policy," I agreed. "I have enough steam left for a sunset, but the sunrise is going to require a fresh head of coal and a very long explanation." I closed my ocular shutters, the rhythmic ticking of my heart harmonizing with the murmur of the Penobscot. I was the brass hiker, and for the first time in my life, both of them, I was perfectly, beautifully still. This has been Mark Twain. I've enjoyed the walk. I hope you did too.